Chapter 16-17. The second round of the competition ended with the last pair of disciples dying together. Presumably, these two people's fates would alert the others and prevent them from doing anything stupid. Soon, the third round of the competition began. When Xiaohua was pulled into the illusion formation by the Dharma token, there were no disciples from other sects waiting nearby. Xiaohua was still muttering in his heart. Was the person he was going to face this round, Lu Weigang, who had just been expelled from Hao Domain? If it was this guy, wouldn't Xiaohua get a bye? Could he get all 3 points without making a move? Unfortunately, Xiaohua had just entered the illusion not long ago. Before he could clearly see the lush mountain forest under his feet, not far away, a bright ball of light flashed by. A middle-aged cultivator with a medium height and a very tall and sturdy figure walked out from the brilliance with his hands behind his back. Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile as he cupped his hands. However, before he could finish speaking, the middle-aged cultivator smashed the hand hidden behind his back and laughed sinisterly. I know you are a disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect. Prepare to die. An emerald green bamboo-like magic artifact flickered as it flew into the air, instantly enveloping Xiaohua within the emerald green light. Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent. With a wave of his hand, the witch dust was held in his hand. With a push of his magic power, the witch dust flew above Xiaohua's head. Without waiting for the witch dust's brilliance to scatter, the middle-aged cultivator had already prepared a spell seal on the magic artifact. With a rumbling sound, fist-thick and 3-meter-wide green wooden strips appeared around Xiaohua and rolled towards him. Xiaohua didn't have time to activate the witch dust's brilliance, but seeing these numerous green wooden strips, he didn't panic. He sneered, "Where did this wild brat come from? You actually don't dare to report your name?" This middle-aged cultivator's magic artifact seemed similar to He Fong Yuan's Tai green light rod. Since Xiaohua could move freely under Tai green light rod, he naturally didn't care about these green wooden strips. Rumble. Following the rolling sound of the green wooden strips, Xiaohua's figure swayed freely within the green wooden strips. Every time, he would inadvertently dodge an attack that appeared out of nowhere. The middle-aged cultivator seemed to have never seen such a dodging method before. He sneered, "Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have always been so cunning. What kind of demonic technique is this? You're a disciple of the Changbai sect?" Xiaohua abruptly came to a realization, and he instantly understood why the middle-aged cultivator had long since concealed his magic tool and flew into the illusory realm. This fellow's intention was precisely to leave his life within the illusory realm. Xiaohua's eyes gradually narrowed, and the anger in his heart grew stronger. "It's just this kind of insignificant skill, and you want to take my life?" Xiaohua sneered. A kid in the early stage of the 12th layer dares to talk to me like that?" The middle-aged cultivator laughed and said, "I'm afraid that I'm the only one who can easily complete this task." Mission? Xiaohua's heart went cold when he heard this, and he instantly understood that the disciples of the Changbai sect and Lightning Control sect would probably fight to the death in this round. As he spoke, the middle-aged cultivator changed his hand seal again, and the green wooden strips that rolled down from Xiaohua's head suddenly spread out in all directions, and like a flood, they rolled down towards Xiaohua from all directions. "Come at me." Xiaohua didn't seem to be nervous at all, and his ethereal steps became even more proficient. His body shuttled back and forth between the green wooden strips, leaving behind afterimages. Time passed very quickly, and seeing that the time limit of half an incense stick was about to be up, the middle-aged cultivator was afraid that Xiaohua would escape from the illusory realm, so he clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the bamboo-shaped magic tool above Xiaohua's head. There was a burst of crackling sounds, and the brilliance was exceptionally bright. When the brilliance gradually returned to normal, there were faint traces of dark red within the emerald green light. "Go!" The middle-aged cultivator formed a spell with both hands, and the bamboo-shaped magic tool gradually disintegrated, turning into a dozen emerald green jade strips within the brilliance, and those jade strips began to slowly rotate within the brilliance, and the rotation path was very mysterious. The middle-aged cultivator's magic tool began to change, and Xiao Hua, who was covered by the magic tool, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The green wooden strips that were just as thick as a fist actually gradually expanded to become as thick as an arm, and then they continued to change. In the end, they actually turned into thick green wooden strips that an adult couldn't wrap around with both arms. Previously, Xiao Hua was still able to move freely and easily within the gaps between the green wooden strips, but now, countless huge green wooden strips were colliding with each other, creating huge rumbling sounds. How could there be any gaps for Xiao Hua to use the ethereal steps? What should I do? Xiao Hua clapped his hands, and first wanted to take out the demonic spear, but when his eyes saw the green wooden strips emitting boundless green light, Xiao Hua suddenly came to his senses. With a wave of his hand, he took out the spirit crow fire net. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent, and just as he took out the fire net, he immediately urged his magic power, casting the fire net in midair. The spirit crow fire net flew up in clumps, and as the fire net unfolded, the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy was gradually sucked into the surroundings. Seeing strands of flames appear on the fire net, Xiao Hua laughed loudly. "I'll let you, this ruffian, experience this young master's methods." Subsequently, a dozen fist-sized fire crows flew out from the spirit crow fire net, and flames curled around their bodies. They flew towards the green wooden strips that were already pressing down on Xiao Hua's head. Boom! Like dry wood meeting a raging fire, the green wooden strips immediately combusted. Within the flames, the rolling green wooden strips gradually disappeared, and once again turned into green gas, disappearing between heaven and earth. Xiao Hua looked at the surrounding green wooden strips that fell into the flames, and coldly laughed. Using fire to restrain wood, he should have thought of this earlier. Ignorant child. You think you can escape this old man's green wooden array like this? The middle-aged cultivator in midair also sneered. You're nothing but a child at the early stage of the 12th level of chi refining. As he spoke, he once again urged his magic power. Within the green light, even more and thicker green wooden strips came down with even greater momentum. Xiao Hua's dozens of fire crows were immediately submerged in the green light transformed from the green wooden strips. Ignorant old man. Xiao Hua was furious, and similarly waved his hands. Several spells struck the spirit crow fire net, and 70% of his magic power was poured into it. The spirit crow fire net was suffused with extremely beautiful flames. Caw! Caw! Several fire crows cried out in succession. This time, unexpectedly, only 9 fire crows flew out from the spirit crow fire net. However, this time, the 9 fire crows were countless times stronger than the previous dozens of fire crows. Moreover, within the flames of these fire crows, there was a faint purple color. Boom! Several loud sounds rang out. It was the sound of the fire crows crashing into the green wooden strips. The green wooden strips looked very large, but when they collided with the 9 fire crows, they immediately combusted. The burning green gas was also ignited by the flames. However, in a few breaths of time, within several zhang of Xiao Hua, all of the green wooden strips were ignited. These fire crows actually have samadhi true fire? The middle-aged cultivator vaguely saw the purple color on the fire crows and knew things were bad. Pung! Another sound rang out. Within the green light emitted by the magic tool, a figure covered in flames came out. It was Xiao Hua, who had escaped. Xiao Hua rushed out of the green wooden array, seemingly without stopping. Urging his magic power, his figure quickly flew towards the middle-aged cultivator, preparing to kill this old man. So fast. The middle-aged cultivator was slightly surprised, but he wasn't nervous. He slapped his hand and took out a crimson-red rope from his storage pouch. He threw it into the air. The red rope was thin and short, just like the red headband a little girl usually used to tie her hair. However, as the middle-aged cultivator's magic power spread out, the rope grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became a long rope like a python. Why does this old man have so many magic tools? Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He pointed his hand, and the black dust above his head emitted an earth-yellow brilliance that protected Xiao Hua. Fortunately, Xiao Hua had urged the black dust in advance. Just as the brilliance protected Xiao Hua, the python-like long rope circled in the air and fell towards Xiao Hua. It seemed to want to bind Xiao Hua. Seeing the long rope fall, Xiao Hua hurriedly dodged. The long rope seemed to have intelligence. No matter how Xiao Hua dodged, the long rope circled around him. Helpless, Xiao Hua used his flight technique, wanting to fly away. However, after flying for about 10 feet, the flight technique that Xiao Hua was so proud of was caught up by the rope, and Xiao Hua was tied up without any explanation. Fortunately, Xiao Hua now had the protection of the black dust's brilliance. The long rope could only bind the brilliance and couldn't truly land on Xiao Hua's body. However, even so, Xiao Hua faintly felt that the magic power in his body was somewhat stagnant. Moreover, the protective brilliance of the black dust also began to faintly flicker. It seemed that the long rope was also attacking the brilliance. What should I do? Xiao Hua was somewhat at his wit's end. He wanted to withdraw from the illusory formation, but he felt unwilling in his heart. The spirit crow fire net was restrained by the greenwood formation and temporarily couldn't be used. He wanted to use the samadhi true fire, but he was afraid that the long rope wouldn't be afraid and he would instead reveal his trump card in advance. Alas, I still don't have enough magic tools. Xiao Hua was now somewhat regretful. He shouldn't have coveted the fragments of magic treasures and sword pellets. Damn it. If the black dust is broken by this long rope, I'm afraid this young master will first be bound by the long rope. At that time, how will I have the power to fight back? Whatever trump card, whatever samadhi true fire, they won't be of any use. Xiao Hua's mind sobered up. He extended his left hand and a streak of samadhi true fire emerged from his palm, burning towards the long rope. You really know how to use samadhi true fire? The middle-aged cultivator shouted in disbelief. The expression on his face, which was already not relaxed, became even more dignified. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, then pointed his finger. The long rope very nimbly flowed around the brilliance around Xiao Hua's body, preventing it from being burned by the samadhi true fire. As for himself, he stretched out his hand and untied a pouch from his waist. He chanted an incantation and waited for a moment before opening the pouch. A pitch-black strange insect that looked like a centipede but was completely different flew out from the pouch. Spirit storage pouch? Spirit insect? Xiao Hua had always been paying attention to the cultivator's actions. When he saw that the cultivator was actually able to release a strange insect, he didn't care about using fire to burn the long rope and turned pale with fright. Chapter 16-18. Ever since Xiao Hua saw the spirit husbandry sect disciples use the spirit storage bag to release Fei Qing, he had never seen a cultivator use the spirit storage bag again. Naturally, he knew how precious this spirit storage bag was. Furthermore, he had also seen the power of Fei Qing. He knew that as long as a cultivator used a spirit beast, it would be an extremely powerful one. He had no choice but to raise his vigilance. The strange insect flew into the air and became bigger and bigger in a ball of black gas. Xiao Hua could clearly see that this strange insect was like a centipede. It had a body that had more than 10 segments, but it didn't have as many legs. Furthermore, the head that was flying towards Xiao Hua was a ball of black, like an extremely hard shell. It was impossible to see its face clearly. The most eye-catching thing was the 2 antennae on top of its head that were like clamps. The antennae were very sharp, and the tip revealed a cold light that was close to a sword. The strange insect twisted its waist, and a faint black gas was released. It let out a kind of hoarse sound, and in the blink of an eye, it flew to within 3 feet of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the samadhi true fire with one hand to search for the long rope, and took out the devil's spear with the other hand. With a wave of his hand, he struck in the direction of the strange insect. However, just as his hand reached out beyond the dust and yellow brilliance, that long rope was like the tail of a spirit snake, coiling towards Xiaohua's arm. Without waiting for it to truly coil around him, Xiaohua could feel the magic power on his arm already condensing. Good. What kind of magic tool is this? Xiaohua was shocked. Although he didn't use magic power, he was still afraid of being bound by the long rope, so he quickly retracted his arm. With a hong sound, when Xiaohua retracted his arm, the strange insect flew to Xiaohua's side and hit the yellow light barrier. The strength of this strange insect was extremely strong, and the antennae at the tip were also very sharp. Under the collision, the dust shook slightly, and the yellow light barrier shook violently. At the point of impact, a small black dot appeared. Clearly, a small dot was broken through the dust barrier. Using strength to break through? Xiaohua was shocked. This strange insect can actually use strength to break through. Xiaohua was shocked, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The method that he had always regarded as his trump card had actually appeared on this strange insect's body. Moreover, using this method to attack him, it was really like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. However, what made Xiaohua even more surprised was that the strange insect actually borrowed the force of the collision to turn around. Its entire body curled up into a ball, and then it rushed over again. The force of the impact wasn't any less than before, and it crashed into his light barrier again. The same black dot appeared on the light barrier. The strange thing was that this black dot was the same as the previous black dot. It remained on the light barrier and couldn't be restored. At this moment, it looked very small, almost negligible. But if time passed, or if this strange insect was a little more agile, it would all attack the same spot. Then, Xiaohua's defensive light barrier would definitely be broken. What should we do? Xiaohua felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the middle-aged cultivator who was hovering in the air not too far away. The middle-aged cultivator had a ferocious expression on his face and his face was somewhat pale. Xiaohua appeared to be at a loss as to what to do next. While Xiaohua was pondering, the strange insect had actually attacked him 10 times in a row. Wasn't this the same method that Xiaohua had used to bully others in the past? But now, this strange insect was actually using it to deal with Xiaohua. Haha, little brat from the Imperial Thunder sect, now you know the power of my Changbai sect? The middle-aged cultivator said arrogantly, if you want to run, then run now. I won't chase after you. I know you're a coward. Humph, you're in the same group as my Changbai sect disciple. If I don't deal with you today, there will be other senior brothers who will deal with you tomorrow. I don't believe that an early stage 12th stage Qi refinement disciple like you can overturn the heavens. Damn it, you have a spirit insect, but so do I. Xiaohua knew that this middle-aged cultivator was trying to provoke him and was afraid that he would run away. But he also had methods that he hadn't used yet, so how could he give up so easily? Xiaohua's mind entered the space. Inside the space, Little Silver had a big belly, as if it had just eaten its fill, and was casually rolling around in the air. However, when Xiaohua noticed it, Little Silver nimbly stopped, and a pair of sparkling mouse eyes spun around, as if it was looking for traces of Xiaohua within the light range. Mother. Little Yellow was also flying in the air, calling very affectionately. It had swallowed Kunmingwei's primordial spirit and its injuries had mostly healed. It looked very energetic. Mother is fighting with someone else. There's a strange little thing that Mother doesn't know how to deal with. Can you help Mother take a look? If there's no way, then hurry back. If there's a way. Xiaohua hesitated. This strange insect's attack method was very similar to his, so he couldn't help but feel greedy. If there's a way. Don't kill it first, subdue it first. Fighting? Hearing this, Little Yellow's eyes lit up and it said, Boy and Little Black often fought before. Little Black wasn't a match for the boy at all. That's good. Be careful, this thing isn't Little Black. It's very powerful. Hearing that Little Yellow had fought with some Little Black, Xiao Hua was slightly relieved. Little Silver, let's go and fight with Mother. I'll show you how powerful Mother is. Little Silver cheerfully flew onto Little Yellow's back, without the slightest hint of being as timid as a mouse. Remember, Little Yellow, if you can't beat it, hurry back. Xiao Hua brought Little Yellow and Little Silver out of the space. Before flying away, he still reminded Little Yellow. Little Yellow had been stifled for a long time. Its little body flew up and down in the air, very eager to give it a try. When Xiao Hua let them out of the light shield, the long rope actually didn't attack Little Yellow. Outside the light barrier, the strange insect was still attacking the light barrier. The more the strange insect attacked, the more the number of black dots increased. Many of them overlapped. The light barrier was about the size of a palm, and it was extremely dim. It was likely that the light barrier would be broken in a short while. The middle-aged cultivator urged his magic power to deal with the spirit crow fire net while controlling the long rope. At this moment, seeing the sudden appearance of Little Martin and the spirit-seeking mouse, he was also slightly surprised. Then, he smiled and said, "You little brat, you actually also have a spirit storage pouch. Serves me right for being lucky." It was as if this Little Martin, the spirit-seeking mouse, and the spirit storage pouch that he hadn't seen yet were already his. But when he saw Little Martin and the treasure-seeking mouse clearly, he was shocked again. "Your spirit pet? What? What is it? Moreover, you even used some treasure-seeking mouse to make up the numbers? Ignorant old man, how could you know about this young master's spirit pet?" Xiao Hua pointed and scolded, "If you know what's good for you, then run away right now. This young master can spare your life. Otherwise, when this young master takes care of this ugly thing, I'll wring your head." Ha ha ha. That middle-aged cultivator seemed to have seen an extremely laughable thing in the world. If it weren't for the fact that he had to urge his magic power, he would practically be laughing until he bent over. "Just now, I was still afraid that you would escape from the illusion. You're good, you're actually afraid that I would escape. Don't worry, if I don't kill you in the illusion, I absolutely won't go out." That middle-aged cultivator seemed to have also let go, and he actually told Xiao Hua his plan. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "What? Do you also want this young master to say the same thing? Dream on. If this young master sees that something is wrong, then I'll immediately escape." Humph, that middle-aged cultivator's face turned cold, and he muttered an incantation. That strange insect left and turned its head, charging straight towards Little Huang. "Be careful." Xiao Hua warned in his heart for no reason. "Don't worry, Mother, this thing is still very tender." Very tender? Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't expect that Little Huang would actually say such words. It seemed, this Little Huang had somewhat grown up. However, Xiao Hua didn't have time to think about it, and he looked at Little Huang with great concern. He saw that the strange insect emitting black gas flew in front of Little Huang, and a pair of sharp antennae pierced straight towards Little Huang's abdomen. However, Little Huang swung its large tail, and very nimbly dodged. Moreover, at the same time, its left claw slightly clawed, and with a light ripping sound, a small hole was immediately torn open in the strange insect's hard as stone shell. The strange insect was in so much pain that it curled into a small ball in midair, and its entire body was trembling. Ah! That middle-aged cultivator was stunned, and his expression changed rapidly. He muttered an incantation even more quickly, and after a while, that strange insect slowly stretched its body, and wriggled towards the middle-aged cultivator. How could Little Huang let it go? Its yellow figure flashed, and it actually chased after it. The middle-aged cultivator was very anxious, and he formed an incantation with his hands. Little Huang hurriedly dodged, and taking advantage of this gap, the strange insect flew back to the middle-aged cultivator's side. "Go, attack that person's light barrier." Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he saw that Little Huang was so clever, and he ordered, "That's right, have Little Silver come over and help me deal with this long snake." Sure enough, Little Silver obediently flew to Xiao Hua's side, and chased after the long rope outside, biting it from time to time. Little Huang flew to the middle-aged cultivator's side, and while dodging the spell attack, it stretched out its sharp claws and slashed at the middle-aged cultivator's defensive yellow talisman. Just as Xiao Hua expected, Little Huang's attack was very powerful. After just a few slashes, the middle-aged cultivator's light barrier began to sway, and the defensive yellow talisman was about to be broken. The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed greatly, and he clenched his teeth, spitting a mouthful of blood on the dispirited strange insect beside him. The strange insect's body flashed with blood, and it immediately became spirited. The black gas around its body disappeared, and it shook its head and wagged its tail as it flew back to Little Huang. After the middle-aged cultivator used the strange insect to temporarily lure Little Huang away, he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Hua and couldn't help but be even more shocked. He saw that the spirit-seeking mouse was biting the middle of the long rope, and its entire small body was flying along with the long rope. The long rope was fine now, but if it was bitten for a long time, there would definitely be a problem. He then looked at his azure wood formation and Xiao Hua's spirit crow fire net. They were in a stalemate, evenly matched. If he didn't have any more tricks up his sleeve, he was afraid that this little cultivator he looked down on would really reverse the situation. Thinking of this, the middle-aged cultivator fiercely clenched his teeth, narrowed his eyes slightly, and slapped his hand, taking out another item from the storage bag. Chapter 1619. It was a black and unremarkable square object. The Changbai sect cultivator carefully took it out and gently held it in one hand. He used his other hand to form a seal and hammered it down on his chest. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood onto the small object. There was a soft buzzing sound, as if there were tens of thousands of flying insects flapping their wings. A layer of bronze light gradually appeared on the small square object. Then the middle-aged cultivator hammered his chest a few more times. A total of 6 mouthfuls of blood landed on the small object. The wang-wang sound became louder and louder. Moreover, as the sound became louder, the small object also became bigger and the bronze light on it gradually became brighter. Needless to say, this was definitely a very powerful magic tool of the middle-aged cultivator. Xiao Hua's face showed a rare seriousness. Soon after, the square object that was about 1 foot in radius revealed its original appearance. It was a tattered seal. Above the seal was a beast's head. However, it was now extremely tattered. Only a small part of it remained on the seal. The outline of the beast could be vaguely seen. The middle-aged cultivator raised the seal with both hands and threw it into the air. He formed a seal and poured all of his magic power into the seal. Wang wang wang, the light on the seal slightly swelled and in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged cultivator's magic power was swept clean. With magic power, the seal more than doubled in size. At this time, countless amounts of heaven and earth spirit energy gathered around the seal and were all absorbed into the seal. Gusts of wind formed around the seal. Magic tool? Even Xiao Hua, who didn't have much experience, could sense that something was wrong at this time. As the heaven and earth spiritual qi was absorbed, the seal was constantly expanding, and the brilliance was constantly flickering. Now, it was already 1 zhang wide. And it was still expanding. How could a magic tool have this kind of power? Run! Xiao Hua was shocked. He didn't hesitate to take out the magic card and urge it with his magic power. He wanted to teleport out of the illusory formation. However, when he poured his magic power into the magic card only flickered slightly before it was annihilated. What's going on? Xiao Hua stared blankly. When he used his Buddhist awareness to scan the area, his eyes immediately cracked. He saw that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the entire illusory array was disrupted by the seals. The illusory array itself was also restrained by the seals. Around Xiao Hua, within a radius of several hundred feet, all of the illusory realms were shattered. Now, everything had turned into bright green energy. This is the power of a magic tool. Xiaohua sighed. When he looked at the seal again, it had expanded to nearly 10 zhang in radius, like a small mountain standing majestically in the air. I still have to run. Xiaohua made a prompt decision and used the hibernating thunder escape to fly away from this dangerous place. At this moment, the middle-aged cultivator pointed with his finger. The seal that was like a small mountain rose slightly and smashed toward Xiaohua. The middle-aged cultivator also collapsed in the air. Just as Xiaohua flew out about 2 feet, the bottom of the seal covered Xiaohua. A kind of valiant imprisoning force came from the seal, firmly suppressing Xiaohua. In an instant, the true energy around Xiaohua's body condensed, and only a trace of magic power supporting the flight technique could be mobilized, barely able to stand in midair. The seal's power was so valiant. Not only did the dust above Xiaohua's head lose its brilliance and fall to the air, even the long rope like a flying snake was also blown away by the wind. The seeking spirit mouse was so scared that it trembled and barely landed on Xiaohua's shoulder. What should I do? Seeing the seal carry a boundless aura and drive the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy to swarm over, Xiaohua looked at the seal that was missing 3 corners and had countless cracks at the bottom. He bitterly thought of a countermeasure. What countermeasure could there be? The mountain-like seal instantly smashed toward Xiaohua's head. Go die! Xiaohua shouted loudly. He reached out and took out the 2 demonic hammers he just obtained from the space. With one in each hand, he gathered all the strength in his body and as if he was raising fire to burn the sky, he desperately smashed them toward the seal in the air. Clang! A sound that resounded throughout the entire world came from Xiaohua's demonic hammer. The mountain-like seal was actually stopped by Xiaohua's demonic hammer. However, it was only stopped for a moment before the seal smashed down again like a hot knife through butter. Yeah. Xiaohua roared loudly. His eyes were wide open and the veins on his arms bulged. He used all the strength in his body to resist the seal. Slowly, the seal was actually showing signs of stopping. No way, right? The middle-aged cultivator who was barely sitting in the air had forgotten to take the medicinal pill in his hand. He was dumbstruck as he watched the mountain-like seal gradually stop. Just like before, the seal slowed down a bit and then gradually accelerated, pressing down on Xiaohua. Roar! Seeing that Xiaohua was about to be pressed into the blue light of the illusion array, a dragon roar that also resounded through the entire heaven and earth came from Xiaohua's mouth. The dragon transformation art that he had been cultivating all this time showed its might at this moment. The meridians in Xiaohua's body slightly trembled, as if a sleeping dragon was awakened. The dragon slightly stretched its body and the true qi in his meridians could immediately circulate. It was also this moment of true qi circulation that Xiaohua immediately used this opportunity to activate his magic power and use the hibernating thunder escape to escape from the seal. The seal lost track of Xiaohua and slightly changed its direction. It still wanted to cover Xiaohua, but the seal's momentum was not over yet. It did not have time to flip over. Xiaohua did not hesitate. He activated his magic power and flew toward the middle-aged cultivator who had taken the medicinal pill and was in a hurry to take out a magic tablet to escape. The middle-aged cultivator had just recovered a bit of his magic power when he saw Xiaohua escape from the seal. He hurriedly took out a magic tablet and wanted to activate his magic power to escape. He had already thrown the bold words he had just said to the back of his mind. Naturally, he was the same as Xiaohua before. He also had no way to escape from the illusion array. Fellow Taoist Xiao. The middle-aged cultivator's previously calm expression had already disappeared. He quickly stood up and said in panic, "You and I are cultivator disciples. What grievances do we have?" But as he spoke, his eyes were still looking at the seal behind Xiaohua from time to time that was gradually turning. Go die. How could Xiaohua listen to his nonsense? He flew in front of the middle-aged cultivator and waved his left hand. The huge devil hammer was raised and ruthlessly smashed towards the middle-aged cultivator's chest. Seeing that the seal had already flipped over, the middle-aged cultivator's face flashed with a trace of joy. He hurriedly activated the remaining magic power in his body and poured it into the defensive yellow talisman. He strove to resist Xiao Hua's attack before the seal arrived. Gotcha! Xiao Hua's devil hammer hit the middle-aged cultivator's chest. A burst of brilliance flashed and the defensive yellow talisman was smashed like paper. An incomparably huge force attacked the middle-aged cultivator's chest. Ah! A wave of fear that he had never experienced before suddenly rose from the heart of the middle-aged cultivator, a kind of enlightenment that he had never thought would happen before his death. The middle-aged cultivator's meager true qi and his meridians condensed at the same time. Unexpectedly, there were signs of foundation establishment. Fellow Taoist Xiao, spare my life. The middle-aged cultivator was ecstatic and shouted. However, Xiao Hua's devil hammer did not hesitate at all. It struck the middle-aged cultivator's chest like a white steed flashing through a crack. Pooh! The devil hammer smashed into the middle-aged cultivator's chest. His entire chest caved in. Seeing that his lifelong dream was about to come true and being so cruelly torn apart by Xiao Hua, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes turned ashen. He could only say one word before his vision turned black. Blood spurted out of his mouth and he fell from the sky. Just as the middle-aged cultivator fell, the entire sky of the illusion array immediately turned blood red. This young master knows you've reached foundation establishment. But, so what? Xiao Hua waved his hand and stored the devil hammer into his space. He sneered and said, daring to provoke this young master, then this young master will kill foundation establishment cultivators like you. At this time, the seal had already flipped over. The sealing power that had just been released was retracted because of the middle-aged cultivator's fall. At the same time, the seal also gradually shrunk and returned to its original small size. Xiao Hua looked at the seal greedily and smacked his lips. He thought to himself, how can the fragments of other people's magic treasures be so powerful? This young master, forget it. If it was somewhere else, wouldn't this thing have changed its surname to Xiao? It can't be helped, it can't be helped. Mother. At this time, Goldie's concerned voice came from the sky. Oh. Goldie, you're not injured, are you? When the seal was released, Goldie had already sensed it and had already flown high into the sky. That strange insect also chased after it, so Goldie wasn't injured at all. This is what Mother wanted. Boy didn't want its life. Goldie's sharp claws were holding the strange insect. At this time, the strange insect had shrunk a lot and was drooping weakly. Great! Goldie reached out and took down Little Silver who was lying on his shoulder. Little Silver's tail naturally wrapped around Xiao Hua's pinky finger. Goldie, you've worked hard. Go back and rest first. Xiao Hua sent Goldie, Little Silver, and the strange insect into his space. He also gave Little Silver a lot of spirit herbs. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put away the fire crow net and flew down to collect the floating dust. Because the seal had returned to its original state, the illusion array that had been disturbed by the seal was also gradually recovering. The green chi slowly returned to its original illusion. Xiao Hua didn't know when he would be able to leave the illusion array, so he could only sit cross-legged in the air. He took a few medicinal pills and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. The battle just now was really dangerous. Xiao Hua had also used up a lot of true qi. After an unknown amount of time, a beam of light shot out from the blood-red horizon and covered the middle-aged cultivator's corpse. Xiao Hua knew that the illusion array had returned to normal. He took out a magic tablet and urged his magic power. Outside Xiao Hua's mud-pill palace, another Buddha light appeared. It was just that the color of this Buddha light was somewhat different from before. Chapter 1620. When Xiao Hua's figure came out of the array, he immediately heard a voice. He's out, junior brother Xiao is out. He's still alive? This was Wang Yunzhao's shocked voice. Quick, look where he's hurt. Even though he came out first, he's still alive. That's better than anything else. Needless to say, this was Zhen Yu's voice. Xiao Hua landed on the ground. He could clearly see that the dozen or so disciples in front of him were all in a sorry state. Some of their robes were even torn. But they all stared at Xiao Hua with fervent gazes. Most of them were concerned. Looking at the dozen or so disciples, there were also a few unrelated ones. Their faces were filled with disdain and a hint of a sneer, but they were all looking at him proudly. Changbai sect disciples? Xiao Hua instantly understood. Then a sneer appeared on his face. Senior brothers. Just as Xiao Hua opened his mouth to speak, the illusory array behind him suddenly flashed with a blood-red brilliance. With a bang, the middle-aged cultivator's corpse, as well as his scattered magic tools and other items, were all thrown out by the illusory array. Ah! Seeing the blood-red color of the array, everyone knew that someone had died inside. But they didn't care why the blood-red color came out so slowly. Why did Xiao Hua come out first? Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they stared at Xiao Hua's face. Yes, of course it was inconceivable. That was a late-stage 12th Qi refinement cultivator, 2 levels higher than Xiao Hua. If Xiao Hua had escaped, they would have understood. But Xiao Hua and this Changbai sect disciple had fought for so long. This was the final battle of the entire square. None of the Imperial Thunder sect disciples had expected this outcome. Even the Changbai sect disciples hadn't expected this. Senior brother Fan. The people who'd mocked Xiao Hua earlier were now grief-stricken. They hurried forward and shouted. When their divine senses swept over, they saw that their so-called senior martial brother Fan was already dead, without the slightest trace of life. Their eyes were filled with resentment as they glared at Xiao Hua. Their movements were nimble. Some lifted up senior martial brother Fan's corpse, while others picked up their artifacts and storage bags, preparing to leave. Wait! Xiao Hua said coldly. What? This junior brother. Do you have anything else to say? The disciple who was carrying the corpse replied coldly, Do you want to make an appointment with I? Which cultivator I want to fight with? That's the Tai Ching sect's arrangement. I can't be bothered with it. What advice does junior brother have for me? Hee, do you still need to say it? Xiao Hua's face revealed a very cute smile. He pointed at the middle-aged cultivator's storage pouch and said, The things inside this storage pouch, besides the jade slips and magic tools, everything else seems to already belong to I, right? You shamelessly took away I's things. Can't I say something? This. The disciple holding the bag of holding blushed. He only wanted to pack his things and thought that Xiao Hua had already taken the bag of holding. Now that he heard Xiao Hua say this, it seems that the disciples of the Changbai sect were really stingy. Here you go. The disciple threw the bag of holding over and said impatiently, Take it yourself. Don't. Xiao Hua quickly waved his hand, I don't know what to take and what not to take. Let the Tai Ching sect's senior brother decide. The battle between Xiao Hua and the cultivator surnamed Fan had dragged on for the longest time. Naturally, there were Tai Ching sect disciples waiting outside the illusion formation. However, the thunder-controlling sect and the Tai Bai sect seemed to be at odds with each other, so they couldn't interfere. They simply watched from the side without saying anything. When they heard Xiao Hua's words, an early 12th layer Qi condensation disciple walked over and took the storage pouch from the Changbai sect disciple. Then he looked at Xiao Hua and then at the Changbai sect disciples. He reached into his bag of holding and took out several jade slips. He gave them to the Changbai sect disciples and then whispered to a disciple next to him. That disciple quickly left and then said to the Changbai sect disciples, Other than these jade slips, this bag of holding is filled with spirit stones and pills. It's not convenient for me to take them out for others to see, so I'll have to ask the Changbai sect disciples to come take a look. I'll do it. The disciple with the storage bag volunteered. However, When he poked his head out to take a look, he involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air as a strange expression appeared on his face. How is it? The bag of holding is what I said, right? The Tai Ching sect disciple asked. It is, but... The Changbai sect disciple stammered, but there seems to be something wrong with the pills. Please, what's the matter? A voice came from afar. Everyone looked up and saw that it was the Golden Core cultivator, Renju. Yes, Senior Master knows. The contents of this bag of holding are a bit strange. I don't dare to act rashly. Senior Master, please take a look. The Tai Ching sect disciple said and handed over the bag of holding. At this point, everyone understood that although they didn't know what was inside the bag of holding, if it wasn't spirit stones, then it was pills. There was definitely something out of the ordinary. Renju frowned and didn't open the bag of holding. Go get fellow Daoist Liao from the Changbai sect. I've already sent someone. The Tai Ching sect disciple whispered. Good. Not long after, Liao Zhouquan from the Changbai sect walked over and saluted Renju. May I know what fellow Daoist Renju wants? Renju waved the bag of holding in his hand and said, Your Changbai sect disciple fought with the Imperial Thunder sect disciple to the death. According to the rules of the Feather Immortal Gathering, everything in this bag of holding, except for the jade slips and magic weapons, belongs to the Imperial Thunder sect disciple. I want you to be a witness. Oh. Which disciple? Liao Zhouquan turned around and looked. When his gaze landed on the middle-aged cultivator's corpse, he was slightly stunned. It seemed that it was beyond his expectations. His face was filled with bitterness. Which Imperial Thunder sect disciple is so powerful? He actually defeated a famous expert of the Changbai sect. Liao Zhouquan turned to look at the peak of the 12th level Qi Refinement Realm disciples. I was untalented. I was lucky. Xiao Hua saluted with his hands folded. You? Liao Zhouquan's face flashed with surprise, but it disappeared in a flash. What's your name? I's name is Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua answered without hesitation. Liao Zhouquan replied and turned to Renju. Since my Changbai sect disciple has lost, this thing naturally belongs to Xiao Hua. Fellow Daoist Renju, why did you ask I to come over? Okay. Renju nodded and handed the bag of holding over. Fellow Daoist Liao, please take a look. I will give it to Xiao Hua right now. Liao Zhouquan took it casually, but when he opened it, he was stunned. He turned to look at the Changbai sect disciples behind him, and then at the middle-aged cultivator's corpse in their hands. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. How is it? Fellow Daoist Liao, are you sure? There are only pills and spirit stones inside, right? Renju reached out his hand and asked. Yes. Yes. Liao Zhouquan slowly handed the bag of holding over as if he was reluctant to part with it. Okay, since fellow Daoist Liao has confirmed, this bag of holding belongs to Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect. Renju took the bag of holding. She didn't want to look at it, but when she saw Liao Zhouquan in a daze and her patrolling disciples didn't dare to look at it, she also glanced at it. Renju was stunned. Looking at Liao Zhouquan's expression, she sighed and handed it to Xiao Hua. This is the bag of holding. It's yours now. But... Renju wanted to say something but stopped. She extended her hand to Xiao Hua and didn't take it back immediately. Seeing everyone's reaction, how could Xiao Hua not know that there was something good in this bag of holding? Seeing Renju hand over the bag of holding, Xiao Hua's first reaction was to refuse. But thinking about it, this middle-aged cultivator was the same as Qian Di Heng of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. They both had magic treasures, and they were offensive magic treasures. This person's identity in the Changbai sect must be very high. Since he had already killed him, he had already formed a grudge with a senior of the Changbai sect. What difference did it make whether he took the bag of holding or not? If that was the case, he might as well take it. Therefore, Xiaohua thought for a moment and took the bag of holding without hesitation. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior, for upholding justice." Renju looked at her empty hand and a helpless smile appeared on her face. She nodded and said, "No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Take care of yourself." Then she raised her voice and said, "Disciples, please get ready. The last round of the competition today is about to begin. You all need to be prepared. Let's go." Liao Zhouquan waved his hand and led the disciples back to the pavilion of the Changbai sect. After Liao Zhouquan and the others left, Xiaohua pretended to casually open the bag of holding. Just as his divine sense swept through it, he was stunned on the spot. Even though he had already made sufficient mental preparations, but he was still stunned by the things in the bag of holding. And that greedy little heart of his, ting ting ting, was beating wildly. Damn it. Xiaohua was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just as he was about to exclaim, he saw the curious gazes of the other disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. He grinned, his white teeth shining brighter in the twilight. It's just some top-grade spirit stones. Look at how nervous they are. After saying that, he put the bag of holding even more casually in his arms. Hee, little junior brother is very lucky. Qian Diheng said with a smile, "In one battle, you won both the person and the money." Seeing that Qian Diheng's expression wasn't good, Xiaohua didn't say anything. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Qian, didn't you also pass safely? This little brother was just lucky." Lucky? Qian Diheng's expression was indescribable. He turned to the disciples beside him and said with a bitter smile, "You're not just lucky." Seeing that Qian Diheng was trying to change the topic, Xiaohua asked, "What? Senior brother Qian, do you have something to say?" "Junior brother Xiao, you came out late so you don't know. In the third round of the competition, our Imperial Thunder sect suffered a lot," Li Xiaoxiao said. Chapter 1621. Okay, let's not talk too much. The fourth round is about to begin. Let's wait until the fourth round is over. Zhen Yu didn't speak at all. He also felt that there was something strange about the bag of holding, but it was Xiaohua's and even Renju didn't say anything, so he didn't want to look at it. Seeing the disciples leave, he said, "If you meet a Changbai sect disciple in the fourth round, don't care about the rules. Take out your most powerful treasures and fight. They attacked us first. Martial Uncle Zhen has already asked Senior Deming for an explanation. We have to take back some of our disadvantage in the fourth round." Hearing that, Xiaohua understood. After all, the Taibai sect's cultivator surnamed Fan had used a powerful magic artifact to trap him the moment they met. He had even said that taking his life would be the easiest way. Presumably, the other Taibai sect disciples also had similar plans. If the Imperial Thunder sect disciples weren't on guard, there would definitely be some casualties. Who knew which disciple would be unlucky? He looked at Sun Shu, Li Xiaoxiao, and Wang Yunxiao. Oh, and Qian Diheng. That guy has a magic artifact, so he should be fine. As for the others, where are Minggu and Yuanbo? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Wang Yunxiao. Fortunately, according to Wang Yunxiao, Minggu and Yuanbo were both seriously injured and almost died. Fortunately, they escaped from the illusion array just after the time limit, and were now recuperating in the pavilion. The competition in the future should have nothing to do with them. Ah, good. Xiaohua nodded at Wang Yunxiao. Xiaohua didn't have a good impression of the two, but they were still from the same sect. It was better to see them alive than dead. At this moment, the illusory array beside Xiaohua shone brightly again. Two rays of light flew out and flew towards two different disciples. Senior Li, why isn't there any light on your spell plate? Xiaohua looked at his own spell plate and then at Li Xiaoxiao's spell plate. Yeah, what's going on? Li Xiaoxiao was a bit anxious. I didn't give up. What are you panicking for? Zhen Yu scolded, you won this round, go back and rest. Bye. Li Xiaoxiao didn't seem to understand. The Changbai sect already has 2 disciples who have withdrawn from the competition. Naturally, there will be 2 people who will have a bye. Didn't the Celestial Music sect also have a bye in the last round? Zhen Yu snorted and said, our Imperial Thunder sect had 2 disciples withdraw in the 3rd round. The other sects will also have 2 disciples without a fight. This situation will only increase in the next few days. Yes, I understand. Li Xiaoxiao cupped her hands and turned around to return to the pavilion. She was very tired today and had consumed a lot of her true qi. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she naturally had to rest early and replenish her strength and magic power. Xiao Hua, how are you? Zhen Yu said with concern, you're a disciple in the early stage of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. You're not in a hurry to build your foundation, and you've just achieved it. Why don't you withdraw from the competition? Great. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and was about to clap his hands and cheer, but just as the words left his mouth, he shook his head with a crying face, forget it, disciple will participate in a few more matches. If I withdraw on the first day and return to the Imperial Thunder sect, Master will definitely peel disciple's skin. Of course, when he thought of Wu Hai getting angry at the slightest thing, Xiao Hua was also a bit scared. Then, why don't you rest for a while? Zhen Yu seemed to know Wu Hai's temper and didn't try to persuade him. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua nodded. In fact, he had been resting for a long time in the illusion array and had already recovered his strength and magic power. Because the illusion array was destroyed by the magic treasure, he had to wait for it to slowly recover for a long time, causing him to be the last one to come out. Fellow Taoist? Why haven't you entered the array yet? If you wait any longer, you will be considered to have forfeited. Xiao Hua had just sat down for a while when a Taiching sect disciple on duty came over and reminded him. I understand, thank you senior martial brother. Xiao Hua got up. The illusion array he was assigned to this time was a bit far. After walking for a while, he saw the illusion array connected to the magic tablet. At this time, there was a tall and sturdy cultivator in front of the illusion array. This cultivator had a fierce face and a beard on his face. He was anxiously looking left and right. When he saw Xiao Hua slowly walking over, his eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment and a trace of panic. Xiao Hua looked at this cultivator strangely. He didn't have any magic tablet on him that was connected to the illusion array. In other words, he wasn't his opponent in the 4th round. Oh, could it be the senior martial brother of the disciple in the array? Xiao Hua understood and slightly nodded at that cultivator. Seeing that Xiao Hua actually took the initiative to nod at him, that cultivator's face showed ecstasy. He cupped his hands and said, Junior martial brother Xiao, I am Zhong Tianqing of Xian Le sect. You know my name? Xiao Hua was surprised. He, fellow Taoist Xiao was the last one to come out. You were very impressive. I saw you from afar. Zhong Tianqing quickly explained. Oh. Xiao Hua realized. Then, his figure moved and was about to enter the illusion array. Zhong Tianqing quickly transmitted his voice, Junior martial brother Xiao, please show mercy. I will definitely thank you. Xiao Hua flew in the air and slightly nodded at Zhong Tianqing. Zhong Tianqing's heart slightly relaxed. And, not only did Zhong Tianqing's heart relax, Xiao Hua's heart also relaxed. Since Zhong Tianqing wanted to plead for his junior martial brother, presumably that guy's cultivation level wasn't high. What was there for him to be afraid of? However, when Xiao Hua flew into the illusion array and saw his opponent in the 4th round, he couldn't help but be stunned. That cultivator definitely wasn't an early or middle 12th layer disciple like he thought. It was a genuine late 12th layer disciple. Moreover, he even knew this person. Wasn't it Zhong Xiaohan of Xian Le sect? Zhong Xiaohan was obviously also stunned. Soon after, a trace of joy flashed across her face. But after that joy, it immediately turned into incomparable fear. Naturally, she must have also seen the miserable state of the middle-aged cultivator from Changbai sect being killed by Xiaohua. An early 12th layer disciple spent a lot of time to kill a late 12th layer disciple. This, absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Xian Le sect and Changbai sect were both in Meng country. Naturally, they knew that middle-aged cultivator and also knew about that cultivator's background. Zhong Xiaohan asked herself, in her heart, she didn't have the confidence to win against that Changbai sect disciple. Then, how could she win against Xiaohua? Zhong Xiaohan admittedly wanted to build her foundation, but seeing that even the Changbai sect disciple with a magic weapon wasn't Xiaohua's opponent, she could only be killed by Xiaohua. How could she have a chance to build her foundation? I only hope I can last for half an incense stick's time. Zhong Xiaohan muttered in her heart. She quickly bowed and smiled apologetically. I Xian Le sect's Zhong Xiaohan greets fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua just wanted to smile and greet Zhong Xiaohan, but his heart suddenly moved. He put away his smile and said coldly, "We already met yesterday. No need to be so polite." Zhong Xiaohan's heart chilled. She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "I didn't know fellow Daoist Xiao had such magical power. I offended you yesterday. Yesterday is yesterday. Today is today. No need to say anything more." Xiaohua waved his hand and clapped his hand. He took out the white dust and threw it in the air, saying, "Today is a competition. Why do you and I have to say anything more? Fellow Daoist Xiao, I admit that I'm not fellow Daoist's opponent. I am willing to give you the things in my storage bag. I only hope fellow Daoist can casually exchange a few moves with I. If fellow Daoist can make me pass the time limit of half an incense stick's time, I will immediately withdraw from the competition." Zhong Xiaohan said pitifully, just like what Xiaohua said to others before. "Humph," Xiaohua still snorted coldly. "Previously, when you fought with my Imperial Thunder sect disciple, did you show mercy?" This. Zhong Xiaohan was at a loss for words. Who would show mercy in this competition of the Feather Immortal Assembly? When Zhong Xiaohan finished speaking, Xiaohua pointed his finger. The white dust emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. That brilliance took the shape of a round ball and smashed towards Zhong Xiaohan. Zhong Xiaohan smiled bitterly and clenched her teeth. She didn't say anything else. She waved her hand and a transparent icicle-like magic tool appeared in her hand. When she activated her magic power, palm-sized snowflakes with 6 petals flew out from the magic tool and blocked the earthy yellow balls. As soon as the snowflakes appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The spinning snowflakes absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and became even sharper. 2 snowflakes attacked the same round ball from different directions and easily cut through the earthy yellow ball. The brilliance on the round ball flickered slightly and was annihilated. "Good." Xiaohua sneered, and the spell in his hand changed again. A brilliant light soared into the sky from the speck of dust. That brilliance was divided into granules, like a wave or a storm in the desert, and they whistled as they charged towards Zhong Xiaohan. Seeing the power of the white dust, Zhong Xiaohan's pale face became even paler. She activated the magic power in her hand and struck a magic seal on her body. A milky white brilliance flashed on Zhong Xiaohan's body. A light shield was emitted from her Daoist robe and firmly protected Zhong Xiaohan. "Oh. This Daoist robe is also a magic tool?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but his hands didn't slow down. He increased his magic power and an unending stream of brilliance from the white dust rushed towards Zhong Xiaohan. Pa 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 pa, a series of soft sounds, like gravel hitting a sail or waves hitting the side of a ship, rang out. The defensive light shield on Zhong Xiaohan's body continuously shook and its brilliance became somewhat dim. Zhong Xiaohan hurriedly activated her magic power and replenished the defensive light shield's magic power. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiaohua's second round of attacks hadn't arrived, she waved the magic tool in her hand again. A dozen snowflakes flew out and protected her. Explode! Zhong Xiaohan shouted in a low voice. Pa 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 pa, a dozen times in a row, the snowflakes exploded one after another. The extremely cold spiritual energy in the snowflakes actually froze the earthy yellow brilliance around her. Immediately, they turned into ice dregs and fell to the ground one after another. Good. Seeing this, Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, I'll let you experience I's methods. While speaking, Xiaohua took out a dozen fireball talismans and scattered them. He activated his Buddhist awareness and tightly surrounded Zhong Xiaohan from top to bottom. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of explosions rang out around Zhong Xiaohan. The impact of the fireball talismans exploding attacked Zhong Xiaohan's defense from all directions. The powerful waves of air rushed towards her and made her almost unable to stand steadily. Chapter 1622. Zhong Xiaohan's expression slightly changed. Without hesitation, she took out dozens of frozen talismans and icicle talismans from her storage pouch and threw them into the air. Ka-cha-cha. Rumble. Ice and fire have been incompatible since ancient times. When the ice attribute talismans and the fire attribute talismans collided, they restrained each other. Immediately, a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy was annihilated. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed loudly. You've really tested I. Xiaohua waved his hand and dozens of fireball talismans flew out. Zhong Xiaohan naturally didn't dare to be negligent. She took out icicle talismans again. However, after fighting like this for dozens of times, it gradually became clear who was superior. Not to mention that Xiaohua's fireball talismans seemed to be endless and he didn't need to worry about the number. However, the might of his top-grade fireball talismans and the marvelous power of his Buddhist sense made Zhong Xiaohan's frozen talismans unable to retaliate. Zhong Xiaohan had no choice but to wave her magic tool again and use large amounts of snowflakes to make up for the lack of frozen talismans. Even so, the defensive light barrier on Zhong Xiaohan's body began to gradually weaken. However, Zhong Xiaohan's heart also gradually relaxed. Because the time of half an incense stick was almost up. She only needed to hold on for a while more and she would be able to retreat unscathed. At this moment, Xiaohua seemed to have seen through Zhong Xiaohan's thoughts. He waved his hand and dozens of fireball talismans shot out, more than twice as many as before. Fellow Taoist Xiao, why are you so ruthless? Zhong Xiaohan saw the exploding fireball talismans and couldn't help but shout in panic. However, she didn't hear Xiaohua's answer. Only the sound of fireball talismans could be heard in her ears. Forget it. Zhong Xiaohan sighed in her heart. Her left hand that wasn't holding a magic tool slapped again. This time, she didn't take out frozen talismans. Instead, she took out a foot-long palm leaf fan. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed onto the palm leaf fan. With a whoosh, a green brilliance flashed. Immediately, Zhong Xiaohan urged her magic power and poured it into the palm leaf fan. As her magic power poured in, the brilliance actually gradually converged until Zhong Xiaohan poured 40% of her magic power into the palm leaf fan. At this moment, the fireball talismans around Zhong Xiaohan had completely exploded, and a strong heat wave rushed towards the brilliance protecting her body. However, the brilliance protecting her body was already extremely thin, and it looked like it would break at any moment. Who? Zhong Xiaohan lightly fanned the palm leaf fan in her hand, and a hurricane was born from the fan. The hurricane grew bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it actually blew away all the fireballs in the surroundings. Humph. Zhong Xiaohan's heart calmed down as she sneered at Xiaohua. Who would have thought that Xiaohua was standing less than 10 zhang away from Zhong Xiaohan and was also looking at her coldly? Something didn't seem right. Zhong Xiaohan's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohan suddenly felt the defensive light barrier beneath her feet tremble violently. Pa! The light on her Taoist robe was annihilated. When she scanned with her divine sense, she saw a pitch-black black iron needle flying straight towards her feet, about to pierce into the soles of her feet. How could Zhong Xiaohan dare to let the black iron needle pierce through? While she rejoiced in her heart, she hurriedly urged her magic power to fan the palm leaf fan in her hand. Another hurricane was born, and it blew the black iron needle away. Before Zhong Xiaohan could even feel a trace of hope in her heart, another gust of wind came from above her head. It was as if an incomparably huge force was attacking her. Zhong Xiaohan didn't have time to raise her head. She only scanned with her divine sense, and immediately, her eyes widened and her heart trembled. She saw Xiaohua standing in front of her, and a pitch-black iron rod had already struck her forehead. How did he fly in front of me? How is he so fast? I didn't feel anything at all. Zhong Xiaohan's heart was ice cold. This pure strength devil spear attack was precisely aimed at a cultivator's body. Its threatening and shocking power was far greater than any magic tool or magic treasure's attack on a cultivator's Dao heart. She felt the wind stirred up by the devil spear, as well as the chill of the devil spear itself, already close to the skin on her forehead, even causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohan had an incomparable insight into everything in her surroundings. She incomparably felt the closeness of death. At the same time, she incomparably experienced the changes in her own body. In an instant, a kind of understanding arose in Zhong Xiaohan's heart, a kind of indescribable understanding. Following this understanding, the true qi in Zhong Xiaohan's meridians started to liquefy. Foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. Zhong Xiaohan's heart was wild with joy. She had been at the peak of the 12th level of qi refining for a long time, and she had finally waited for this moment. However, Zhong Xiaohan immediately smiled bitterly. She was going to die soon. Foundation establishment. What was the use? But at this moment, Xiaohua's devil spear also stopped. It was tightly pressed against Zhong Xiaohan's forehead. He stopped and stared at Zhong Xiaohan. He smiled meaningfully and said, "What? Fellow Taoist Zhong? You still haven't reached foundation establishment? If you still haven't reached foundation establishment, I can't do anything about it." What? Zhong Xiaohan was dumbstruck. Xiaohua put away the devil spear and said with a smile, "Quickly take a foundation establishment pill, or use some spirit accumulation talisman. This is fellow Taoist Zhong's own hard work. It has nothing to do with I." At this moment, Zhong Xiaohan naturally understood. She didn't have time to thank him. She quickly took out a foundation establishment pill and stuffed it into her mouth. She closed her eyes and prepared to reach foundation establishment. Shua, from the horizon of the illusion array, a similar beam of light shot down. It covered Zhong Xiaohan and slowly brought her out of the illusion array. Another achievement. Xiaohua smiled. His figure flew up and also slowly came out of the illusion array. Within the Buddha Sarira, another exceptionally brilliant Buddha light was born. After coming out of the illusion array, sure enough, that cultivator called Zhong Tianqing wasn't at the side. Presumably, he was escorting Zhong Xiaohan back to Immortal Music Sect's pavilion. Let's go. Today's 4 rounds are over. I need to rest." Xiaohua clapped his hands and turned around to leave. "Xiaohua?" Not far away, Zhenyu shouted, "You came out so early? What was the outcome?" There was no outcome. That Immortal Music Sect's disciple suddenly reached foundation establishment, so I also came out. Xiaohua said with a smile. "Ah. There's another foundation establishment cultivator today?" Zhenyu was somewhat incredulous. "I heard that in the previous Feather Immortal Assembly, it was already not bad if there was one foundation establishment cultivator per day. How come, this Feather Immortal Assembly is only on the first day, and there are already 2 foundation establishment cultivators?" Soon after, Zhenyu came to a realization. "And, both of them were fighting against you?" Xiao Hua scratched his head and said with a smile, I'm afraid my luck is good. I'm destined to enter the top 32. These senior brothers and disciples can't defeat me, so I can only let them reach foundation establishment. Hee, maybe it's true. Zhenyu laughed, but obviously didn't believe it. He said, then you should go back and rest. There are still 4 rounds tomorrow. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua bowed in salute and returned to the pavilion alone. The entire pavilion of the Imperial Thunder sect was quiet. There wasn't any sound at all. Presumably, all the disciples were fighting to the death in the illusory formation, trying to find that slim chance of reaching foundation establishment. Xiao Hua opened the restriction of his quiet room. Just as he was about to step in, he suddenly thought of something. Yuan Bo and Min Gu were eliminated first, so they must be seriously injured. Should he go and check on them? Xiao Hua didn't want to see them at first, but after thinking about it, they all joined the Imperial Thunder sect together, and Yuan Bo and the others had shown some intimacy before. Although he didn't know why they were so distant now, but they were seriously injured after all. From a moral point of view, it was better to take a look. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua turned around and walked inside. Yuan Bo and Min Ji's rooms weren't together, and they were even quite far apart. However, when Xiao Hua found Min Ji's quiet room, the door of the quiet room was wide open, and he heard Yuan Bo's hoarse voice from inside. There must be something wrong with that guy. Xiao Hua frowned and increased the force of his foot. Who is it? The 2 people in the room immediately heard the sound. Min Gu was shocked and roared angrily. Little brother Xiao Hua came to see senior brothers? Xiao Hua stood at the door and looked at the 2 people inside with pale faces and greatly damaged vitality, and said with a smile. Xiao Hua? Min Gu was surprised and glanced at Yuan Bo. How did you come out so quickly? This seems to have just passed the time limit. Senior brothers, how are your injuries? Xiao Hua avoided the question and didn't answer, walking in. Junior brother Xiao has good methods. You can actually last until the time limit, you really hid your strength well. Min Gu glanced at Xiao Hua and sneered. Junior brother Min. Yuan Bo scolded. Junior brother Xiao is shrewd. How can the likes of us compare? Min Gu opened his mouth and then sighed, wanting to say something but hesitating. Little brother is also lucky to be able to turn misfortunes into blessings every time. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Senior brothers, your cultivation is much deeper than little brothers. Maybe you were unlucky and met the experts of the Changbai sect, so you were defeated. Of course. Min Gu said loudly. I don't know what that Sun Shu did to make them chase him out of the illusion array. Also, he provoked the conflict between the Changbai sect and my Imperial Thunder sect. Our cultivation is not much worse than the Changbai sect disciples. Their sudden attack made us lose the initiative and could only barely resist. It's already not bad to be able to escape with our lives. If junior brother Xiao was inside, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and wanted to leave. He stood up and said with a smile. Since you are injured, senior brothers should have a good rest. There are no more battles left, your hearts. At this time, a loud voice sounded from behind Xiao Hua. Junior brother Min, you are wrong. How do you know junior brother Zhao's methods? Junior brother Xiao met an expert from the Changbai sect in the 3rd round. After a fierce fight, junior brother Xiao successfully killed that guy and really helped my Imperial Thunder sect vent our anger. Yuan Bo and Min Gu were very pale. They looked up at Wang Yun Xiao, who slowly walked into the room. Oh, senior brother Wang, you also came out so early? Xiao Hua cupped his hands and asked. Can you sing loudly in the 4th round? I am far worse than you. Wang Yun Xiao said with shame. I barely made it through the 4th round and immediately escaped. Then, he glanced at Yuan Bo and Min Gu and said carelessly, Junior brothers, you probably don't know. Junior brother Xiao won all 4 rounds today and got 16 points. He is ranked first in my Imperial Thunder sect. Chapter 1623. What? Yuan Bo's face was filled with embarrassment, and Min Gu was even more shocked. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and corrected, Senior brother Wang is wrong. Xiao Hua. Not waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Min Gu stood up from the ground and said furiously, this poor Daoist thought that you came to visit us out of goodwill. So you only came to see us as a joke. Get lost. Get lost. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face turned ashen. Junior brother Min. You, how can you say that? A trace of anger appeared on Wang Yunxiao's face, and he hurriedly scolded, Junior brother Xiao has achieved great results, so we should naturally congratulate him. How can you be so narrow-minded? So what if I'm narrow-minded? I already withdrew from the Feather Immortal Assembly, so what? I just don't like this guy, so what? Min Gu pointed at Xiao Hua and said loudly. Yuan Bo's face was also ugly, but hearing this, he hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Min Ge's hand, saying angrily, Min Gu, what are you doing? Junior brother Xiao took time out of his busy schedule to visit us, and this is how you treat him? Him? He came to visit us out of goodwill? Min Gu seemed to have lost control of his emotions. This guy is just a loose cultivator. He's not even worthy of carrying my shoes. He used Xue Xue's ignorance and innocence to enter the Imperial Thunder sect, and after entering the Imperial Thunder sect, he threw Xue Xue aside and hooked up with Sun Shu. Why? Isn't it because Sun Shu has an Aurus Core stage master? If a loose cultivator like him doesn't find a backer, how can he establish himself in the Imperial Thunder sect? How can he be worthy of Sun Shu? When the Spring Thunder Hall was selecting disciples, not a single teacher took a fancy to him, and only that tactless old man from the Myriad Thunder Valley took pity on him and took him in. What kind of place is the Myriad Thunder Valley? Just look at his senior brother, and you'll know. Him? He's just a petty person, and now he's here to laugh at us. Shut up. Wang Yunxiao was furious, and immediately stepped forward and said angrily. Min Gu, what are you saying? Outside the quiet room, an extremely angry voice rang out. Xiao Hua's face was gloomy as he raised his head to look. It was Sun Shu whose face was flushed red. Yuan Bo saw that the situation was not good. He raised his arm and clamped Min Ge's head in front of his chest. He scolded with a smile, you bastard, I just let you drink 2 mouthfuls of wine and you went crazy. If I knew this would happen, would have let you rest. Then, he turned to Xiao Hua and Sun Shu and said, Junior brother Xiao, senior sister Sun, this guy was defeated by the Changbai sect disciples, please don't blame him, please don't blame him. Xiao Hua coldly snorted, turned around and left. He originally had good intentions and walked a few more steps to take a look. Who would have thought that such a senseless thing would happen? Who said I was drunk? I didn't even take a sip of wine. Min Gu struggled and cursed, I want to let people see this guy's sanctimonious face. You shut up. Wang Yunxiao shouted. Xiao Hua walked out of the quiet room and saw Sun Shu's shy eyes. Her eyes were watery, as if she had been wronged. Facing Xiao Hua's direct gaze, her gaze was slightly slanted, as if she did not dare to look Xiao Hua in the eye. Damn it, what kind of people are these? Xiao Hua was slightly angry in his heart. He walked back to his quiet room and opened the restriction. He wanted to close his eyes and meditate, but even after a long time, he still couldn't calm down. Today, have I been in the limelight too much? I am only Qi refinement stage initial stage 12, but I actually obtained 16 points in a row. Truly dazzling. He Fangyuan and Zhong Xiaohan, these 2 disciples, directly entered Foundation establishment, and these 3 points were actually given to I. This is something I never thought would happen. But, thinking about Zhong Tianxing's face full of concern and his words of entrustment, sigh, I was meddlesome, I only let her leave after the time limit. Why did I have to try? Xiao Hua was actually also curious. He remembered the matter of He Fangyuan entering Foundation establishment in the first round. It was when he used the demonic spear to kill He Fangyuan that He Fangyuan suddenly gained enlightenment in the midst of life and death, thus stepping into Foundation establishment. Thus, he also wanted to give it a try in the battle with Zhong Xiaohan. He originally did not expect to succeed, but the reality was beyond his expectations. He really did let Zhong Xiaohan enter Foundation establishment. Although Xiao Hua and Zhong Xiaohan had only met once, Xiao Hua felt that Zhong Xiaohan was not bad, at least much stronger than his fellow disciple Min Gu. Thus, he did not regret helping Zhong Xiaohan enter Foundation establishment. What he regretted now was that today's limelight was too much. Just as he was thinking, the quiet room's restriction shook, as if someone had come to visit. Who is it? Xiao Hua frowned slightly. His mood was really bad now, he did not want to see anyone. When he opened the restriction, an unfamiliar voice came from outside the door. Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua. Hearing this, Xiao Hua became angry and said coldly, "Who is so rude? Directly calling me by my name? Humph, are you Xiao Hua?" 3 late-stage 12th layer Qi refining disciples rushed into Xiao Hua's quiet room, and the disciple with thick eyebrows and big eyes in the front shouted angrily. "Get out!" Xiao Hua said coldly. "You are Xiao Hua?" That disciple was also furious. "I have something to discuss with you. You dare to speak such arrogant words? Get out!" Xiao Hua did not answer, and said coldly, "If you don't leave, don't blame this young master for being impolite. You dare." That disciple's hand moved, as if he was going to take something out of his storage bag. Senior Brother Lu, don't be anxious, don't be anxious." A handsome disciple behind him quickly said. "Hi, how can I not be anxious? This guy took my senior brother Fan's spirit pet, and he's still so arrogant. Even if he comes to the Tai Ching sect, I'm not afraid. I'll definitely ask him for an explanation." That disciple sneered at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's heart thumped, and he felt a burst of guilt, but he still rolled his eyes and sneered. "You really are powerless." Today, this young master met disciples from the Celestial Music sect, Profound Heaven sect, and Changbai sect. "Who are you? Even now, you're still so stubborn?" That disciple's face was ashen, and compared to Xiao Hua's previous expression, Xiao Hua felt a bit relieved. "I am Lu Sishu of the Changbai sect. Quickly take out my senior brother Fan's spirit pet." "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I am Hai of the Changbai sect." Another disciple also cupped his hands. "Spirit pet? What spirit pet?" Xiao Hua's face was blank. Lu Sishu took out the middle-aged cultivator's storage bag and said angrily, "Naturally it's my senior brother Fan's spirit pet. What else could it be?" Xiao Hua looked at the storage bag and clenched his teeth. He shook his head and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. That damn senior brother Fan of yours never took out this thing. Who knows what kind of spirit pet he has?" You. Lu Sishu pointed his finger at Xiao Hua's nose and said in a very exasperated manner. "What about me?" Xiao Hua's face sank like water. "If you continue to be so rude, this young master will beat you up just like your senior brother Fan." This sentence was like a trigger, and Lu Sishu instantly exploded. He jumped up and took out a small golden hammer. He laughed in extreme anger and said, "I want to see how much skill you have. Senior brother Lu. Hai was shocked and said anxiously, "Didn't the Tai Ching sect disciple warn you? You must calm down. Tai Ching sect disciple?" Xiao Hua's heart turned and he snorted. "When this young master came out of the illusion formation, I didn't take anything. It was the Tai Ching sect disciple who gave this young master my spoils of war. If you have any problems, you can go find the Tai Ching sect disciple. This young master has no interest in being pretentious with you. This young master doesn't care about your spoils of war. This young master just wants to take back what you shouldn't have." Lu Sishu was still shouting. But Xiao Hua saw that only the Changbai sect disciple came and the Taiqing sect disciple on duty didn't follow. He couldn't help but feel emboldened and pointed his finger. Scram, this young master won't say it a fourth time. If you don't leave, this young master won't be able to resist killing you. You? Lu Sishu said coldly, you're not even fit to carry this young master's shoes. Ha ha ha, I don't know what your damn senior brother fan will think in the underworld. Xiao Hua didn't get angry at all and said calmly. Come, come, come. Lu Sishu swung his golden hammer and 10,000 rays of golden light shot out. Damn it, is he really serious? Xiao Hua was stunned. Stop. A decisive voice came from outside the door. A slightly old cultivator appeared at the door. It was a Middle Foundation establishment cultivator. Greetings, senior. Xiao Hua took the opportunity to bow. The Changbai sect disciples also turned and bowed. I am Mingxing of the Taiqing sect. I'm the captain on duty today. The Foundation establishment cultivator waved his hand and said, I just patrolled this place. Why is it so noisy? Senior Mingxing. Xiao Hua hurriedly cupped his hands and said, this disciple was meditating here. These unrelated cultivators barged in and almost caused I to go mad. It's not like that. The Changbai sect disciple hurriedly explained and told Mingxing everything. They were looking for Xiao Hua to ask for the strange insect. That god power centipede is my senior brother Fan's spirit pet. After the battle, the spirit storage pouch was empty. Senior, please tell me, if it's not in Xiao Hua's hands, where else could it be? Lu Sishu said angrily. Funny, funny. Xiao Hua clapped and said, did your senior brother Fan lose a dozen magic treasures as well? Do I have to compensate you too? Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, I don't have any spirit storage pouch here, where would I put your god power centipede? At this time, a Taiqing sect disciple hurriedly came and whispered in Mingxing's ear. Mingxing frowned and said, you better say it out loud so I don't have to talk too much. Yes. The disciple replied, Senior brothers, the Changbai sect just said a spirit pet was missing. I immediately checked the illusion and there was nothing inside. If the spirit pet isn't in the Changbai sect, then it can only be in the Imperial Thunder sect. But my Imperial Thunder sect doesn't have a single spirit storage pouch. Where would we raise a spirit pet? Xiao Hua smiled. Isn't there a video recording in the illusion? Did you check it? Mingxing asked. Video recording? Mingxing's words were like a bolt from the blue to Xiao Hua. Chapter 1624. Just as Xiao Hua was trembling with fear, the Taiqing sect disciple said, Good, Martial Uncle Mingxing, someone used a magic treasure in the illusion realm. The illusion realm's illusion formation was disrupted by the magic treasure's power, and all of the recorded images were destroyed. Nothing can be seen at all. Haha, these words were like music to Xiao Hua's ears, and he was secretly delighted. However, he frowned and said, Senior Mingxing, that's not good. My grievances can't be cleared. No, your sect must find a way to recover those records, or else. You can use magic treasures? Mingxing didn't answer Xiao Hua's words, and he looked Xiao Hua up and down in shock. It's not this senior brother Xiao, it's another Changbai sect disciple. The Taiqing sect disciple hurriedly said, and it's a fragment of a magic treasure. What? It was fine if Mingxing didn't listen, but when he heard it, he was even more shocked. He was even more shocked than when he heard that Xiao Hua could use magic treasures. After all, Xiao Hua was only an early-stage 12th Qi refinement disciple. Seeing Mingxing looking at him, Xiao Hua bowed with a bitter face and said, Senior Mingxing, please make the decision. Mingxing smiled and said, since martial nephew Xiao doesn't have a storage bag, and the Imperial Thunder sect disciple doesn't have a storage bag, then the spirit pet that the Changbai sect disciple mentioned can't be on either of them. Besides, spirit pets aren't ordinary things, How can they be taken away so easily? Martial Uncle Ming Cheng is right. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. I've never seen any spirit pets. Senior Ming Cheng. Yi Yi hurriedly said, but before Senior Brother Fan entered the illusion array, there was indeed a spirit pet in his storage bag. I saw it with my own eyes. Then when you took Senior Brother Fan's body, did you check the storage bag? Did you find that the spirit pet disappeared? Ming Cheng frowned. I checked the storage bag, but this storage bag, it wasn't there. Yi Yi looked at Lu Sishu, who was gnashing his teeth, and said in a low voice. Yes, that's it. Since Xiao Hua didn't check the spirit storage pouch in front of him, the things inside the spirit storage pouch had nothing to do with him. This is the rule of the Feather Immortal Assembly. All of you should go back. Ming Cheng shook his head and said, since Senior Brother Liao Zhouquan didn't come, it means that he knows what to do. If you have any other ideas, let him come to I or Senior Brother Renju. In front of a Foundation establishment cultivator, Lu Sishu, Hai, and the others didn't dare to say anything. After bowing, they left with their tails between their legs. Many thanks to Martial Uncle Mingsheng for upholding justice. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, this disciple is endlessly grateful. Of course, of course. Ming Cheng waved his hand and said, the Feather Immortal Assembly is a reasonable place. How can you blame others for your missing pet? That's right, Xiao Hua agreed. Martial Nephew Xiao, rest early. There are still 4 rounds of matches tomorrow. Ming Cheng nodded slightly and turned to leave. A few Taiching sect disciples followed him. Xiao Hua walked him to the door of the quiet room. Looking at Ming Cheng's back, he couldn't help but feel very lucky in his heart. Good boy, I thought I did it without anyone noticing. Who knew that this illusion array actually had such a powerful use? I'm sure the illusion array has already remembered my methods. After thinking for a while, he took out the Devil Spear Point and Devil Spear Shaft. Fortunately, the Devil Hammer wasn't remembered by the illusion array. Anyway, since Xiao Hua had the Devil Hammer, he probably wouldn't use the Devil Spear Point and Devil Spear Shaft very often in the future. He wasn't afraid that others would know. Besides, in fights of magical powers, magical tools and magical treasures were the right way to go. Using force to break through magical powers could only catch the opponent off guard and couldn't be used too often. It seems that tomorrow I'll have to hide my abilities. I can't give them any more life and death experiences. What does it have to do with me whether you build your foundation or not? Xiao Hua turned and entered the room. If it's Fairy Hongxia, this penniless priest might consider it. Sai, or Wanhua sect and Imperial Thunder sect weren't placed together. I wonder if Fairy Hongxia passed the 4 rounds today. Xiao Hua thought to himself. He gradually calmed down and entered a meditative state. However, just as he took a soul-gathering pill and prepared to cultivate, the restriction of the quiet room flickered again. Motherfucker, are you done yet? Xiao Hua was furious. He jumped up from the ground and removed the restriction of the quiet room. He didn't even bother to use his divine sense to scan the room. He opened the door and shouted, brats from Changbai sect, do you want to die? Xiao Hua. What is the meaning of this? How can you treat Senior Liao like this? Zhen Qing's very strict voice sounded. Senior Liao? Xiao Hua looked. Wasn't Liao Zhouquan behind Zhen Qing? At this moment, Liao Zhouquan's expression was extremely ugly. Xiao Hua saw this and hurriedly bowed. Senior Liao, it's all my fault. I wasn't talking about you. Then, Xiao Hua bowed to Deming, who was beside Liao Zhouquan. Junior greets Senior Deming. Deming's expression was also unhappy. He nodded indifferently. This is bad. Xiao Hua secretly complained. He regretted not using his divine sense to check first. Martial Nephew Xiao is amazing. My Changbai sect's disciples can be killed by you. Liao Zhouquan said coldly. Zhen Qing glared at Xiao Hua and scolded. What is going on? I know that you have always been humble. I'll let the 3 seniors know. Xiaohua asked the 3 seniors to enter the room and sit down. He stood respectfully and told the whole story. Then he said, Disciple really didn't take any spiritual pets, so I can't take out any spiritual insects. Senior Deming, please understand. Oh, so it's like this. Deming's expression softened. He looked at Liao Zhouquan and said, This is Changbai sect's disciples' fault. Fellow Liao, you have to restrain them. I understand. Liao Zhouquan's expression was even uglier than before. He cupped his hands and said, I know about this matter. I have already told them not to harass Marshal Nephew Xiao, but I will definitely punish them severely when I return. It's not about the spiritual pets? Xiaohua immediately understood. Of course it's about the storage bag. So Xiaohua took out the storage bag and threw it on the ground. He smiled and said, Senior Deming, Senior Liao, did you two come here for this storage bag? Liao Zhouquan threw the storage bag on the ground in front of him. His eyes twitched a few times. He looked at Zhen Qing awkwardly. Seeing Zhen Qing's cold face, he looked at Deming again. Deming sighed and reached out his hand. The storage bag flew into his hand. When he opened the storage bag, even though Deming was a late-stage golden core cultivator, his expression still changed. After a while, he closed the storage bag and threw it to Zhen Qing. He said, Fellow Zhen, you also didn't look at it. Let's take a look first. Yes. Zhen Qing took the storage bag. Her expression was the same as Deming's. Daoist Zhen, now you should know why I'm so thick-skinned as to come and find you, right? Liao Zhouquan smiled bitterly as he spoke with sincerity. Sigh, Zhen Qing sighed again. She threw the storage bag to Xiaohua and said, This thing doesn't belong to Fan Tong, right? Yes. Liao Zhouquan smiled and said, This is my annual tribute. Fan Tong is the disciple who gives out the tributes. Xiaohua. Do you think you dare to take these spirit stones and pills? Deming asked kindly. Why wouldn't I dare? Xiaohua said curiously, I won these legitimately. Why wouldn't I dare to take them? Deming smiled and said, You're right. This is the rule of the Feather Immortal Gathering. Our Taiqing sect should naturally protect you. But have you ever thought that what you won should be Fan Tong's personal things? But these are the common things of the Changbai sect. You don't know why you took them. They are all in Fan Tong's storage bag. Even if they are the common things, they are still his personal things. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said. Making him spit out the fat meat from his mouth really made his heart ache. Xiaohua, listen to Senior Deming. Zhen Qing scolded. The common things are naturally the common things. They won't be his personal things. Deming waved his hand at Zhen Qing, indicating that it was fine. He said, Of course, if the common things are too little and you say they are your personal things, our Taiqing sect will also accept it. We will accompany you to carry out the rules of the Feather Immortal Gathering to the end. But the amount of spirit stones and pills is so huge. Don't you think they might be his personal things? Xiaohua muttered a few words, but he didn't say it clearly. Although the spirit stones and pills in my space are less than 10% of the things in this storage bag, those spirit herbs are not less than these. The amount is so huge that it is enough to make the Changbai sect and the Imperial Thunder sect fall out. It is enough for our Taiqing sect to think carefully. It is enough for me to come out and discuss with you. Seeing that Xiaohua was about to speak again, Deming didn't give him a chance. He said, Little friend Xiao, don't talk about the rules of the Feather Immortal Gathering. They are all set by people. Today it is like this, tomorrow it might be like that. Also, the Changbai sect gave enough face to our Taiqing sect and the Imperial Thunder sect on the battle square. In I's opinion, little friend Xiao, you should stop while you are ahead. Rules are set by people. Today it is like this, tomorrow it might be like that. This sentence was like a thunderbolt that shattered the last bit of hope in Xiao Hua's heart. Yes, Xiao Hua was only relying on the rules of the Feather Immortal Gathering. The Tai Ching sect had changed the rules. What was there to say? These rules are set by people. They are set by people with great power. I don't have the right to set these rules now. I have to accept these rules that don't exist yet. One day, I will set the rules myself. I will set the rules that all of you will have to submit to. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Xiao Hua, I have the same thoughts as Senior Deming. This storage bag still needs to be returned to the Changbai sect. Zhen Qing said softly, also, 5 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the Changbai sect have died in the battle today. Dui Mingyue of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and Qian Qingqi of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. This is only the first day. It is much more tragic than expected. I understand. Xiao Hua was sad. Although these 2 disciples didn't say much to him, Xiao Hua still felt uncomfortable when he thought about how they had died. Chapter 1625. A light green light flashed, and a dozen odd green seal characters faintly flowed within the light. Following the light, they slowly flowed into the forehead of a female cultivator. Every time a green seal character entered the forehead of a female cultivator, the female cultivator's brows slightly wrinkled. When all the green seal characters entered, the female cultivator's face became even more unsightly, and actually slightly pale. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan. When these green seal characters enter I's mind, why is it so strange? Why does my head hurt so much? The female cultivator opened her mouth to speak. It was Xuanyan School's sect master, Fairy Yingjua. This was a rather large secret chamber. The secret chamber was flashing with brilliance from top to bottom, left to right. Within the brilliance, countless runes were faintly discernible, showing that the restriction was very strict. About 10 feet in front of Fairy Yingjua, there was a dark brown figure covered in a black cloak. No matter how one looked at it with their eyes or spiritual sense, they could not see the figure clearly. The light green brilliance was emitted from the sleeve of this figure. What peeked out of the sleeve was a black, furry finger that was only 3 inches long. Fellow Taoist Yingjua, I already told you that practicing talismans uses the power of the soul. Only with an incomparably tyrannical body can the main body not be harmed. The green seal characters bear the power of the world's soul. Although fellow Taoist is a nascent soul cultivator, learning the green seal characters will still affect fellow Taoist's soul. An extremely hoarse voice came from the black cloak, and the words were rather obscure. I know. Since I cultivated to nascent soul from qi refining, what kind of pain have I not experienced? Fairy Yingjua clenched her teeth and said, what does this pain count as? If this talisman is as fellow Taoist Dong Shan said, and can let I step into the spirit severing stage, then I will definitely comply with our previous agreement and agree to fellow Taoist's conditions. Talisman techniques are the most unfathomable Tao in the world, passed down from the mysterious immemorial era. What does a mere spirit severing stage count as? If it wasn't for the fact that talisman techniques have long been lost in the Dawn Rain continent, why would fellow Taoist Yingjua not trust one? Fellow Taoist Dong Shan said with a smile, how about the cultivation method I passed to you? With this method, your Xuanyan school will be able to cultivate many outstanding disciples. Why worry about the school's prosperity? I'll let you know, fellow Taoist Dong Shan. Fairy Yingjua smiled bitterly and said, fellow Taoist's method is not bad, but after all, it is too overbearing. The first time it was used, only 3 disciples were lucky enough to survive. Although their cultivations are now at the 10th level of qi refining, the number of disciples who died is too many. The cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent only cultivate the Tao and the heart. They don't cultivate the body and the soul. Naturally, they can't reach perfection and many dermic formulations are unsuitable. Forget it, fellow Taoist Yingjua should focus on nurturing these 3 disciples first. Let's see how their futures are before we make our next plan. Alright, I will listen to your instructions. Fairy Yingzhua smiled and said, please enlighten me on the green seal text. Release your divine sense. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain said in a low voice. Then, an extremely strange and awkward syllable came out from under the cloak. As soon as the syllable was spoken, an indescribable thing swarmed towards it like a swarm of bees. And when Fairy Yingzhua's spiritual will touched the syllable, she immediately felt a tremor from her bone marrow. Then, the syllable turned into a wave and entered Fairy Yingzhua's Naiwan palace. How miraculous! Fairy Yingzhua, who was already a nascent soul cultivator, couldn't help but praise in her heart. How could she still have any doubts? After a long time, Fairy Yingzhua felt that her 3 souls and 7 spirits were brimming with satisfaction. She said in a low voice, fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain, please continue. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain said calmly, tomorrow. Only 1 green seal text can be imparted every day. If there are more than 1, it will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. Okay. Fairy Yingzhua nodded. The 2 didn't speak anymore. The entire room was silent. Xiaohua sat upright in the quiet room provided by the Tai Ching sect. He read the green seal text on the white bone into his mind. Then, he looked at the dim white bone. With a wave of his hand, he put it into the space and placed it together with the previous bone. However, right at this moment, Xiaohua discovered that there was a faint flicker of lightning on the white bone. Faintly, there was an extremely dim silver light flashing. Moreover, when the second white bone entered the space, traces of lightning were also produced, surrounding the entire white bone and continuously striking it. What was even more strange was that these 2 white bones couldn't be placed together. They were placed at a fixed angle in the space. The 2 bones were only connected by lightning. These 2 white bones are, together? Xiaohua looked at the strange placement of the 2 white bones and couldn't help but think to himself. However, there were only 2 white bones. How could he find any clues? According to Zhu Beibei, her white bones are in the Meng Mountains. It seems that if I have the chance, I should go there and take a look. If I can gather a complete set of bones, what other strange phenomena will occur? Xiaohua was only thinking about it. The Meng Mountains were indeed too far away from him. He wouldn't consider it until he reached the foundation establishment or golden core level. What he needed to consider now was how to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. What do those 2 sword cultivators want to exchange for? Xiaohua thought of what Zhen Qing said before she left. What else could it be? Isn't it just a 6,000 years old dark Yin spiritual grass? But I have never even heard of this dark Yin spiritual grass. How could the Changbai sect have it in their storage bag? Since I have the lingy grass that master wants, maybe there is also the dark Yin spiritual grass among those rare and unknown spiritual grass? Xiaohua pondered. His top priority was to know what the dark Yin spiritual grass looked like. Only then could he know if it was still alive in his space. Then, Xiaohua took an energy-gathering pill and closed his eyes to cultivate. The next day's competition was also very intense. However, perhaps because of Liao Zhouquan and Zhen Qing's warning, the disciples of the Changbai sect and the thunder-controlling sect didn't fight as fiercely as the first day. Xiaohua also got a bye. His first opponent was a disciple of the Changbai sect. The disciple's cultivation was obviously not as strong as Fan Tong yesterday. He must have known that Fan Tong died in Xiaohua's hands. Before the fight, he was submissive. If it wasn't for the Changbai sect's reputation, he would have already surrendered. Sigh, this kind of disciple. Even if he reached the peak of the 12th realm, how can he build his foundation? Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He was acting like a senior. Sigh, why doesn't he think about his own cultivation? A cultivator in the early stage of the 12th realm. He is in the late stage of the 12th realm and is likely to build his foundation tomorrow. Why would he fight with you for no reason? Especially when the outcome of the fight was very likely to be his own death. Although he came to the Feather Immortal gathering to look for the opportunity to build his foundation, he knew that he would die if he fought with you. Anyone would be weak. Since the disciple of the Changbai sect wanted to compromise, Xiaohua had no objections. The two of them fought for a while. When the time was up, the disciple of the Changbai sect didn't wait for Xiaohua to speak. He actually escaped from the illusion formation first. That can't be. I still want to go out. Xiaohua was speechless. He flew out of the illusory formation and straightened his shoulders a couple of times. He wanted to show off his arrogance to the others. Of course, it was the first time Xiaohua had forced a late-stage cultivator to take the lead in escaping from an illusory formation at the Feather Immortal Assembly since ancient times. Unfortunately, in the entire square, every disciple in the illusion formation was fighting with all their might. The disciples who didn't have a buy were also using the time to conserve their energy. Who would pay attention to him? As for the next 2 rounds of competition, they were also boring. They were the disciples of the Profound Sky sect and the Taiqing sect. Although their cultivation wasn't bad, the power of their magic tools wasn't enough. They were about the same as Xiaohua's fire crow net. Xiaohua only needed to use Xing Chen to defend himself, and he was able to fight evenly with them. Moreover, Xiaohua didn't dare to do anything to build his foundation. When the time was up, he activated his magic tablet and escaped from the illusion formation. What Xiaohua didn't know was that as soon as he disappeared from the illusion formation, his 2 opponents let out a long sigh of relief. They looked relaxed. Yesterday, Xiaohua and Fan Tong made a big ruckus. Perhaps the disciples of other groups didn't know about it, but many disciples of the Thunder Controlling School had heard about it. Xiaohua, such a fierce person, was actually able to kill a disciple who was holding a fragment of a magic weapon. Moreover, he did it while the disciple was still able to activate his magic tablet to escape. Who would dare to lower their guard? The second day of competition passed peacefully, but in the next few days, the situation seemed to have gotten out of control. Not to mention that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the Changbai sect gradually broke out in anger. Zhen Qing and Liao Zhouquan's warnings were gradually forgotten. Not to mention that the disciples of the Profound Sky sect and the Taiqing sect, as well as the disciples of the other sects who gradually joined them, were also fighting with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the Changbai sect. None of them showed mercy. As time passed, 2 more disciples of the other groups succeeded in building their foundation. Not only the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, but the disciples of the other sects also became anxious. It was as if time didn't wait for them. Every time they fought, they would disregard life and death. Even with Xiaohua's methods, he was still in a very difficult situation. That night, an illusion formation flashed. Xiaohua's hair was a bit messy as he rushed out of the illusion formation. He cursed as he flew, "Damn it, this young master can't build his foundation. Why would I fight with you? I already said it clearly, why are you still so stubborn? Xiaohua, you must not leave." While he was cursing, a plainclothed female cultivator rushed out of the illusion formation with anger on her face. She was holding a sharp sword in her hand. "Fan Xiaoer, fellow Daoist fan," Xiaohua muttered as he landed on the ground, "you've already escaped from the illusory formation. Of course, you've won this round. Even though this is your Taiqing sect, you don't have to go too far, do you? Your cultivation is clearly profound, why don't you?" Fan Xiaoer saw that things were going south and could only put away her sword. Her face was full of unwillingness. "What? You're only happy if I kill you?" Xiaohua asked with a cold face. "Why would I hate to die when I hear it in the morning?" Foundation building, sigh. Fan Xiaoer glanced at Xiaohua, then turned and left. Chapter 1626. It's good that you can understand Ai's painstaking efforts. Zhen Qing nodded. There are many times when a person is not a free person. There are many concerns that restrict your actions. You have to compromise and give in. Xiaohua nodded silently. He thought of Xiao Xianrui and 100 Herbs sect for no reason. Of course, little friend Xiao, Changbai sect will also give some compensation. This compensation will make you very satisfied. Deming said with a smile. Yes, the spirit stones and elixirs in the storage bag, little friend Xiao can take 10%. Consider it as a token of our Changbai sect's sincerity. Liao Zhouquan continued. Thank you, Senior Liao. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile, however, the elixirs in the storage bag are all for Foundation establishment cultivators. There are even some elixirs for Golden Core cultivators, right? These are too far away for me. Then what does little friend Xiao mean? Liao Zhouquan was not surprised at all when he saw Xiao Hua talking about conditions. As long as he could talk about conditions, then, everything was negotiable. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, other than the 10% of spirit stones and elixirs, can your sect compensate me with a secret manual for refining weapons? Liao Zhouquan's expression changed slightly and he shook his head. Little friend Xiao is asking for too much. My Changbai sect is good at refining weapons and there are many methods of refining weapons in the sect. However, those are all secrets of the Changbai sect. How can we give them to little friend Xiao? Of course, if little friend Xiao joins my Changbai sect, these methods will not be a problem. Asking for a sky-high price and asking for a low price, Liao Zhouquan was naturally bargaining with Xiao Hua. Even if he was willing to let Xiao Hua join the Changbai sect, would Xiao Hua dare? He would not dare even if you gave him 10 more guts. Therefore, Xiao Hua's face was full of regret and he said with a smile, if Senior Liao said this 10 years ago, I would not hesitate at all and join the Changbai sect immediately. However, I am now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. How would I dare to betray the sect? Senior Liao should think more about how to compensate me. Liao Zhouquan shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look on his face. Then I'm very sorry that I don't have any refining methods or cultivation methods. Let's see if there's anything else I can help you with. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. There really wasn't much to ask for. The Imperial Thunder sect naturally had Foundation establishment cultivation techniques and medicinal pills. Spirit stones and other medicinal pills were abundant in this storage pouch. Although the exquisite leaf scripture was incomplete, Liao Zhouquan definitely didn't have it. The same went for the dragon transformation art. What should I ask for? Xiao Hua was somewhat distressed. Should I ask for something for Master Ling Yizao? However, when he thought about it, he had never looked at the jade strip. He didn't even know what Ling Yizao looked like. What if he had it in his space? Senior, please wait a moment. Xiao Hua spoke in a low voice, and then he withdrew the jade slip that was given to him helplessly before he left before immersing his divine sense into it to take a look, and then a trace of a grin appeared on the corners of his mouth as he said to himself, so this is Ling Yizao. When Xiao Hua first visited the 100 Herbs Gate, he obtained from Jiang Feng a batch of dried seeds that couldn't germinate. Among them, 70% were dead, and only 30% were alive. Among them were a few stalks of Ling Yizao. Xiao Hua could use the Changbai sect as an excuse to give Ling Yizao to his master. Under everyone's somewhat strange gazes, Xiao Hua put away the jade slip and said with a smile, Junior doesn't have any plans. Just as he said this, Xiao Hua suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His eyes lit up as he remembered something. He said, Junior doesn't have any plans. However, since Senior Liao is so kind, then Junior saw your sect's senior brother Fan use an incomplete magic treasure in the illusion. If possible, can you give that to Junior? This. Liao Zhouquan was still somewhat hesitant. He said hesitantly, that magic treasure is actually Fan Tong's private property. Fellow Daoist Liao, Zhen Qing was displeased when she heard this, and said coldly, Xiao Hua received your spirit stones and medicinal pills, and you said that they were your Changbai sect's property, so Xiao Hua had no choice but to return them to Changbai sect. Xiao Hua then asked for your incomplete magic treasure, and you said that it was Fan Tong's private property, so you couldn't give it to him. Then why don't you tell me in front of Senior Deming, what can you give and what can't you give? Fellow Daoist Zhen, don't be hasty. Liao Zhouquan waved his hand, and 3 magic treasures flew out from his storage bag. They were a box, a short rope, and a shiny ball. He said with a smile, I have already prepared them. These 3 magic treasures are all suitable for little friend Xiaohua. Little friend Xiaohua can choose any one of them. Xiaohua's eyes didn't blink, and his divine sense swept over them. He smiled and said, Senior Liao, speaking of magic treasures, the Imperial Thunder Sect also has many. Junior is only at the beginning of the 12th level of Qi refining. How many can I use? The magic treasures we have are enough. Junior has thought it through. I only want that magic treasure, and I don't want anything else. Beside him, Deming also smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Liao, since you want to gain something, you can only pay the price. In Ai's opinion, without waiting for Deming to finish, Liao Zhouquan smiled bitterly and said, Fine, fine, fine. Since Senior Deming said so, how can I refuse? He put away the 3 magic treasures, and with a wave of his hand, the small bronze seal flew into the air. However, Xiaohua didn't take it, and he still looked at Liao Zhouquan with a smile. Little friend Xiao? Liao Zhouquan was puzzled. This is Ai's biggest concession. Little friend Xiao doesn't have any other requests, right? What requests could Junior have? Xiaohua shook his head. It's just that, this magic treasure doesn't have a method to refine it. Why would Junior want it? To make a paperweight for writing? When Liao Zhouquan heard this, he laughed involuntarily. Little friend Xiao, this is a damaged magic treasure. How could there be a method to refine it? Then forget it. Xiaohua looked away from the seal, shook his head, and said, Junior had better take back the storage bag. Everything we talked about just now was in vain. Alas. Liao Zhouquan also sighed. Just as he was about to speak, Deming saw that the situation was not good and quickly advised, Fellow Daoist Liao, since you've already given away the damaged magic treasure, you don't have to care about the method to refine it. If there's no harm in giving it away. Xiaohua looked at Liao Zhouquan very calmly. Since Fan Tong could use this Sanskrit, he must have a method to refine it in his storage bag. Sure enough, Liao Zhouquan stared at Xiaohua for a moment, and the corner of his mouth rose. He smiled and said, Alas, little friend Xiao is really, without waiting for him to finish, he patted his hand and took out a very old-looking jade slip from his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, the jade slip flew in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and picked up the jade slip. After looking at it, he respectfully handed it to Zhen Qing and said, Grandmaster, please take a look at it for me. Zhen Qing slightly nodded. She reached out and used her divine sense to look inside. After a moment, her expression slightly changed and she frowned. Fellow Daoist Liao, this method to refine it is not bad. But, why is the method to use it so damaged? There are even some places that are recently damaged. Good to let fellow Daoist Zhen know. If this cloud suppression seal wasn't damaged and the method to use it was complete, how could my Changbai sect disciples die? As for the recent damage, it was probably damaged in the illusion formation. Liao Zhouquan said with a smile. Fine. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. 90% of the spirit stones and pills in the storage bag had to be returned to the Changbai sect. This was inevitable. To be able to get one more damaged magic treasure, it was worth it. And looking at Liao Zhouquan's expression, it seemed like he already knew that he would have such a request. He probably couldn't win against him. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and put away the suppressing cloud seal. He then took out a storage pouch from his bosom and took 90% of the spirit stones and medicinal pills from Fan Tong's storage pouch. He put them all into his own storage pouch and handed it to Liao Zhouquan with a smile. Senior Liao, please take a look. Fan Tong's storage bag was much bigger than his storage bag. It was a high-quality item. How could Xiaohua return it to the Changbai sect? Liao Zhouquan took the storage bag and carefully scanned it with his divine sense. He said in shock, Xiao, little friend Xiao. Why did you take 10% of all the pills? What are you going to do with the golden core pills? Xiao Hua was even more surprised when he heard this. What? Didn't we agree on 10%? What's wrong with Junior doing this? And that's it. Liao Zhouquan kept the storage bag and stood up. Many thanks Senior Deming, many thanks fellow Daoist Zhen. He then looked at Xiao Hua. I also have to thank little friend Xiao. Everyone stood up and Xiao Hua bowed. I don't dare, I don't dare. After sending off Deming and Liao Zhouquan, Xiao Hua turned around and handed over a golden core pill to Zhen Qing. He smiled and said, I don't know what this pill is, but looking at Senior Liao's pained expression, it seems to be a golden core pill. Please accept it, martial ancestor Zhen. Zhen Qing looked at it and waved his hand. He smiled and said, this soul solidifying pill is a pill used by the Changbai sect to solidify the soul. I won't be polite with you. Martial ancestor Zhen, do you have any other pills that are useful? Disciples Master is only a foundation establishment cultivator. He has no use for golden core pills. Xiao Hua took Fan Tong's storage bag and asked. Hee, there is no need, there is no need. Zhen Qing laughed and said, these golden core pills can be considered as free. In fact, when Liao Zhouquan said 10% of the pills, it was 10% of the total value of all the pills. He probably wanted you to take more of the building foundation pills, gathering essence pills, and other pills. But before he could say anything, you took all the pills. You made him speechless. As he spoke, he gave the old jade scroll to Xiao Hua and said, keep this jade scroll well. Even though the cloud-suppressing seal is a low-level magic treasure, it requires a lot of magic power. You're just a chi-refining realm early-stage disciple, you can't provide it. Wait until you reach the late stage. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua took it respectfully. He felt that his magic power was comparable to a chi-refining realm late-stage cultivator. Since Fan Tong could use it, there was no reason why he couldn't. Rest early. Zhen Qing turned and left. There are 4 more rounds tomorrow. I don't know if the Changbai sect disciples can restrain themselves. Sigh, this feather immortal gathering. Oh, right, the 2 sword cultivators from Huan country want to exchange something with the cultivators from the 3 cultivation countries. They didn't say what it was. You got so many pills for free, you can go take a look. Zhen Qing turned around and said after walking halfway. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua bowed and thanked him. After Zhen Qing left, Xiao Hua activated the restriction in the quiet room and sat down cross-legged. He took out the white bone, the cloud-suppressing seal, and the jade scroll. After staring at it for a moment, he put away the cloud-suppressing seal and picked up the white bone. Using the mana in his hand, a wisp of samadhi true fire that was much thicker than before was born from his palm and burned on the white bone. Sure enough, with the addition of the samadhi true fire, the white bone emitted a faint green brilliance in the pure purple flames of the samadhi true fire. Not long after, crooked green seal characters that were somewhat similar to tadpoles emerged from the green light. Chapter 1627. Alas, no matter what, I can't make another foundation establishment cultivator. Although Xiao Hua looked at Fan Xiao's back and felt very lonely, he kept warning himself that if he did it again and again, it would definitely attract the attention of others. In fact, Xiao Hua himself also understood that on the first day of the Feather Immortal Assembly, there were 2 aura-refining disciples competing with him to build their foundation. Moreover, the illusory formation had the function of recording images. Presumably, the disciples of the Taiqing sect would take the time to watch it. Regarding this, Xiao Hua had already thought of an explanation. He was strong and his magic power was stronger than those late-stage 12th layer aura-refining disciples. That was all. Xiao Hua's true samadhi fire and devil hammer also didn't leave behind any images, which made Xiao Hua feel slightly relieved. Junior Martial Brother Xiao. Why were you chased out? Could it be that you took advantage of her inside? A giggling voice sounded. Xiaohua didn't need to turn around to know that it was Qian Diheng. What? Senior Marshal Brother Qian, have you ever been chased out like this? Xiaohua had seen Qian Diheng a lot these past few days. He also felt that this guy was smiling mischievously and was easy to get close to. At least, he wasn't as disgusting as Thunder Palace's Thunder Mountain Range's Shinchikue. Therefore, he talked to Qian Diheng more often. Cough cough. I actually wanted to. But the people I met were all ruthless and cruel. Qian Diheng's words were somewhat weak. When Xiaohua turned around to look, he saw that Qian Diheng's face was pale and his expression was extremely dispirited. At first glance, it was obvious that he had used too much of his magic power to control that protective magic treasure of his. Senior Marshal Brother Qian. If you can't do it, you'd better give up. Xiaohua kindly advised. TCHU, an early-stage 12th layer aura refining disciple of the Thunder Palace, didn't give up. How can I give up? If word got out, would you still let I mingle in the thunder-controlling sect? Qian Diheng rolled his eyes at Xiaohua and said unhappily. Fine, I didn't say anything. Xiaohua waved his hand. Just as he was about to leave, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly started to condense in the air about 1 zhang to his left. In the blink of an eye, soybean-sized crystals gradually appeared. Someone wants to build their foundation. Xiaohua, who had seen Li Zongbao build his foundation, immediately realized. Qian Diheng also had a happy expression. He shouted, "It seems to be our group. I wonder who it is." While they were talking, a few divine senses swept over. They were Changbai sect's Liao Zhouquan, Imperial Thunder sect's Zhen Qing, Black Heaven sect's Jing Hao, Celestial Music sect's Tian Wei, and the other representatives. After identifying the illusion array, Black Heaven sect's Jing Hao and Imperial Thunder sect's Zhen Qing flew to the front of the illusion array. The disciples fighting inside the illusion array were the disciples of Black Heaven sect and Imperial Thunder sect. The ball in the illusory array gradually emitted a faint green light. Then, with a flash of light, a disciple came out from the illusory array. The condensed heaven and earth spiritual chi in the surroundings swarmed towards that disciple. When Zhen Qing saw it clearly, joy appeared on her face. It was Qianheng from the Heavenly Thunder Palace who had reached the foundation building realm. Then, Zhen Qing waved her hand and cast out a seal that temporarily separated the heaven and earth spiritual chi from Qianheng's body. She smiled and said, "Congratulations, Qianheng. Are you going to build your foundation now? Or should I use the spirit accumulation talisman?" Qianheng probably already had a plan in mind. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Grandmaster Zhen. I would like to use the divine accumulation talisman." "Good," Zhen Qing praised. She waved her hand and a shiny talisman flew out from her hand. It should have been prepared beforehand. The talisman landed on Qianheng's head and sank into his body. A clear light flashed on his body and disappeared. As the clear light disappeared, the condensed heaven and earth spiritual chi in the surroundings also disappeared. The extremely dense heaven and earth spiritual chi also returned to normal. "Thank you, Martial Ancestor Zhen." Qianheng bowed and thanked her. "Hee, no need. You can call me Martial Uncle from now on." Zhen Qing was in a good mood. She waved her hand and said, "You should go back to the quiet room to comprehend and stabilize your foundation. If you can't control it, it's better for you to build your foundation as soon as possible." Disciple understands. "Thank you, Martial Uncle Zhen." Qianheng cupped his hands and returned to the quiet room. "Good, my Imperial Thunder sect finally has a disciple who has reached the foundation building realm." Zhen Qing looked around and said with a smile, "You all have to work hard too." "Yes, disciple understands." Everyone bowed and answered. After Zhen Qing left, Qian Diheng waved his hand and said, "Let's go, Junior Brother Xiao. Today is another day. I need to go back to the quiet room to take some pills and recover my magic power. What about you?" Then he looked at Xiao Hua and shook his head. You don't seem to have used much magic power? Hee, I ran away as soon as I saw you. Of course, I can't compare to you when you used your magic weapon. Xiao Hua smiled and said, let's go. There are only a few days left. After the group battles, those who can't enter the top 32 can relax. That's right. There are 13 sects participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms. On average, each sect can only send 3 disciples. I'm afraid I won't make it. Qian Diheng looked at Xiao Hua again and said, Junior brother Xiao hid his strength well. You can even kill Fan Tong of the Changbai sect. I think you can enter the second round of the competition, right? Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I was just lucky. In the next few battles, I relied on my flying talisman to escape. It's impossible for me to enter the top 32. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Qian Diheng didn't ask any more. The two of them walked towards the pavilion of the Imperial Thunder sect. When they arrived at the pavilion, Qian Diheng walked in quickly. He wanted to go back and take the elixir earlier. However, Xiao Hua seemed to remember something and shouted, Oh, right. Senior brother Qian, do you know about the mysterious Yin spirit grass? Mysterious Yin spirit grass? Of course I know about it. Qian Diheng was surprised. He stopped and said carelessly, Why are you asking about it? Nothing. I just want to know what it looks like. Xiao Hua smiled and said. So it's like that. Qian Diheng patted his storage bag and took out a jade slip. He handed it over and said, This jade slip contains the records of the Imperial Thunder sect. Take a look. Well, you don't have to return it to me. I'll ask senior brother to make a copy for me. Hee, thank you, senior brother Qian. Xiao Hua took the jade slip. Qian Diheng left in a hurry. Immersing his divine sense into the jade slip, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. There were many records of the mysterious Yin spirit grass in this jade slip. There were diagrams and introductions. It was exactly what Xiao Hua needed. Oh. This is the mysterious Yin spirit grass. Xiao Hua quickly found the records of the mysterious Yin spirit grass. Hee, I's character is good. I exchanged it for a bunch of mysterious Yin spirit grass seeds in Jinghua City. The little cultivators of the grass spirit sect are also very generous. This mysterious Yin spirit grass is among them. Xiao Hua saw it clearly and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. But why are these two sword cultivators looking for this mysterious Yin spirit grass? This thing seems to be the main ingredient for refining the mysterious Yin spirit pill. The mysterious Yin spirit pill is used by Aurus core stage cultivators to strengthen their primordial spirit. These two little sword cultivators are only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Why do they need this thing? Xiao Hua hesitated slightly and thought, if I can use this mysterious Yin spirit grass to exchange for a sword pill cultivation method or a flying sword technique, that would be great. Thinking, Xiao Hua picked a stalk of mysterious Yin spirit grass and put it in a jade box. He put it in his storage bag and walked out of the pavilion. Then, he asked the patrolling Tai Ching sect disciple where the two sword cultivators lived. Only then did he look for them. Before he arrived, he saw that there were already a few disciples in front of the pavilion. Xiao Hua scratched his chin and walked behind the last disciple. He cupped his hands and said in a low voice, Senior brother, are you, I'm looking for the sword cultivators of Huan country to exchange for something. That disciple didn't wait for Xiao Hua to finish and answered. Thank you, senior brother. Xiao Hua thanked and stood behind this disciple. After a while, he still didn't see any disciples coming out of the pavilion. He heard the disciple in front become impatient. He turned his head and asked, I am Kunlun sect's Kuxingxi. Which sect is fellow Daoist from? I am from Imperial Thunder sect. Oh, Shi country's Imperial Thunder sect. Kuxingxi glanced at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, What do you want to exchange for something with the sword cultivators? Hee, I don't have anything good. I just came to see what the sword cultivators have or what they want. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Xingxi glanced at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, if fellow Taoist Xiao is like this, then it's better to turn back as soon as possible. Why does fellow Taoist Ku say that? Xiao Hua was surprised. He, fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't know. Xingxi said mysteriously, this is already the third day I came here. Why? What you don't know is that those two sword cultivators only wanted this penniless priest to show them the items. They didn't even say what they wanted, nor did they say what they wanted in exchange. Tell me, how could this penniless priest casually give them the items? Therefore, there are many people like junior brother Xiao who come to test things every day, and all of them come out with their tails between their legs. If fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't have anything rare, then it's better to turn back and not waste time. So it's like that. Xiao Hua came to a realization. He raised his hand and pointed, saying, fellow Taoist Ku, look, someone came out. A cultivator who wasn't tall and had an ordinary appearance walked out of the pavilion with his head drooped. Second brother, how is it? Xingxi waved his hand and called out. That cultivator heard Xingxi's call and walked over. He looked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, it's hopeless, big brother. I tried several times but couldn't get anything out of them. I took out a bunch of things, but they didn't even look at them. You still want to go in and try? I'll go in and take a look. After all, Huan country has a lot of things that our 3 cultivation countries don't have. What if I have something they need? Xingxi nodded and said, go back and rest early. There's still a competition tomorrow. After that cultivator left, Xingxi said with a smile, that's I's younger brother, Ku Qiaoyang. He, fellow Taoist Ku is really amazing. Even your younger brother is in the late stage of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. I really admire you. Xiao Hua said with great admiration, somewhat aghast. It's nothing. Although Xingxi's expression was somewhat proud, he still waved his hand and said, those two sword cultivators are really amazing. They're both in the early stage of the foundation building realm. After the time it took to eat a meal, it was finally Xiao Hua's turn. Seeing Xingxi's expressionless face, Xiao Hua knew this guy didn't have profound Yin grass. Chapter 1628. Fellow Taoist, you can go in. The Taiching sect disciple guarding the pavilion saw Xingxi come out and said to Xiao Hua with a smile. The smile on his face was extremely dull, as if he had said this sentence countless times. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and entered the pavilion. This pavilion was similar to the Imperial Thunder sects, but it had fewer quiet rooms. There was a rather large carved wooden door in front of it. Xiao Hua could see that Xingxi came out from that wooden door. Pushing open the wooden door, Xiao Hua saw a large hall inside. Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe were bored to death sitting there. Zhang Yuhe even puffed up her cheeks and used her cherry lips to blow something in the air. Xiao Hua glanced around and saw a small purple sword flying back and forth in the air, just like a swimming fish. Cough cough. Seeing someone come in, Zhang Yutong coughed. Zhang Yuhe glanced at Xiao Hua unhappily and sucked the small purple sword into her mouth like a swallow returning to its nest. When Zhang Yuhe saw Xiao Hua, her eyes lit up. She pointed at Xiao Hua and said, huh? Aren't you that sister? Zhang Yutong rebuked in a low voice, then cupped her hands and said, fellow Taoist seems to have met before. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Presumably, these two sisters had seen too many cultivators in the past few days and had long forgotten his name. He cupped his hands and said, I, Xiao Hua, greet the two fellow Taoists again. Yes, Xiao Hua. Zhang Yuhe didn't seem to hide her forgetfulness. She slapped her forehead and said, your name is too vulgar, I really can't remember it. Zhang Yutong looked at her twin sister as if she had been defeated. She waved her hand and activated the magic tablet on the table, activating the restriction in the hall. Then, she put her index and middle finger together and pointed at the wooden door. A green brilliance hit the wooden door, and a circle of green brilliance rippled from the wooden door, instantly wrapping the entire hall from top to bottom. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please sit. Zhang Yutong pointed at the chair beside her and said with a smile, I wonder what good things fellow Taoist Xiao has brought to exchange with us sisters. Zhang Yuha rolled her eyes at Zhang Yutong, and then a sly smile appeared on her face, like a little fox that saw its prey. She turned to look at Xiaohua. Could it be the thing I told you before? Xiaohua sat down on the chair and said confidently, I came precisely with this item. May I know what fellow Taoists have to exchange for? What? Is there really one? Zhang Yuha and Zhang Yutong looked at each other with a look of disbelief. They stood up almost at the same time and asked, You really have a 6,000-year-old profound Yin spirit grass? Fellow Taoists, don't make such a fuss over nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I do have the profound Yin spirit grass, but I can't be sure of its age. I still need you two fellow Taoists to appraise it yourselves. Of course. As long as fellow Taoist Xiao has it, I will naturally know its age. Zhang Yuha said anxiously, then the spirit grass, Xiaohua said unhurriedly, the spirit grass is naturally in I's storage pouch. After saying that, he patted his storage pouch, but didn't take out the jade box. Zhang Yuha shouted, Take it out and let I see it. Fellow Taoists, please sit down first. We will talk slowly. Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile. Zhang Yutong frowned slightly and pulled Zhang Yuha to sit down. She said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao, are you waiting for a good price? Fellow Taoist, you can say that. Xiaohua nodded slightly, looked around and said, May I know what fellow Taoist is going to exchange for the spirit grass? What do you want? Zhang Yutong thought for a moment and asked calmly. Do you have anything I want? This. Zhang Yutong hesitated, and Zhang Yuha said impatiently, We have spirit stones, best quality pills, and a magic weapon, sister. Zhang Yutong stopped Zhang Yuha again and repeatedly signaled her not to say more. Also, I have a 700-year-old mother-son spirit fruit in my storage pouch. It will be extremely helpful for you to break through. Zhang Yuha looked at Zhang Yutong and still said it. Zhang Yutong sighed, looked at Xiaohua and said, Sister has told you everything we have. Which one do you want? Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. What? You don't want anything? Don't you want to know what the magic weapon is? Zhang Yuha jumped up and said, That is a complete magic weapon. I don't have enough cultivation. I don't want any magic weapon. Xiaohua said calmly, I only want your Xian sword sex sword nurturing and sword driving technique. Impossible. Zhang Yuha and Zhang Yutong said at the same time. Then forget it. Xiaohua spread his hands, shrugged, stood up and said, Fellow Taoists, please remove the restriction. I will take my leave. Zhang Yuha and Zhang Yutong waited for several days. Finally, someone came to give them spirit herbs. How could they let it go? Zhang Yuha walked over and smiled, Fellow Taoist Xiao is not a sword cultivator. What do you want my Xian sword sex sword driving technique for? Fellow Taoist doesn't need to worry about this. I just like to look and I am prepared to read all the spells in the world. Xiaohua said with a smile. I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Xiao also got a sword pill. Zhang Yuha stared at Xiaohua's eyes and asked. Maybe, maybe not. You can slowly guess. Xiaohua didn't give in and answered. At this time, Zhang Yutong also walked over and said sincerely, Fellow Taoist Xiao, sword cultivators like us are not the same as cultivators like you. It's not that we sisters want to make things difficult for you. If you take my Xian sword sex sword driving technique, you won't be able to cultivate it. You will also delay your cultivation for no reason. This is really unwise. Xiaohua smiled, this is I's hobby. Even if I just look at it, I will be happy. Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe were helpless. After discussing for a while, Zhang Yutong said, "Does fellow Daoist Xiao want my Xian sword sex sword driving technique? Or is it okay as long as it is a sword cultivator?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, "Xian sword sex is the best. If it really doesn't work, other sword cultivators' techniques are also fine." Hearing this, Zhang Yuhe let out a sigh of relief. She clapped her hands and took out a sword-shaped jade slip. She said with a smile, "I have a sword driving technique here. It is something from my declining sword cultivator sect. I can exchange it with fellow Daoist Xiao. However, let me say this first. I have never seen this thing before." Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He reached out his hand to take it and said with a smile, "This thing is naturally something that I picked up on the side of the road. It has nothing to do with your sisters." However, where Xiao Hua's hand reached, there was nothing. Zhang Yuhe said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Xiao is not kind. Why didn't you take out the spiritual grass?" Xiao Hua's face turned red. He clapped his hands and took out the jade box containing the spiritual grass. He handed it over and said with a smile, "I was too happy and forgot. Fellow Taoists, please appraise it." "Okay." Zhang Yutong was also overjoyed. She reached out her hand to take a look. When she opened the jade box, she was first pleasantly surprised, but then her face was puzzled. Finally, she was actually a little angry. "What? Is it wrong?" Seeing that Zhang Yutong's expression was so rich, Xiao Hua, who had been staring at her the whole time, felt his heart sink. Zhang Yuhe was also stunned. She snatched the jade box. When she saw the spiritual grass inside, her face also showed incomparable disappointment. She clapped her hands and put the sword-shaped jade slip into her storage bag. She said coldly to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, could it be that you are making fun of my sisters?" Xiao Hua was anxious and said, "The age of this spiritual grass, is it not enough?" Zhang Yuhe said helplessly, "The age is naturally enough. Unfortunately, this is not profound in spiritual grass." "How is that possible? Isn't this profound in grass?" Xiao Hua said anxiously. But after he said that, he realized that it was profound in grass and not profound in spiritual grass. Thinking, he felt that he should take out the jade slip. No, it recorded profound in grass and not profound in spiritual grass. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, what I want is profound in spiritual grass. Not this profound in grass." Zhang Yutong saw that Xiao Hua misunderstood and explained in a low voice, "Profound in spiritual grass is a kind of profound in grass that grows in the profound in illusory realm. Although it is profound in grass, it is different from ordinary profound in grass. It absorbs a special kind of spiritual energy from the profound in illusory realm, so it is called profound in spiritual grass." "Ai, so that's it. I am really ignorant." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He reached out to take back the profound in grass. Who would have thought that he would reach out to nothing? "What?" Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment." Zhang Yuhe suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice. Immediately, Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe communicated with each other again. This time, the two discussed for a longer time. It seemed that there was still some disagreement, and their faces were actually red. But in the end, it was Zhang Yuhe who gained the upper hand. Zhang Yutong sat back in her chair and didn't speak anymore. "Fellow Daoist Xiao." Zhang Yuhe was somewhat proud of herself. She smiled and said, "I discussed with my sister. Although your profound in grass is not profound in spiritual grass, its medicinal age is sufficient. And, to tell you the truth, Tai Ching sect also promised to give I a profound in grass. It's just that the profound in grass is not as old as fellow Daoist Zhao's, so I decided to exchange the spiritual grass with you." Hearing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, fellow Daoist Zhang. You don't need to thank me so early. Because your profound spiritual grass is not profound spiritual grass, I'm afraid I can't give you the sword controlling technique. What? Not the sword controlling technique? Hearing this, Xiaohua immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. He repeatedly said, other than the sword controlling technique, I don't want anything else. Ai's magic treasure. Don't you want to see it? Zhang Yuhe said enticingly. Then, she patted her storage bag and took out a golden hairpin. No. Without even looking, he waved his hand and said, this thing is of little value to Ai. I can't eat it nor use it. I don't want to see it, I don't want to see it. Zhang Yuhe didn't expect that even a magic treasure would not be able to move Xiaohua. She angrily said, I persuaded my sister with great difficulty, and you're not going to give me any face? Today, you're exchanging whether you want to or not. The profound grass is in Ai's hands. I'd like to see how you're going to take it away. As she spoke, she opened her small mouth, and the small purple sword flew out once more. Chapter 1629. Isn't this robbery? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. However, there was nothing he could do. Could it be that he had to report to the Taiqing sect and say that his 1,000-year-old profound grass was forcibly exchanged for a magic weapon by 2 sword cultivators? Not to mention that the Taiqing sect already had the mystic grass and wanted to exchange it with Zhang Yuhe. Would it be a problem for him to interfere? Just the origin of the mystic grass was something that he would not be able to explain to Zhen Qing and the others. Truly a female bandit for no reason. Xiaohua thought angrily, but his gaze landed on the flying sword cruising in the air. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua said with a bitter face, how about this, fellow Daoist Zhang, I don't want your sword controlling technique anymore. How about I just want the sword nurturing technique? Sword nurturing technique? You really want to nurture a sword? Zhang Yuhe said, without the sword controlling technique, what's the use of nurturing a sword? You don't need to worry about that. Xiaohua still said the same thing, however, it's really too light just to nurture the sword. It can't compare to my several 1,000-year-old mysterious grass. If fellow Daoist Zhang has a way to repair the sword pill, I can actually consider it. Sword pill repair method? Plus the sword nurturing technique? This time, it was Zhang Yuhe's turn to shake her head. No, the price is too high. Unless you take out 2 profound grasses. Really? Xiaohua was overjoyed. What? You have 2? Zhang Yuhe's face was only slightly stunned, but there was no joy. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he felt regret. How could he have 1,000-year-old profound grass just because he said so? Seeing Zhang Yuhe's reaction, he said, I want to, but I don't. I don't even want to. Zhang Yuhe rolled her eyes at him. Zhang Yutong, who had been silent all this time, said, fellow Daoist Xiao, did you get a damaged sword pill? You want to repair it and use it? Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, fellow Daoist Zhang is right. Then, can fellow Daoist Xiao take it out and let I see it? Zhang Yutong stared into Xiaohua's eyes and said, if possible, I have a compromise. This. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then with a wave of his hand, he took out the smallest sword pellet and handed it over. He said, I obtained this by chance when I was training. I originally wanted to throw it away, but it seemed to be fun, so I kept it. How could Zhang Yutong believe Xiaohua's words? She took the sword pellet and carefully examined it. She spat out a mouthful of true essence onto the sword pellet, but the sword pellet didn't react at all. Soon after, he expressionlessly handed it over to Zhang Yuhe, who had long been itching to give it a try. Zhang Yuhe looked at it even more carefully before casually tossing it to Xiaohua and saying with a smile, fellow Daoist Xiao, you really picked this up. What a piece of trash. Xiaohua's heart went cold. He cupped his hands and said, I'll listen to fellow Daoist's explanation. Hee, I won't hide it from fellow Daoist Xiao. The quality of your sword pill is indeed not bad. Even us sisters can't tell its origin. Unfortunately, the so-called sword pellet has the essence of the sword. Your sword pellet is completely dead, so it's impossible for it to give birth to sword essence. Naturally, it can't control the sword. Zhang Yuhe said without any trace of politeness, even if you take the sword nurturing technique and the repair technique, it's impossible for you to come back from the dead. So it's like this. Xiao Hua sighed, waved his hand, and put away the sword pellet. But at this time, Zhang Yutong spoke again. However, after seeing fellow Daoist Zhao's sword pellet, I dare to rashly discuss with fellow Daoist Xiao. What do you mean? Xiao Hua was surprised. Zhang Yutong clapped her hands, took out a jade slip in the shape of half a sword, and said with a smile, I also obtained a sword controlling technique in my early years. Most of it has been damaged, leaving only the sword nurturing technique. This sword nurturing technique is somewhat unconventional and is different from the usual techniques of my Xian sword sect. However, from what I know, this sword nurturing technique has a unique effect on repairing sword pellets. If fellow Daoist Xiao is willing, I will reluctantly part with this treasure. Zhang Yuhe was stunned, and said while patting her forehead, Sister, I forgot about this thing. How many years has it been? Then, she said to Xiao Hua, Sister, this thing can indeed meet fellow Daoist Zhao's requirements, but this sword nurturing technique has very high requirements. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please think about it. Forget it, there's nothing to think about. I have no use for this mysterious Yin grass, and the two fellow Taoists also have no use for this jade slip. If we exchange it with each other, it may have some value. Xiao Hua said weakly. Okay. Zhang Yutong waved her hand, and the half-broken jade slip flew into Xiao Hua's hand. Xiao Hua didn't even look at it, and put it in his storage bag. Zhang Yuhe couldn't bear it, and said in a low voice, that fellow Daoist Xiao, if you find the mysterious Yin grass in the future, you can also come to my Xian sword sect. I beg Master to see if he can give you a sword controlling technique. Thank you, fellow Daoist Zhang. Xiao Hua turned around and said, Meng country's mysterious Yin illusion is one of the 10 most dangerous places. I don't know when I can enter it. At that time, if I cultivate a sword pill, it will be too late, right? Fellow Daoist Xiao is right. Sword nurturing starts from the first grade, which is the first level of qi refining. Fellow Daoist Xiao, it's already too late to nurture a sword. Zhang Yuhe said regretfully. It's okay. Zhang Yutong said with a smile, according to the method in the broken sword, you have to nurture a sword at the 9th grade at the latest, which is equivalent to the 12th level of qi refining. Really? Xiao Hua was overjoyed. But then, Zhang Yutong said with a smile, it's just a possibility. The later it is, the less likely it is to successfully nurture a sword. In other words, it's impossible to repair it. There's always some hope. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua said with a bow, in addition, I hope you two fellow Taoists can find the mysterious Yin grass. I will take my leave. Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe opened the restriction and let Xiao Hua go out. Seeing Xiao Hua's depressed face, the other cultivator who came in later was secretly delighted like Xiao Hua when he just went in. Xiao Hua walked back to the Imperial Thunder Sect's pavilion with mixed feelings. As soon as he entered the door, he ran into Min Gu. Min Ji's expression was already very good, and his steps were vigorous. Seeing Xiao Hua coming in from outside, his eyes slightly narrowed, and his face piled up with an indescribable smile. Junior brother Xiao, where did you go? Xiao Hua originally didn't want to pay attention to him, but since the other person spoke, he couldn't not answer. After all, they were from the same sect. Just walking around, nothing important. Xiao Hua said casually. It seems junior brother Xiao had a peaceful day, eh? These words were normal, but the word peaceful provoked Xiao Hua's anger for no reason. Just now, he didn't get the sword controlling technique, so he snorted coldly. I did mess around, but compared to some people who can no longer participate in the competition, I'm considered lucky. You're talking about I? Min Ji's expression immediately changed. There are many disciples in the entire Bright Realm who can't participate. I'll talk about whoever I want, and I'll talk about whoever doesn't have the face to come up. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to him at all, and walked towards his quiet room. Xiaohua, you're good. What's so great about loose cultivators? Min Gu stomped his feet. Junior brother Min, what are you doing? Wang Yunxiao's angry voice came from the door. This is the Tai Ching sect. Why are you being mocked for no reason? Humph, Xiaohua sneered, and activated the magic tablet. He entered the quiet room, and with a flash of brilliance, the quiet room was sealed, and the sound outside was completely silent. He really hated this guy now. Wasn't it just that his cultivation was more profound than his? Wasn't it just that he was still comfortably participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly, and he was already eliminated? How could you possibly know about yours truly's abilities? Xiaohua sneered, and took out the damaged sword-shaped jade slip. He immersed his divine sense in it, and carefully read it. Senior brother Wang, this guy, is getting more and more rampant. He actually dares to scold me. At this time, Min Gu couldn't help but say to Wang Yunxiao in the quiet room, why doesn't this guy die in the illusory array? He's wandering in front of I every day. Guess where Xiaohua went just now? Wang Yunxiao said mysteriously. Where did he go? Could it be that he went to the Utopia faction again? Min Gu asked. Yuan Bo looked at Wang Yunxiao and frowned. This guy's whereabouts are very mysterious. I'm afraid he went to a place that we don't know about, right? Yes, exactly. I saw him go to the Sword Cultivator's pavilion just now. Sword Cultivator? What did he go there for? Min Gu was stunned, but Yuan Bo thought for a moment, and said with a smile, of course he went to exchange something with the Sword Cultivator. He was originally a loose cultivator, and I don't know how many lives he's taken. Naturally, there are some good things in his storage bag. I think he went to the Sword Cultivator to exchange for a magic weapon to use. Sigh, I don't know what the Sword Cultivator wants, and I don't know if that magic weapon is real or not. Min Gu sighed. Wang Yunxiao said mysteriously, I don't know if he succeeded in exchanging, but he went in for a long time, and when he came out, he was very arrogant. I think he must have gained something. Could it be, he really exchanged for that magic weapon? Yuan Bo said involuntarily, how many good things did he have in his storage bag? Yes, he is. Min Gu also came to a realization, but then he covered his mouth and said, Ancestor Zhen didn't let us say more, there must be something fishy about it. Wang Yunxiao, Yuan Bo, and Min Gu all had a kind of understanding on their faces. They looked at each other and secretly calculated in their hearts. In the quiet room, Xiaohua silently withdrew his divine sense from the jade scroll, his face was calm. But it was only calm for a moment. Xiaohua hit the ground with his palm, and a burst of shame and anger appeared on his face. Damn it, I suffered a big loss this time. The method of nurturing this sword pill is not wrong, and it's also a unique way. It's just like Zhang Yutong said, it can repair the sword pill. But, where did I get sword energy? Without sword energy, I can only place this sword pill in my dantian to nurture it. Although there is a secret method to nurture a sword pill with true qi, it's still inferior. The flying sword cultivated is neither fish nor fowl, so it's better to directly use the flying sword technique. Moreover, I've already cultivated the dragon transformation art. My meridians are a whole, and so is my dantian. I can't place a flying sword that I don't know if it can be cultivated in my dantian to nurture and destroy my daily cultivation of the dragon transformation art. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed, feeling a wave of pain in his heart. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1630. As for Xiaohua, he had lost several thousand years of profound Een grass in exchange for an unusable jade slip, causing him to feel indignant. He closed his eyes and meditated for a moment before taking out the jade slip and carefully reading it again. When he had almost finished reading the jade slip, his eyes lit up. Oh, it can actually be nourished with divine sense? What kind of spiritual sword can this nurture? It's just that the possibility of nurturing a spiritual sword is too small. Xiao Hua frowned again. Forget it. It's getting late and the sky is bright. Why do I have to participate in the competition today? Alas, why don't? Although Xiao Hua thought so, he still couldn't bear to give up. When Xiao Hua came out of the quiet room, he ran into other disciples. There were still a dozen or so disciples from the Imperial Thunder sect who were qualified to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. At this time, they all came out of their quiet rooms. Seeing Xiao Hua come out, Sun Shu walked a few steps forward as if he wanted to say something, but Xiao Hua was in a bad mood. He glanced at Sun Shu and didn't greet him. Sun Shu was a little embarrassed, but he still walked beside Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "Junior Martial Brother Xiao, a disciple from the Earth Thunder Palace built his foundation yesterday. Did you know?" Xiao Hua glanced at him, then looked ahead and said in a low voice, "What does other people building their foundation have to do with you?" Sun Shu bit his lip and thought for a moment, then said, "I was just envious. I don't know when I can build my foundation. Maybe it's today, maybe it's tomorrow, maybe it's the day after tomorrow." Xiao Hua said indifferently, "If you think about building your foundation every day, how can you have a calm heart? Without calmness, how can you build your foundation?" Sun Shu was shocked when he heard this. It was like a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. He didn't care about other people's gazes and bowed respectfully, "Junior Martial Brother Xiao, please accept I's bow." Xiao Hua quickly helped him up and said with a smile, "I'm just saying. I'm not building my foundation, so it's easy for me to say that. Don't think I know a lot." Sun Shu knew what Xiao Hua said was reasonable, but Xiao Hua reminded him after all, so he was still grateful. Before the two of them even walked out of the pavilion, they were already bowing and supporting each other. In the eyes of some people with ulterior motives, there was naturally a lot of resentment. The competition of the Feather Immortal Gathering was coming to an end. Those who could build their foundation had already found their opportunity. There were many disciples like Sun Shu, who were at the late stage of the 12th level of Qi refining. They were so close to building their foundation, but they just couldn't find the knack for it. They were missing that sliver of opportunity. Just as a certain great cultivator had said, although cultivation was made up of 99% hard work and less than 5% chance, that less than 5% chance dictated your fate, and you wouldn't be able to exchange for it even if you used 100% of your hard work. Since they knew that they had come to the Feather Immortal Gathering in vain, all the disciples held back during the battles. Of course, there were also some disciples who harbored wishful thinking and blindly clung on to him. They wanted to use 100% of their hard work to exchange for less than 5% of the opportunity. Fortunately, in the next 2 days, Xiao Hua didn't encounter any opponents that were too valiant. When the disciples of the other sects saw Xiao Hua's outstanding flying skills, they basically gave up on trying to kill him. Instead, they carried out a rather disciplined competition with each other. Therefore, although Xiao Hua's results in the first round of the Feather Immortal Gathering weren't good, they were definitely not bad. He was actually ranked second among the 20 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Other than Qian Mo from the Heavenly Thunder Palace who was ranked 10th, he actually beat Kuan Fian from the Heavenly Thunder Palace and was ranked 23rd among the top 32 disciples. Kuan Fian was ranked 30th. Of course, those disciples who had built their foundation didn't participate in the second round of the competition. In the eyes of everyone, Xiao Hua's ranking was really a little unbelievable. But thinking about it carefully, on the first day of the Feather Immortal Gathering, Xiao Hua obtained 12 points and was ranked first in the Imperial Thunder sect. In the subsequent battles, Xiao Hua mostly won, and only a few lost. It was normal for him to be ranked second. Moreover, don't forget that Xiao Hua had killed a disciple from the Changbai sect of Meng who had a magic treasure. If such a fierce person didn't enter the top 32, it could only mean that the heavens were unfair. This kind of result was worth mentioning to others, but in Xiaohua's eyes, this wasn't what he was happy about. On the second day after Xiaohua obtained the sword nurturing method, he carefully thought about how to bring the sword pill into his Naiwan palace at night to nourish it with his divine thoughts. He was surprised to find that in the heart of his Buddha Sarira, there were actually dots of Buddha light. These different colored Buddha light actually formed a faintly discernible Buddha fire. Xiaohua was immediately overjoyed because to nurture the sword pill, one had to rely on the nascent vital energy in the Dantian and nascent divine thoughts in the Naiwan palace. The Buddha Sarira had already taken shape, but the Buddha fire in the heart of the Buddha Sarira was still nascent. It could be used to nurture the sword pill. Naturally, Xiaohua didn't know whether it would be a spiritual sword or a Buddha sword that would be nurtured. What he was thinking now was to not let the several thousand profound Yin grass be given away in vain. Moreover, the sword pill was also picked up for free, it would be a waste not to refine it. The sword nurturing method that Zhang Yutong gave him was indeed real. After Xiaohua sent the 9 sword pills and the small bucket that contained them into the heart of the Buddha Sarira, he began to comprehend the sword nurturing method. After several days of bitter cultivation, he actually gradually stepped onto the right track. The Buddha fire formed by the Buddha light was the same as sword origin, vital energy, or divine thoughts. It slowly covered the 9 sword pills and the small bucket together, slowly mending and nurturing them. Of course, Xiaohua was still somewhat baffled. He wasn't too clear on how the heart of the Buddha appeared in the Buddha Sarira. Let's wait until the exquisite leaf scripture is complete. There must be a detailed record inside. This was the method that Xiaohua thought of in his joy. Nurturing spiritual swords wasn't something that could be done overnight. Xiaohua didn't plan to use flying swords for the time being. He just let them be nurtured in the Buddha fire. After the first stage of the Feather Immortal gathering, there was only one day of rest. This day was the same as the first day of the Feather Immortal gathering. Through the battles these days, many disciples obtained good things that they didn't need from their opponents. At this time, they could also take them to the square to exchange with others. Most importantly, some sects didn't want some of their things to fall outside. At this time, they could also take advantage of the situation. The sects that had these things offered a price. Generally speaking, the other sects wouldn't refuse. After all, this kind of thing could happen to both sides. In fact, Xiaohua got so many things from the storage bag of Fan Tong of the Changbai sect that day. If it wasn't for the fact that the quantity was too large, the Changbai sect could also make a request to the Imperial Thunder sect at this time. Of course, the premise was that Xiaohua was willing. Xiaohua was a money grubber in his bones. How could he return the things that were in his hands? Therefore, he was too lazy to go to this kind of trade gathering. He closed his door and cultivated bitterly. However, when it was close to noon, the restriction of the quiet room suddenly shook a little. Xiaohua frowned and opened the restriction. There was someone outside his door. Why is it this guy? Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and was stunned. It was Kuxingxi of the Kunlun sect who was in line with him in front of the sword cultivator's door that day. Could it be, he knows that I exchanged profound Yin grass for the sword cultivators? Xiaohua's face was a little gloomy and uncertain. He felt a little guilty. That can't be right. Even if someone is looking for trouble, it should be the Taiqing sect. Their profound Yin grass was lost, Xiaohua thought, and could only open the door. He cupped his hands and said, I wonder what fellow Taoist Ku wants. Seeing that it was Xiaohua, Kuxingxi was very happy. He cupped his hands and said, I was wondering why fellow Taoist Zhao's name sounded so familiar. So it's really the fellow Taoist we met that night. Xiaohua's heart moved. He smiled apologetically and said, What? Could it be? Fellow Taoist Ku exchanged for something that you deliberately wanted? Hee, how could it be? Who knows what those 2 sword cultivators wanted to exchange for? I and the other fellow Taoists knew that there were magic treasures that could be exchanged for, but we couldn't find what they needed. Then, he asked Xiaohua mysteriously, did fellow Taoist Xiao exchange for that magic treasure? Xiaohua shrugged and spread out his hands. If I were to exchange, would those two sword cultivators still be able to exchange with fellow Taoists? That's right, so I also know that fellow Taoist Xiao is also empty-handed like I. Kuxingxi said with a smile. Xiaohua was puzzled again. What? Fellow Taoist Ku came here today for this? Kuxingxi shook his head repeatedly. Of course not. I was sent by martial ancestor Han Zhu to invite fellow Taoist Xiao for a chat. Han Zhu? Martial ancestor Han? Xiaohua was stunned. He naturally knew that this Han Zhu was a senior who practiced Buddhist cultivation techniques. But, didn't he say that he would come to find me after the Feather Immortal gathering? Moreover, he repeatedly warned me not to reveal my Buddhist cultivation, so why did he send a disciple to find me? Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you know my martial ancestor Han? Kuxingxi asked with a smile. Xiaohua heard and quickly shook his head. I don't know, I've never seen your martial ancestor Han. That's strange. Martial ancestor Han specifically asked I to invite fellow Taoist Xiao. I thought that fellow Taoist Xiao was very close to martial ancestor Han. Kuxingxi was also somewhat confused. I don't dare to disobey an elder's orders. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoist Ku, lead the way. Won't we know once we go and take a look? If we delay for too long, won't Senior Han be unhappy? That's right, that's right. Kuxingxi didn't care about getting closer to Xiaohua and hurriedly left with him. Just as they walked out of the pavilion, Yuan Bo and Mingu walked out of their quiet room and looked at each other. The two of them also followed Xiaohua and Kuxingxi and watched the two of them enter the Kunlun sect pavilion. Yuan Bo and Mingu looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt. Mingu transmitted his voice, Senior brother Yuan Bo, this Xiaohua is becoming more and more strange. How does he know a disciple of the Kunlun sect of the Lian country? How would we know? But what we can be sure of is that there's definitely something wrong with this guy. He's definitely not a pure loose cultivator. He must have some other purpose for joining my Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, I also have the same idea. Mingu sneered. The two of them turned and entered the square, but their eyes were still wandering around the Kunlun sect pavilion. Chapter 1631. Kuxingxi brought Xiaohua to a rather large quiet room. Han Zhu was sitting inside with his eyes closed. When he saw Kuxingxi leading Xiaohua into the quiet room, he waved his hand. Kuxingxi bowed respectfully and left, not daring to say a word. Sit down. Han Zhu pointed at the futon beside him and said in a low voice. Yes, I will do as you say. Xiaohua respectfully sat down. Then, Han Zhu activated the restriction in the room. He stretched out his hand and pointed a few times in the air. A light curtain-like restriction appeared in the air and covered both Xiaohua and Han Zhu. Finally, Han Zhu took out a small sparkling flag from his bosom and waved it. The world spirit qi in the surroundings was sucked dry. Another layer of three-colored brilliance flashed. It seemed like another layer of restriction had been added. After doing all this, Han Zhu transmitted his voice to Xiaohua. It's okay to be in the square in Tai Ching sect's territory, but you have to be careful here. I understand. Xiaohua also transmitted his voice. Didn't you say to contact me after the Feather Immortal assembly? Won't it be much safer then? It's the same no matter when. Han Zhu smiled and said, after the Feather Immortal assembly, you will return to the country of Shi with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. I have even less reason to look for you. Xiaohua nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The person in front of him was a gold core stage senior. In terms of cultivation of the Buddhist sect, he was even more unreachable. He could only be in a position arranged by others. I have been secretly observing you these few days. Han Zhu's face was filled with gratification. He said, to be honest, I didn't expect your skills to be so good even though your cultivation level is not high. That spear tip seems to be a demonic weapon. You used it to perfection. It's really amazing. I don't dare. It's just a trivial matter. It's not worthy of your attention. Xiaohua said humbly. Not at all. Not at all. Han Zhu shook his head and said, you don't know. Early in the ancient times, a group of cultivators only cultivated their bodies. They didn't cultivate their hearts or Tao. They could prove their Tao with just their celestial bodies. The Tao of breaking through with strength has existed since ancient times. Moreover, there is also the cultivation method of the great strength Vajra in the Buddhist sect. It emphasizes the strength of the body. Becoming a saint with your physical body. Envy appeared in Xiaohua's eyes as he said in a low voice, it's a pity that Junior doesn't have such a technique and can only barely win in the battle. Hee, that's exactly why I called you here today. Han Zhu smiled and said, I wonder if you understood the golden puppet I gave you last time? Senior, please understand. Junior has seen a few superficial ones, and only feels that the profoundness within is limitless. Xiaohua nodded and said, but, this golden NI seems to be incomplete. Great. Han Zhu clapped and said, it's just as you said. This is only the first half of the golden centipede. Yes, or perhaps it's the first part. As for the golden centipede after that, I don't have it myself. Then. Xiaohua somewhat understood. His eyes turned and asked, where can I find it? Do you know the ruins of the Buddhist sect? Han Zhu stared at Xiaohua and asked. Junior has seen it in a secret manual. It seems to be a very dangerous place. As for where it is, Junior doesn't know. Xiaohua said honestly. Yes, in fact, the so-called ruins of the Buddhist sect is just a general name. The real core is located. Besides this old man, I'm afraid no one else in this world knows. Han Zhu sighed. According to this old man's estimation, the second half of the golden centipede, as well as many Buddhist sect cultivation methods, are also inside. Xiaohua's heart moved. He smiled apologetically and said, Senior means, could it be that you want Junior to go with Senior? You? Han Zhu glanced at Xiaohua and shook his head, you want to go? Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low. This old man wants to help you, but I can't. Good, that's good. Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief and secretly shouted in his heart. He was really afraid that Han Zhu wanted him to go to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. In front of Han Zhu, his cultivation was like a chicken. If he went, he would only be used by others. As if he could understand Xiaohua's thoughts, Han Zhu glared at Xiaohua and coldly snorted, look at you, how can you become a capable person? If this old man goes to the ruins of the Buddhist sect, I will definitely go by myself. Bringing you along will only be a burden. Are you afraid that this old man will harm you? Xiaohua said in panic, Junior doesn't dare. Junior's cultivation is too shallow. I don't dare to go to those dangerous places. Sigh, it's not your fault. Han Zhu sighed. Nowadays, the cultivation world is full of intrigue and intrigue. It's a life and death struggle. Where is the peace and prosperity of the Buddhist sect? The Buddhist sect's prosperous paradise is not something you can imagine. Paradise? Xiaohua was stunned. What kind of place is that? What is recorded in the Golden Centipede is the Buddhist sect's ruins. As for whether there is still a paradise in this world after the Buddhist sect is destroyed, this old man doesn't know. Actually, to tell you the truth, Xiaohua, this old man has been searching for where the Buddhist sect went. What? Wasn't the Buddhist sect destroyed? Xiaohua asked in disbelief, isn't this what Senior said? Little guy, don't forget that the Buddhist sect is the same as the Taoist sect. If someone says that the cultivation world was destroyed by the Buddhist sect, do you think it's possible? Xiaohua frowned and thought for a long time. then shook his head and said, if it's my Imperial Thunder sect or the Kunlun sect that was destroyed, then it's possible. Even the entire country of Shi or the country of Lian was destroyed, but how could the cultivation orthodoxy be destroyed? Isn't there still the Cultivation Alliance in the far west? That's right. Han Zhu clapped and said, a sect of the Buddhist sect can be destroyed, but the orthodoxy of the Buddhist sect will definitely not be destroyed. As for where they went? That's really a mystery. Moreover, since the Buddhist sect's ruins are in our 3 cultivation countries, and our 3 cultivation countries are so isolated from the Cultivation Alliance in the far west, don't you think there's a problem? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This junior only heard of the Cultivation Alliance before coming to the Feather Immortal Assembly. This junior has never thought about the Buddhist sect. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to cultivate the Vajra body? Vajra body? Xiao Hua was startled, then he quickly shook his head. This junior only needs the Imperial Thunder sect's cultivation method. I don't dare to think about other things. You really don't want it? Han Zhu smiled and said, this old man saw that your divine strength was incomparable, so I wanted to teach you the incomplete cultivation method in my hands. There really is such a cultivation method? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. With that, Han Zhu clapped his hand and another golden puppet appeared in his hand. He asked, there is indeed such a cultivation method. However, the cultivation method of the Vajra body is different from the cultivation method and the cultivation method of the body cultivator. In this old man's opinion, it's really inconceivable. Xiao Hua reached out his hand, but withdrew it again. He shook his head and said, even senior finds it difficult, this junior doesn't want to see it. Take it. Han Zhu waved his hand and the golden puppet flew to Xiao Hua. Han Zhu said in a lonely tone, it is fate that the Buddhist sect's cultivation method can be successfully cultivated by you and me. If this old man doesn't give you the Vajra body's cultivation method, who else can I give it to? Besides, the Vajra body is also an ultimate technique of the Buddhist sect. Cultivating it together with the relic can complement each other. Your relic's cultivation method is too low level. Perhaps you can use this Vajra body to make up for it. Xiao Hua was secretly delighted and said with a smile, I don't dare to refuse the elder's gift. This junior thanks you. Han Zhu waved his hand, then took out a small pale golden Buddha from his storage bag. He flew to Xiao Hua and said, take this thing first. When your cultivation reaches the middle or late stage of foundation establishment, then immerse your divine sense into it. There will be a message left for you by this old man inside. Remember, it's best to look at it when you're at the late stage of foundation establishment. There's no benefit in looking at it earlier. Yes, this junior understands. Xiao Hua kept the small golden Buddha and replied respectfully. After that, Han Zhu didn't ask Xiao Hua anything else. He closed his eyes and slowly told Xiao Hua about some of his experiences, taboos, and detours in cultivating the Buddhist sect's relic. Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard it and quickly memorized it in his heart. After a long time, Han Zhu reminded Xiao Hua, during these few days of the Feather Immortal Assembly, if you have time, you can come to this old man's place. If someone asks, just say that this old man met you when he was traveling in the country of Shi and had a good impression of you. I gave you some pointers. Yes, this is not a problem. This kid used to be a loose cultivator. This answer is the best. Xiao Hua stood up respectfully and said, oh, this is this old man's keepsake. Take one. If Zhen Qing asks, let him take a look. Han Zhu waved his hand and a jade pendant flew into Xiao Hua's hand. On the jade pendant was a lofty mountain ridge with a round moon hanging high in the sky. The jade pendant was cold to the touch and was somewhat icy. Senior's consideration is really meticulous. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Hua kept the jade pendant and bowed to express his gratitude. Yes, you can go now. Han Zhu waved his hand and said, the second stage of the Feather Immortal Gathering is a competition for the reputation of the various sections. Although your cultivation is not bad, there is no need for you to get involved. It is better to focus on your cultivation. I understand. I do not want to participate in the first stage of the competition. However, due to the rules of the Feather Immortal gathering and my master's reputation, I have no choice but to participate. Hehe, I heard that. You also gained a lot of benefits? Han Zhu said with a smile. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, I was careless. As he spoke, he slapped his hand and took out a soul concentrating pill for golden core stage cultivators and handed it to Han Zhu. He said, I do not know about golden core stage cultivators' elixirs. This soul concentrating pill is what my Imperial Thunder Sect's ancestor Gen wants. Senior, do you want to? Hehe, I do not need the soul concentrating pill. My Buddhist sect cultivates the soul. Take out the other elixirs. Han Zhu did not hold back and said with a smile. Yes, I have been rude. Xiao Hua hurriedly took out one elixir from each of the elixirs. Han Zhu took a few glances and pointed his finger. A three-colored elixir flew into Xiao Hua's hand. This is the soul-nourishing pill. It is used by golden core stage cultivators to nourish their spiritual sense. Hehe, it has other uses that others do not know about. Han Zhu said with a smile, the Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques are marvelous. However, when it comes to refining elixirs, it is far inferior to the Taoist sect. Chapter 1632. Is that so? Xiao Hua smiled and picked up the other medicinal pill, respectfully delivering it in front of Han Zhu. Senior, you've given me a lot of pointers, so this medicinal pill is my filial piety. Han Zhu glanced at Xiao Hua and nodded. Fine, I really do need this medicinal pill, so I won't argue with you. If it weren't for this mind enchantment fruit being too hard to find, I'd also refine some myself. As he spoke, he very casually put it away. To Taoist cultivators, this mind nourishment pill only mends divine sense, but to Buddhist cultivators, it's nurturing relics. Han Zhu also didn't hold back and said in a low voice, when your cultivation reaches core formation, you can also try taking it yourself. Xiao Hua put the medicinal pills into his storage pouch and said with a wry smile, I don't even dare to hope for foundation establishment, so how can I dare to think about core formation now? Ha ha ha, I won't say much, you'll naturally know in the future. Han Zhu laughed loudly and waved his hand, indicating for Xiao Hua to leave. Just as Han Zhu opened the quiet room's restriction, Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he said with a smile, Senior, I'll take the liberty to ask, what? Is there something else? Han Zhu stared blankly. That. Senior definitely has the pill formula for the mind nourishment pill, right? What's this mind enchantment fruit? If possible, can Senior bestow the pill formula for the mind nourishment pill to me? Xiao Hua said somewhat hesitantly, if I come across it in the future, I can also exchange it to show my filial piety to Senior. Hehe, okay, this pill formula isn't anything special. I obtained it from a Changbai sect foundation establishment cultivator in my early years. Han Zhu didn't hide it, waving his hand and a jade slip flew out. Xiao Hua received it, then bowed and took his leave, leaving the quiet room. Outside the quiet room, Kuxingxi had been waiting respectfully the whole time. Seeing Xiao Hua come out, he hurriedly welcomed him and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiao Hua had already seen him and immediately cupped his hands with a smile. Fellow Taoist Ku, so your sect's senior Han Zhu is a senior I met in my early years when I was traveling. I didn't know his name before, but now that I've met him again, I'm really happy. Fellow Taoist Zhao's a lucky chance. Kuxingxi's face was full of envy. Martial ancestor Han Zhu probably has a good reputation in our humble sect. He's very approachable. Fellow Taoist Xiao must have received a lot of guidance in his early years. Xiao Hua nodded. That's right. Back then, I didn't know that Senior Han Zhu was a core formation cultivator. I even thought he was a foundation establishment cultivator. After a few more words, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and took his leave. When Xiaohua walked out of the Kunlun sect's pavilion, Yuan Bo and Min Gu, who had been waiting outside for a long time, immediately followed from a distance, wanting to see where Xiaohua was going. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would return to his quiet room and not come out for the whole night, until the next morning? Not waiting for Xiaohua to open the restriction of the quiet room, the walls of the quiet room flashed with brilliance. Who's visiting so early? Xiaohua opened his eyes and thought somewhat unhappily. Yesterday, when he returned to the quiet room, he carefully savored the cultivation experience of the Buddhist sect Saraira that Han Zhu had told him. He firmly remembered every word and sentence in his heart and thought about it over and over again. At this moment, he was still comparing them with his own Saraira with great interest. Now that he saw someone come to visit, he was naturally unhappy. When he opened the restriction of the quiet room, he heard Sun Shu's voice. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, hurry, hurry. The second stage of the competition is about to be announced. Many disciples have already gone out to wait. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao is in the middle of the competition. Could it be that you're not anxious? Anxious? Xiaohua shook his head slightly. This 23rd place was really a bit too much. According to his previous thoughts, he didn't plan to enter the top 32 at all. However, seeing Sun Shu greet him, Xiaohua smiled and said, Senior Marshal Sister Sun, I was really lucky to be able to enter the top 32. The second stage of the competition is even more intense. I don't dare to have extravagant hopes. Sun Shu waved her hand and said, hurry up and go. We've already entered the second stage of the competition. How can it still be up to you? Didn't you hear? The disciples who just entered the top 10 will all get a reliance pill? What? Reliance pill? The legendary medicinal pill that can increase one's chances of reaching foundation establishment? Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he said anxiously, this thing. Our Imperial Thunder sect doesn't even know what kind of spiritual grass to use. How can their Taiqing sect have it? Sun Shu smiled and shook her head. How would I know? It's all said by others. But since someone said it, there's naturally a source of information. It's better to believe it than not. That's right. Xiaohua's heart was also filled with energy. He quickly followed Sun Shu out of the pavilion. At this time, there were already many people in the square. They were all disciples from various sects who came to watch the competition. Xiaohua and the others stood still and waited for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. In the air in front of the square, there was a loud bang as a signal similar to a firework exploded. Immediately after, a huge light screen appeared where the firework came from. The light screen was overflowing with colorful lights and all kinds of colors mixed with each other. It was like a pot of porridge that had been opened. Little friends. Renju appeared in front of the light screen and said with a smile, more than half of the Feather Immortal Assembly has been successfully held. In the first stage of the competition, 12 disciples have successfully reached foundation establishment. This is the highest number of foundation establishment disciples in the history of the Feather Immortal Assembly. This also proves the correctness of the Feather Immortal Assembly held by the three kingdoms of cultivation. The experience of our ancestors has already proved that although meditation can increase one's cultivation, it's not enough to break through the realm. Cultivators who have been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time should experience more life and death. Only then can they temper their Taoist heart and improve their realm. 32 disciples have been selected in the first stage of the Feather Immortal Assembly. These 32 disciples will be eliminated in the second stage of the competition to determine the top 4. Of course, if any disciple reaches foundation establishment in the competition, he will have to withdraw from the competition and the opponent will win. Let's not talk about the reward for the top 4. In this Feather Immortal Assembly, our Taiqing sect sincerely requests the Immortal Alliance to bestow 8 excuse pills. The top 8 of this competition will receive an extra excuse pill. Boom! The disciples in the square all started to discuss among themselves. They had come here to verify the news of the reliance pills. Although the number of reliance pills was not the same, the reliance pills really did exist, so how could they not be excited? Immortal Alliance? Xiao Hua, who was in the square, was slightly stunned. He said to himself, what is this Immortal Alliance? Why haven't I heard of it? What do you think? Fellow Daoist Xiao, if you can enter the top 8, the excuse pill will increase your chances of reaching foundation establishment by 20%. Sun Shu said with an envious expression. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He transmitted his voice, Senior Sun, this Immortal Alliance. What is it? Immortal Alliance? Sun Shu was slightly surprised. Fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't know about the Immortal Alliance. If I knew, would I still ask Senior Sun? Xiao Hua shook his head. Then. Fellow Daoist Xiao knows about the War of Immortals and Demons? Demon Resisting Valley? Sun Shu asked. Xiao Hua continued to transmit his voice, I've heard of it, but I'm not very clear about it. Sun Shu was about to speak when Ren Zhu, who was in midair, raised her voice again. Invite the leaders of each sect to come over and arrange the battle situation. When Sun Shu heard this, she became excited. She said in a low voice, let's talk about this later. Look at who your opponent is. Xiao Hua looked up and saw that the light screen in midair was divided into 2 parts. The lower half was still flowing with light and overflowing with color, chaotic, while the upper half was calm. Moreover, at the very bottom, there was a row of 32 small cubes. Above the cubes, there was another row of 16 cubes. Above that, there were 8 cubes, 4 cubes, 2 cubes, and 1 cubes. Xiao Hua understood that these 32 squares were the names of the 32 disciples. The 16 squares in the second row were the names of the disciples who won the first round. The one at the top should be the champion of this competition. Sure enough, following Ren Zhu's voice, the 12 golden core cultivators of the thunder-controlling sect, Liao Zhouquan of the Changbai sect, and others flew to Ren Zhu's side. Ren Zhu smiled and said, my Tai Ching sect is organizing this feather immortal gathering. Therefore, my Tai Ching sect will not participate in the arrangement. Once everyone is arranged, the remaining seats will belong to my Tai Ching sect's disciples. Which one of you will go first? I will go first. The golden core cultivator of the immortal ascending sect, Yang Fan, stepped forward and smiled. I will send Su Fu, Wu Qiming, and He Shoujing to the top 32. As he said that, 3 shiny tokens appeared in his hand. Yang Fan waved his hand and the 3 tokens flew into the lower half of the flowing light. The entire brilliance scattered and the 3 tokens could be seen flying around casually. After a while, each of them flew into a different grid. Su Fu's name landed on the 16th grid, Wu Qiming's name landed on the 5th grid, and He Shoujing's name landed on the 18th grid. Great! Yang Fan clapped his hands and smiled. Ai's luck is not bad. As he spoke, he retreated to the side. It's Ai's turn. The golden core cultivator of the immortal music sect, Tian Wei, stepped forward with a smile and said, my immortal music sect only has 2 disciples in the top 32. Yang Fan, who was beside him, smiled and said, your immortal music sect already has a female disciple in the foundation establishment stage. What are you not satisfied with? Haha. Tian Wei laughed and waved his hand. 2 shiny tokens also flew into the air. After a while, 2 tokens appeared. One was Zhong Tianqing who landed on the 11th place, and the other was Li Yu who landed on the 31st place. Ai's luck is not bad too. Tian Wei smiled and retreated half a step. Zhen Qing stepped forward and said, my thunder-controlling sect has 3 disciples in the foundation establishment stage. Let's see Ai's luck. As she spoke, she also threw 3 tokens into the air. In a moment, the results were revealed. However, Zhen Qing's expression was a little absent-minded. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. Looks like Ai's luck is not as good as yours. Everyone in the square was also discussing. Qian Mo's token landed on the 3rd place, while Xiao Hua and Kuan Fian's tokens landed on the 20th and 19th places respectively. In other words, in the first round of the competition, Xiao Hua and Kuan Fian would face off against each other. Only one of the two disciples from the thunder-controlling sect could enter the second round. This kind of situation where disciples from the same sect met each other was extremely rare in the Feather Immortal gathering. It had to be said that Zhen Qing's luck was really bad. Chapter 1633. Kuan Fian, who was standing not too far away from Xiao Hua, had a bad look on her face. In the first round of the competition, her ranking was not as good as Xiao Hua's. If it was another group, perhaps the ranking would not be comparable. However, she was in the same group as Xiao Hua. Their opponents were exactly the same. If Xiao Hua could suppress her, Xiao Hua's cultivation would definitely be higher than hers. She really did not expect that Xiao Hua, who only knew how to run away during the selection of the Imperial Thunder sect, would improve so much in the Feather Immortal Assembly. Although she did not break through to the Foundation establishment stage through the life and death competition of the Feather Immortal Assembly, her cultivation did indeed improve. Not only her, but Li Xiaoxiao, Sun Shu, and the others also improved. However, compared to Xiao Hua, they were still too far away. Compared to Kuan Fian, Xiao Hua's expression was very normal. It seemed that there was no change at all. This made Kuan Fian feel that Xiao Hua had a card up his sleeve. Then, the Golden Core stage representatives of the various sects also threw out the name plates of their disciples. The 32 disciples were finally arranged: Meng Country, Celestial Ascension Sect, Su Fu, 16th, Wu Qiming, 5th, He Shouzheng, 18th, Xian Le Sect, Zhong Tianqing, 11th, Li Yu, 31st, Changbai Sect, Ma Junmin, 15th, Lu Sishu, 27th, Taiqing Sect, Fan Xiaoer, 10th, Xiao Minghan, 21st, Lian Country and Nanming Sect, Lu Qi, 4th, Yang Difu, 30th, Xie Xiaoxing, 6th, Kunlun Sect, Kuxingxi, 25th, Zhang Haoran, 13th, Xian Tian Sect, Yan Feiming, 9th, Zhang Yihao, 32nd, Utopia Sect, Yang Fengcheng, 8th, Zhang Xian, 24th, Shi Country, Huanhua Sect, Kai Hongxia, 2nd, Yun Guichong, 28th, Zhang Shiqian, 22nd, Imperial Thunder Sect, Qian Mo, 3rd, Xiaohua, 20th, Kuan Fian, 19th, Xuanyan Sect, Zhuo Qingyuan, 17th, Zhang Xiaojiang, 29th, Qiqiao Sect, Qianming, 7th, Tsing Xiangguan, 14th, Wei, 26th, Shang Huazong, Fan Wentao, 1st, LV Yanyan, 12th, Qi Zhiqin, 23rd. Zhen Qing was originally in a bad mood. However, when she saw that there were 3 disciples from the Imperial Thunder sect among the 32 disciples, which was more than the previous Feather Immortal Gathering's 2 disciples. It was even more than the number of disciples from the Xuanyan school in the country of Xi. As for Xiao Hua, he looked at his own position. After fighting with Kuan Fian, his next match would be against the winner of Zhang Xiaojiang and Yang Difu's match. One of them was taught by Xuanyan, the other from Nanming sect. He wasn't familiar with them, so he didn't know how much stronger they were compared to him. Alright, disciples, your seats have been arranged. Go back and rest for a while. After an hour, we will begin the second stage of the Feather Immortal Gathering. Ren Zhu said loudly. After everyone left the square, the Golden Core stage masters from the various sects also descended from the sky. Jiang Chenghong from Xuanyan's sect had an ugly expression on her face. When she saw Zhen Qing, she mocked herself. Fellow Daoist Zhen, congratulations. This year, not only did you have a disciple in the Foundation establishment stage, there are also 3 disciples who entered the second stage. That Qian Mo is actually ranked 10th among the 32 disciples. This is really worthy of congratulations. Zhen Qing's face was also filled with regret. Sigh, that is the reward for the disciples' hard work. Furthermore, the points of the first stage are also related to the groups. If your sect was in the same group as the Imperial Thunder sect, I'm afraid that there would be more disciples entering. Seeing Zhen Qing's humility, Jiang Changhong's mood was slightly better. She nodded and said, "Yes, this is also luck." Of course, Ai's luck is not good. It's a pity that when two disciples went up, they were both from the same sect. Only one disciple can enter the second stage. What a pity. Fellow Taoist Jen, out of these two disciples, who do you think will win? Jen Qing looked at Jiang Changhong in confusion. She didn't understand why he was so concerned about the Imperial Thunder sect disciples. I was just casually asking. Jiang Changhong quickly smiled and said, "I'm sure that there are many disciples who didn't participate in the second stage of the competition who are very curious, right?" Sigh, fellow Taoist Jiang is right. Jen Qing pondered for a moment. She hesitated for a moment and said, "According to Ai's observation, Xiaohua should win." Why? This Xiaohua seems to only be at the early stage of the qi refining stage. Although he has advanced by leaps and bounds in this period of time and seems to be showing signs of entering the middle stage, compared to that female disciple called Kuan Fian, he is still lacking by quite a bit, right? Stage is only one aspect. Jen Qing said. She suddenly paused and smiled. Wouldn't you know if you look at their rankings? Xiaohua's ranking is higher than Kuan Fian's. That's right, that's right. Jiang Changhong smiled and walked away. Strange, why would this guy be so interested in a qi refining cultivator from my Imperial Thunder sect? Jen Qing was puzzled. Fellow Taoist Jen, not far away, Xiong Fei called out, "The two female sword cultivators from the Xianjian sect have already stayed in the Hao realm for quite some time. It seems like they haven't found what they want yet. Should we go and take a look?" What good things can a small cultivator of the drawing sword first stage have? Jen Qing smiled. I heard the disciples say that they have magic treasures. Why don't we go take a look? Then fellow Taoist Xiong, please. Jen Qing nodded and said. Not to mention that Jen Qing and Xiong Fei went to see Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe, Xiaohua followed everyone back to the pavilion. Just as he sat down in the quiet room, he saw Qian Diheng calling for him. What? Martial Uncle Zhen Yu called me over? What's the matter? Xiaohua was very surprised. Qian Diheng smiled. What can it be? It's just a routine encouragement. It seems that senior martial brother Qian Mo already went over. All right. Xiaohua followed Qian Diheng into Zhen Yu's quiet room. Zhen Yu's quiet room was a little dark. Zhen Yu sat on the chair at the head of the table. Xiaohua stood about 10 feet in front of Zhen Yu respectfully. After waiting for a while, Zhen Yu didn't say anything. Xiaohua felt a little strange and sneaked a glance in front of him. Coincidentally, Zhen Yu was also looking at Xiaohua. Their gazes met and Zhen Yu smiled. Xiaohua, I called you over today to ask your opinion about the Feather Immortal gathering. It's pretty good. When the disciples of the various sects spar, not only can they get to know each other better, they can also increase their cultivation. This kind of competition should be held frequently. Xiaohua blurted out. Ha ha ha. Zhen Yu laughed and shook his head. Don't keep me in suspense. Your master and I are old friends. If he was here, he definitely wouldn't say such things. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Then I'll have to ask Martial Uncle Zhen for advice. What do I have to say? If you didn't know when you first came here, how could you not know now? Zhen Yu sneered. Now, how could you not know that the Feather Immortal gathering is an opportunity for the disciples of the various sects to fight each other to the death? It's an opportunity for them to grow amidst the bloodshed. Xiaohua was speechless and didn't reply. Actually, I've been observing you. Ever since you registered for the Feather Immortal Gathering's disciple selection at the Diligent Thunder Hall, I've been paying attention to you. Zhen Yu said in an amiable manner. At that time, your flying speed was extremely fast, but your cultivation wasn't very good. Therefore, you were lucky enough to obtain the last qualification to participate in the Feather Immortal Gathering. I won't hide it from you. That day, I wanted to persuade your master. He might not know what the Feather Immortal Gathering is like, but I know it very well. However, participating in the Feather Immortal Gathering is an honor for the Imperial Thunder Sect. Your myriad Thunder Valley hasn't had a disciple participate in it for many years. I can't embarrass you. After coming to the Hao realm, I have been secretly protecting you. I don't want you to get injured during the competition. Hee, I'm sure you don't know about this. Xiaohua said respectfully, how would I know about Martial Uncle Zhen's cultivation? I'm grateful for Martial Uncle Zhen's protection. Actually. I didn't mean to tell you all this. I didn't want you to know about it. However, you exceeded my expectations. Not only did you not get injured during the competition, you even managed to enter the top 32. This improvement is really huge. I can't help it. Senior Martial Brother is really good at teaching disciples. When I return to the Imperial Thunder Sect, I'll definitely report this to the Vice Sect Leader. The Thunderous Palace will definitely reward the Myriad Thunder Valley greatly. Xiaohua cursed in his heart, but he still maintained a respectful expression on his face. He smiled and said, Martial Uncle Zhen, this disciple understands your feelings. If there's anything you need this disciple to do, as long as this disciple has the ability to do it, this disciple will definitely do it. Good. 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 Hearing Xiaohua's words, Zhen Yu clapped his hands and said, as expected of a disciple who was born as a loose cultivator. You have a deep understanding of my intentions. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Zhen Yu looked at the restrictions around the room that had been activated and said, I called you here this time because I want you to do something for me. It's extremely easy for you. It's as easy as blowing off dust. Oh. Xiaohua didn't understand. Please instruct me. It's very simple. During the competition, it's as easy as blowing off dust. Zhen Yu transmitted his voice. What? Xiaohua's expression changed. What else was there to say? Joining the fight without any effort, wasn't it just to make him lose to Kuan Fian? Martial nephew Xiao. Don't be so surprised. Zhen Yu said with a smile, your cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds, but your foundation is still not enough. Even if you win this competition, are you sure you can defeat all the opponents you meet later on? If there's any mishap, you'll be throwing away the face of my Imperial Thunder Sect. For such a big matter, I won't interfere. After that, he looked at Xiaohua's gloomy face and said, it's a good thing that you can get a ranking, but you have to look at the big picture. Your ranking in my Imperial Thunder Sect's face, that's secondary. You can't disregard the interests of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples just because of your own personal interests. My Imperial Thunder Sect took you in and gave you cultivation methods, pills, and a place for you to cultivate. At the crucial moment, you should make some concessions for my Imperial Thunder Sect. This is what every Imperial Thunder Sect disciple should do. It's also the awareness and responsibility of every Imperial Thunder Sect disciple. Zhen Yu looked at Xiaohua and said word by word, as a disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect, you should also put the 3 words Imperial Thunder Sect in front of Xiaohua's name. Disciple. Disciple understands. Xiaohua took a deep breath and said with a smile, disciple understands. Great. Zhen Yu looked down on Xiaohua. He didn't expect Xiaohua to be so easily intimidated. He praised, Martial nephew Xiao is indeed generous. You'll definitely become a great talent in the future. I have high hopes for you. I wouldn't dare. Xiaohua bowed and said, however, this disciple's cultivation foundation is shallow. My current cultivation level is still okay, but when it comes to building my foundation, it will definitely be very difficult. Therefore, this disciple is still very concerned about that reliance pill. As expected of a rogue cultivator. Greedy. Zhen Yu sneered in his heart. However, he said, Martial nephew Xiao, this borrowing pill is not an easy thing. Let's not talk about whether you can defeat Kuan Fian. Even if you win, there are still 2 experts behind you. It'll be difficult for you to enter the top 8. Moreover, To be honest, I don't have the borrowing pill. Even if I want to give it to you, I can't. Then it's a little difficult. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and smiled apologetically. Disciples saw that during the Feather Immortal gathering, some disciples were even willing to throw away their lives for the sake of building their foundation. Disciple might also do something unexpected for the sake of this immunity pill. Zhenyu frowned and thought for a while. He patted his storage bag and took out a jade bottle. He said, I have a building foundation pill here. I think you can use it in the future. Xiaohua didn't take it. He smiled and said, when Master and Senior Brother met, he already gave me a building foundation pill. I don't think I can use it. Martial Uncle, if you have any cultivation techniques or the recipe for the borrowing pill, you can show it to me. Martial Nephew Xiao. Zhenyu sneered, this old man called you here only to reason with you, to compare the righteousness of the Imperial Thunder sect with your petty profits. If you don't want to listen and insist on acting recklessly, this old man won't be able to stop you. This. Xiaohua thought for a while and nodded. My cultivation base is shallow. One building foundation pill won't be useful. How about 3? Snobbish person. As expected, this is a blatant bargaining. Zhenyu cursed in his heart. He patted his hand and took out 2 more jade bottles. He threw them in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua hesitated. He didn't want to take them. Xiaohua, if you don't want them, Zhenyu said angrily. I want them. Xiaohua took the 3 jade bottles with a wave of his sleeve. He cupped his hands and said, Martial Uncle, if there is nothing else, I will go now. The competition is about to start. I still have to effortlessly compete with Senior Sister Kuan. Yes, there is nothing else. You can go now. Zhenyu waved his sleeve and removed the restriction on the room. Xiaohua walked out of the room expressionlessly. Chapter 1634. He actually wants this young master to lose to Kuan Fian. His grandmother, if this young master can't pass the second round, does he think he can? Xiaohua silently cursed in his heart. Is he just trying to get a good ranking? What's the use of that thing? I didn't intend to do anything. If it weren't for the excuse pill, I would have admitted defeat as soon as I got on the stage. I still have some time before I reach the foundation establishment stage. The excuse pill can only increase my chances by 30%, so it probably won't be of much use. I'll take advantage of the situation and get 3 foundation establishment pills for free. It's not a bad deal. Alas, 30% chance of reaching the foundation establishment stage. Xiaohua had never received any guidance from orthodox cultivators since he was young. How could he understand the meaning of 30%? If it were any other disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, even if they had to give in to Zhenyu, the price of giving in would be at least 10 foundation establishment pills. Of course, among all the disciples participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly, only Xiaohua, a disciple with no background, could be given such an assignment by Zhenyu. As for the others, he had to think about it carefully and make a balance between the Earth Thunder Palace and the other Thunder Palaces. When Xiaohua arrived at the square, he saw 16 slightly larger illusory arrays in the air. The 16 large illusory arrays were lined up in a row, and there were many disciples of the Taiqing sect and disciples of other sects participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly. At this time, the illusory arrays were different from the previous ones. Not only were they 10 times larger than before, but the light shields outside the illusory arrays obviously had a magnifying effect. Except for a few of the light shields, which were still overflowing with 5 colors, only 2 names kept flashing on them. The other light shields clearly showed the scene of 2 people fighting inside the illusory arrays. Quick, Xiaohua, hurry up. You'll be forced to forfeit in 15 minutes. Xiaohua's figure had just appeared on the square when the voices of Sun Shu, Li Xiaoxiao, and Qian Diheng sounded. The 3 of them were anxious. Seeing their expressions, Xiaohua's cold heart was slightly moved. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, I have some trivial matters to attend to. Sorry. Qian Diheng looked at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, I thought you couldn't get out. How could that be? Xiaohua faintly smiled. Stop talking, hurry up and go in. Sun Shu pointed his finger at one of the illusory arrays. Xiaohua's name was on it, and it flickered slightly. Where is senior sister Kuan? Have they already gone in? That's right. Li Xiaoxiao was also a little anxious. Xiaohua was escorted to the illusory array by the crowd. Xiaohua took out his talisman and activated his magic power, throwing himself into the illusory array. The 5 colors on the illusory array flashed and the 5 colors on the light barrier disappeared. On top of the orange-colored volcano, Xiaohua and Kuan Fian stood facing each other. Senior sister Li, who do you think will win? Sun Shu looked at the two and couldn't help but ask. Naturally it's Xiaohua. Li Xiaoxiao said very calmly. I think so too. Sun Shu heaved a sigh of relief and agreed. Qian Diheng glanced at the two and transmitted his voice, I don't think so. If something unexpected happens later, don't be surprised. Li Xiaoxiao and Sun Shu were a little shocked. They unconsciously looked at each other and thoughtfully looked at the light barrier. They saw Xiaohua standing in front of Kuan Fian with his arms crossed and coldly smiled. Senior sister Kuan, little brother greets you. Good, junior brother Xiao, please show mercy. Kuan Fian's expression was normal, the panic from before had long disappeared. With a clap of her hand, a string of jade beads like magic artifacts was taken out by her. Activating her magic power, the beads one by one flew into the air. The beads were of different colors and released different lights. Xiaohua saw this and sighed slightly. He also clapped his hands and the black dust flew into the air. Xiaohua's face had an indescribable smile as he said, Senior sister Kuan, little brother is going to attack. Kuan Fian's expression changed slightly and nodded, Junior brother Xiao, please. Okay. Xiaohua activated the black dust and a 1 qi wide yellow light pillar flew out from the black dust and directly covered Kuan Fian. Kuan Fian also activated the string of jade beads, and as it spun, it blocked above his head. Shwa! The light beam scattered down, and the grains of sand swarmed onto the string of jade beads. The string of jade beads flickered with endless brilliance, and began to rotate even more violently. In an instant, a powerful suction force was emitted, and the light beam was actually sucked into the string of jade beads, disappearing without a trace. The suction force of the string of jade beads was indeed strong, but to Xiaohua, his magic power was still not enough. He activated the black dust and easily rushed out. Xiaohua could even split the light pillar of the black dust into several parts and attack Kuan Fian separately. Of course, wasn't this just a show? Xiaohua's face showed a look of surprise. He pointed with his finger and the black dust's brilliance immediately retracted and flew in a semicircle in the air and back into Xiaohua's hand. Senior sister Kuan, your magic power is profound and far from what I can compare to. Since we are all from the same sect and we still have to face the disciples of other sects in the second round, I can only admit defeat. I hope that senior sister Kuan can win in the first round and take first place. Xiaohua kept the black dust and bowed as he said. Yes, since junior brother Xiao is so focused on the big picture, I won't be unreasonable. I will definitely carry junior brother Zhao's hopes and the hopes of all the disciples of the same sect and charge into the top 8. Kuan Fian didn't dare to keep the string of jade beads and only stood in the air and bowed in return. Xiaohua had a faint smile on his face and glanced at the string of jade beads that were still shining brightly. He activated his flying technique and left the illusion array. Just as Xiaohua left the illusion array released a red light and there was also the sound of music. On the light screen, Kuan Fian's name appeared and after a few flashes, it disappeared. Looking at the huge mirror in the air, Kuan Fian's name in the second round of squares was shining. Ah! It's over just like that? Xiao Chang's disciples, who wanted to watch a good show, were all dumbfounded. But soon after, everyone came to their senses. What could they say? Their mouths were mumbling, some were cursing, some were regretful. They dispersed. There were still 15 battles to the side, enough for them to watch. How is it? Xian Diheng looked at the gloomy Sun Shu and Li Xiaoxiao and transmitted his voice. Do you feel very surprised? AI, there is nothing surprising. Li Xiaoxiao shook her head. I should have thought of it long ago. Sun Shu felt a burst of sadness for no reason and forced a smile. I don't want to think like that, but the truth is like this. Xian Diheng said and pointed at Xiao Hua, who flew out, but I don't see this guy's depressed look. Sure enough, Xiao Hua, who flew out of the illusion array, was as calm as water, without any emotions or annoyance. Junior brother Xiao. Sun Shu didn't know what to say but still called out, a loss is a loss, it's nothing, there is still a next time. I lost? Xiao Hua said with a smile, then looked at the crowd and said, everyone, let's have fun here. I gained some insights from the battle just now, and I will go back to the quiet room to cultivate. If there is nothing special, can you call me after the battle and the Feather Immortal Assembly is over? Fellow Taoist Xiao, are you okay? Sun Shu was a bit worried. Xiao Hua didn't look cold like before. Even Li Xiaoxiao was a bit concerned. That's right, junior brother Xiao, let's watch the other battles, maybe you can gain some insights. I really gained some insights, goodbye. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and quickly walked out of the square. Looking at Xiao Hua's back that wasn't depressed at all, even Xian Diheng was a bit surprised. Maybe he can gain more by giving up than by not giving up? But, what is better than the reliance pill? Not far away, Zhen smiled and looked at the two disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect with satisfaction. Zhen, why did the battle between Xiao Hua and Kuan Fian end so quickly? Behind Zhen Qing's surprised voice sounded. Martial uncle, Xiao Hua only tested Kuan Fian's strength and felt that he couldn't win, so he gave up. I think he didn't want to waste Kuan Fian's spiritual energy because of his useless battle. Zhen smiled apologetically. This Xiao Hua has a good view of the big picture, as expected of a responsible disciple. Is that so? Zhen Qing didn't understand. That is the reliance pill. Every disciple who wants to build their foundation wants it. Isn't he tempted? I don't know, maybe it's because he is still in the middle of the 12th level of qi refining. Zhen explained, he is still quite far away from building his foundation, so he gave this opportunity to a disciple who needs it more. Noble character and unquestionable integrity. Zhen Qing's face showed an indescribable expression. Zhen smiled and pointed, Qian Mo is over there, and he seems to have the upper hand. Shall I accompany martial uncle to take a look? Good, I want to see the prowess of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. Zhen Qing clapped her hands and smiled. Not to mention that everyone was watching from the square and was impressed by the brilliant techniques of the disciples in the illusion array. Xiao Hua returned to his meditation room and activated the restriction. He took out the golden puppet and released his Buddhist awareness. After looking at it carefully for a moment, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. He thought to himself, this great Vajradharma body's cultivation method is really weird. It is actually a method that I have never thought of before, using pain to stimulate the body and train the Dharma body. Is this the Buddhist sect's Zoni forbearance? But from the cultivation level of this technique, I seem to have reached the 3rd level of this technique out of the 9 levels. This seems to be related to the fire marrow flame crystal's flame that I absorbed previously. Thinking of the 130 million mysterious dots in his body, Xiao Hua had a headache. This thing must be very useful, but he had no idea how to cultivate it. Perhaps the next time he has the chance to absorb the fire marrow flame crystal, he would try using this great strength Vajradharma body's cultivation method. Soon after, Xiao Hua put away the golden puppet, and with a flip of his hand, he took out the jade slip containing the cloud-suppressing seal. He immersed his divine sense into it and began to read it carefully. Chapter 1635. Xiao Hua looked at the jade slip again and again until he confirmed that he had completely memorized it. Only then did he put the jade slip into his space and then closed his eyes to think. After a long time, Xiao Hua waved his hand and the small cloud-suppressing seal flew into the air. Looking at this tattered little thing that didn't have any splendor, Xiao Hua thought to himself, if this thing was placed aside, no matter how I look at it, it's impossible for me to treat it as a magic treasure. Thinking, he stretched out his finger and tried to force a drop of blood out. However, after a few tries, the blood could not flow out from his finger. Huh? What's going on? Xiao Hua was very puzzled. It seemed that a few years ago in Zhen Lei Palace's Jade Archive Hall, he had easily forced out a drop of blood. Suddenly, Xiao Hua remembered the record of the great strength King Kong Dharma body. Could it be? I's body is really like the Dharma body, invulnerable? Thinking of this, he waved his hand and took out the black iron needle. Then, he gently pierced it into his ring finger. Sure enough, the black iron needle only touched the surface of the finger. It was as if it touched an extremely hard iron plate and could not pierce any further. Huh, wonderful, wonderful. Xiao Hua almost jumped up and thought, this is just the 3rd level of cultivation. If I can cultivate all 9 levels of the great strength King Kong Dharma body, wouldn't I not be afraid of any magic weapon? But, if even the black iron needle can't pierce the finger, how can this cloud-suppressing seal be used as a blood sacrifice? Xiao Hua was a little worried. He then picked up the black iron needle and pierced it into his finger. Fortunately, he finally squeezed out a drop of blood. Xiao Hua breathed a sigh of relief and pointed his finger. That drop of blood flew into the air. Xiao Hua's hands flicked out a series of seals, not into the drop of blood, but into the drop of blood. Along with the seals, that drop of blood gradually elongated and thinned. Finally, it formed a shape similar to the cloud-suppressing seal. Go! Xiao Hua pointed his finger and the cloud-suppressing seal floating beside him flew into the drop of blood. Then, Xiao Hua's hands continued to cast seals and that drop of blood slowly soaked into the cloud-suppressing seal. As Xiao Hua's drop of blood entered, another drop of dirty blood was gradually forced out from the other side. Xiao Hua stopped his spell and waved his hand. A wisp of true samadhi fire flew out and burned the bloodstains. Immediately, the bloodstains disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, Xiao Hua swallowed a soul-gathering pill and closed his eyes. As he circulated his energy, he began to imbue different techniques into the cloud-suppressing seal. Under Xiao Hua's refinement, the cloud-suppressing seal slowly began to churn in the air, gradually revealing traces of brilliance. 1 day, 2 days, all the way until the 5th day of the 2nd phase of the Feather Immortal gathering, Xiao Hua remained in seclusion, refining the cloud-suppressing seal in his quiet room. At this moment, there was only a huge illusory formation left in the plaza. Within it, there were 2 cultivators fighting for first place in the Feather Immortal gathering. One of them was Xuanyan School's disciple, Wuxia Yuan, who had long reached the late stage of the 12th layer of qi refining. The other was also someone Xiao Hua was familiar with, Yun Guichong, who had recently reached the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining. At this moment, the battle between the 2 was nearing its end. Both of their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had used up a lot of their magic power. Zhuo Qingyuan had a flying sword above his head. It was swallowing and spitting out a sword ray that was half a foot long. It stared at Yun Guichong like a spiritual snake. On the other hand, the magic tool above Yun Guichong's head was an emerald green thing that looked like a bamboo tube. At this moment it was also floating in the air, eager to attack. Go! Zhuo Qingyuan roared angrily. The flying sword suddenly flew out and pierced towards Yun Guichong's chest with incomparable speed. Yun Guichong did not hesitate. He swiped his index and middle fingers in the air. With a pang sound, a ray of brilliance like water spurted out from the bamboo tube. Under Yun Guichong's command, the brilliance blocked the front of the bamboo tube. Seeing that the flying sword was about to pierce the brilliance, Zhuo Qingyuan's 2 index fingers suddenly separated. The flying sword suddenly split into 2. It went around the brilliance on both sides and pierced towards Yun Guicheng's waist from the side. This sudden change was certainly out of everyone's expectations. However, Yun Guicheng was not slow despite his shock. He patted his waist and a belt that was 4 fingers wide appeared from his waist. Then, countless runes flew out from the belt and spun in front of the flying sword. When the flying sword came into contact with these runes, it was as if it had sunk into a quagmire. It could only stab 3 inches into the belt. It was impossible for it to stab half an inch further. When Zhuo Qingyuan saw this, he gritted his teeth slightly. He patted his hand and a shiny spiritual talisman appeared in his hand. He urged his magic power and pasted it on his forehead. Roar! Zhuo Qingyuan roared. On Zhuo Qingyuan's forehead, an inch-long horn gradually appeared. A faint outline gradually appeared on his arms and back. Giant spiritual talisman. The people watching the battle were shocked. This spiritual talisman was indeed powerful, but the magic power required was also very high. Usually, only foundation establishment stage cultivators could support it. Not many Qi refinement stage cultivators dared to try it, unless they felt that their magic power was comparable to that of foundation establishment stage cultivators. Zhuo Qingyuan's physical body gradually grew bigger under the effect of the giant spiritual talisman. He was gradually taller than the previous 2. However, what surprised everyone was that Yun Guicheng, who was in front of Zhuo Qingyuan, did not panic at all. He just silently watched the changes in Zhuo Qingyuan's physical body, deep in thought. Seeing that Zhuo Qingyuan's giant spiritual talisman was about to succeed, Yun Guicheng also patted his hand and laughed. Since fellow Zhuo wants to compete with magic power, I will accompany you. As he spoke, a shiny spiritual talisman appeared in his hand and he also pasted it on his body. Roar! With almost the same roar, Yun Guicheng's physical body also began to transform. However, the shape of the transformation was slightly different. This was great. Everyone in the square showed excitement and admiration on their faces. Since both of them had used the giant spirit talisman, then the final battle would be a direct competition of magic power. Whoever had a deeper cultivation and more powerful magic power would be able to create more energy, and that person would be able to defeat the other party. This was a real fight, without the help of any magic tools. Fight! Zhuo Qingyuan waited for the giant spiritual talisman to fully take effect. He shouted impatiently and waved his fist. His huge body rushed towards Yun Guicheng. Although Yun Guicheng was half a step slower, his giant spiritual talisman was different. The huge beast transformed from his physical body was slightly smaller than Zhuo Qingyuan. Seeing Zhuo Qingyuan's fist, which was bigger than a drum, coming towards him, he also raised his fist to meet it. Boom! There was a loud sound. The whole square shook, and everyone's ears hurt from the vibrations. My goodness, how can he be so powerful? Everyone in the square was so shocked that they didn't know what to say. This illusory magic array had one advantage. The images inside the illusory magic array could be seen clearly, but the sound was pitifully soft, almost inaudible. The 2 transformed giant spirit beasts could actually shake the square outside the illusory magic array. What kind of magical ability was this? However, the people standing at the edge of the square immediately felt that something was wrong. It was as if the tremors and sounds came from behind them. When they inadvertently turned around to look, they saw that the distant pavilion where the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples lived had already collapsed by now. In the midst of the ruins, Xiaohua, covered in dirt and grime, slowly crawled out of it. Damn it, this cloud-suppressing seal really lives up to its reputation. Xiaohua patted off the dirt on his body. He was both excited and vexed as he thought to himself, this young master was just testing its power a little. How could I accidentally break the restrictions of the quiet room? Oh, no, half of the pavilion? That's right, after Xiaohua successfully refined the cloud-suppressing seal, he very casually patted the wall of his quiet room. It was just a very light pat, there was absolutely no other meaning behind it, really. As a result, the restrictions on the wall were like paper. The wall also collapsed one after another as if it was made of mud. The Taiching sect's disciple who was on duty in front of the pavilion looked at the embarrassed Xiao Hua in a daze. He didn't know whether he should go up and apologize or not. He should ask if it was his doing. Just as Xiao Hua made the noise, the result of the battle in the illusion array was also revealed. Yun Zhaochong suddenly used his elbow to hit the back of Zhuo Qingyuan's neck. Zhuo Qingyuan felt a burst of dizziness. The true qi in his body became slightly sluggish, and his magic power couldn't be transmitted to the giant spirit talisman in time. Zhuo Qingyuan's entire body was like a deflated bubble, rapidly shrinking. The scales on his body also rapidly disappeared. When he returned to his original state, Zhuo Qingyuan's face was pale. He took a medicinal pill, cupped his hands, and said, "Fellow Daoist Yun's magic power is too strong. I can't compare. I admit defeat." Hearing Zhuo Qingyuan's words, Yun Zhaochong took the giant spirit talisman and gradually returned to his original state. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo intentionally let me win. I don't dare accept it. Forget it. The new generation replaces the old. I am ashamed." As he said that, Zhuo Qingyuan activated his magic card and flew out of the illusion array. He went back to his quiet room. Seeing that the first place of the Feather Immortal gathering had been decided, everyone was still looking at the collapsed pavilion of the Imperial Thunder sect strangely. They didn't know what had happened. "Well, disciples, it's already dusk. Everyone, go back to your quiet rooms to rest. Tomorrow morning, the Taiching sect will give out rewards to the top few disciples according to the usual practice." Ren Zhu was flying in the air again. She said loudly, "Moreover, the Taiching sect has a surprise for the top 32 disciples tomorrow." There's a surprise tomorrow? What is it? The group of cultivators couldn't help but think of Dao Jing who had welcomed them here. That cultivator who liked to keep them in suspense. It seemed that tomorrow was the time to break the suspense. As for the collapsed pavilion of the Imperial Thunder sect, the Taiching sect didn't ask too much. After all, Xiao Hua was cultivating, and it involved some secrets. Even the disciples of the Taiching sect would occasionally have something like this happen, but it wasn't as loud and imposing as this. Moreover, there were many pavilions in the Bright Realm. They could just find some more. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were cultivating in their new quiet rooms with their eyes closed, waiting for the surprise the next day. Xiao Hua was sitting in front of Sun Shu and Qian Diheng, listening to them talking about the excitement of the past few days. Chapter 1636. Since the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect had moved to a new pavilion, they naturally had to change their magic tablets. The Taiching sect disciple who helped them change their magic tablets looked at Xiao Hua several times. He himself was the clearest about how solid the restrictions set up in the pavilion were. Xiao Hua, a mere qi condensation disciple, was actually able to break the restrictions and even topple half of the pavilion. This method was something he couldn't understand even if he cracked his head. After the Taiching sect disciple left, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect returned to their quiet rooms. Looking at Qian Diheng's gaze, Xiao Hua looked innocent. He waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Qian, don't look at me. I definitely don't know about this matter. It has nothing to do with me." Hee hee. Qian Diheng laughed and said, "I didn't say anything. Why are you in such a hurry to explain?" Xiao Hua shrugged. When he was about to speak, Sun Shu laughed and said, "At that time, there was only junior brother Xiao in the pavilion. If it has nothing to do with him, no one will believe it. Although I was the only one, but I am also a victim. I really don't know anything." Fine, if it's not you then it's not you. You didn't say anything. Qian Diheng waved his hand and opened the restriction formation of his quiet room. He said, "Junior brother Xiao, senior sister Sun, are you interested in tasting some spiritual fruits in Ai's room?" Looking at Qian Diheng's sincere gaze, Xiao Hua was thoughtful. Qian Diheng's cultivation was average. Although he relied on the care of his elders and a defensive magic treasure to come to the Feather Immortal Assembly, from their interactions during this period of time, he was a cultivator with some genuine temperament. He was much more pleasing to the eye than Kuan Fian and the others. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't hold back. He cupped his hands and said, "Ai's taste is bland, so I'm a chatterbox." Sun Shu's position in the Sun Thunder Palace might be lower than Qian Diheng's in the Heavenly Thunder Palace, but it wasn't that far off. He also cupped his hands and entered the quiet room. Qian Diheng took out some spiritual fruits from his storage bag. The three of them ate while talking about the competition in the past few days. Just as we expected, Senior Kuan Fei Yen Kuan's cultivation is limited after all. Even though she tried her best and exhausted all her mana, she still stopped at the second round. As Sun Shu spoke, there was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. According to Ai, if junior brother Xiao were to go, he would at least reach the third round. Xiaohua didn't say anything. Regarding this matter, since it was already in the past and it was ordered by Zhenyu, he could only pretend that nothing had happened. However, Qian Diheng didn't mention it at all. Senior brother Qian Mo is still the best, actually snatching the 8th place. As expected, Qian Diheng immediately changed the topic. Senior brother Qian Mo is so powerful, yet he's only ranked 8th? Xiao Hua felt a little strange. In his opinion, Qian Mo should at least be in the top 4. Hee, junior brother Xiao, 8th place is already not bad. Qian Diheng said in a low voice, "My Imperial Thunder sect is not at the forefront in the country of Shi's cultivation world. Xuanyan sect, Qiqiao sect, and Shanghua sect are all stronger than us. Even Huanhua sect is not much better than us. Moreover, the cultivation level of our country of Shi is slightly worse than that of Meng country and Lian country. Think about it, in the 13 cultivation countries, my Imperial Thunder sect can only be considered as below average. I heard that in the past, we occasionally got into the top 8, but most of the time, we were ranked 9th or 10th. So, senior brother Qian Mo's 8th place is not bad?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Of course, you didn't see Martial Uncle Zhen Yu's happy face when he saw Qian Mo get 8th place. Sun Shu snorted and said. After listening for a moment, Xiao Hua asked tentatively, "Then, how is Huanhua sect's result?" Huanhua sect. Damn it. Qian Diheng slapped his thigh and shouted, "Junior brother Xiao, you missed a lot of exciting things." Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and said anxiously, "What? Does Huanhua sect have any powerful disciples?" Of course, in this year's Feather Immortal Assembly, Huanhua sect was in the limelight. Qian Diheng gnashed his teeth and said, "The strength of the Huanhua sect should be similar to that of my Imperial Thunder sect. According to this poor Taoist's estimation, they should be ranked 9th, 10th, or 7th at most. But, didn't you see? The first place of this Feather Immortal Assembly is actually a disciple of Huanhua sect, and he doesn't look very old. How can he be so powerful? I really don't understand." Sun Shu said angrily. It seemed that she wouldn't be angry if the disciples of Qiqiao sect, Shanghua sect, or Xuanyan school got first place, but Huanhua sect couldn't. Qian Diheng also didn't understand and said in a low voice, "Listen, usually, the first place of this Feather Immortal Assembly is either Meng country or Lian country. The 3 sects of our country of Shi don't have many chances to take first place, but today, the first 2 places are actually disciples of our country of Shi. This really puzzles me." Seeing that the 2 of them were talking about things that he didn't care about, Xiao Hua was a little anxious and asked, "What about the other disciples of Huanhua sect? I'm afraid they didn't have any outstanding performances, right?" "No, you're wrong. This time, the flower washing sect is really fierce. Besides this guy called Yun Jichong, there's also someone called Fairy Hongxia. She's also killing everyone. If I hadn't met this Yun Jichong and given up on my own initiative, the first place might have been Fairy Hongxia. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Although the feelings in his heart were unknown to others, he was happy to hear about her and know that she had succeeded in her cultivation. Sun Shu said again, "You don't know, junior brother Xiao, when Red Dawn Fairy went on stage that day, many young disciples cheered for her. That atmosphere. TSK, 90% of the disciples went to watch Red Dawn Fairy's battle. Yes, and 10% of the disciples were female." Qian Diheng blinked and smiled. Sun Shu glanced at Qian Diheng and said, "It seems that some disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect still wandered around in front of Huanhua sect's pavilion." Tisk, Qian Diheng didn't hide anything and said, "There's an old saying among mortals that a gentleman wants a fair and graceful woman. This humble Daoist is handsome and talented, and is also a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. I am a perfect match for that Fairy Hongxia. Even if I have to ask the sect leader of the Rinsing Flower sect for help, this humble Daoist's backbone will still be strong." Ha ha ha. Sun Shu laughed. It seems that there are many disciples with such thoughts. There's probably one in each of the 13 sects of cultivation. When Qian Diheng heard this, he was a little dejected and said helplessly, "That's right. Who asked Fairy Hongxia to fight a few days ago?" Her red silk fluttered in the wind, and she looked valiant and formidable. Her methods were amazing, and she was even more beautiful than a celestial being. If she couldn't attract so many disciples, then we male cultivators would be blind. What a pity. Sun Shu said mockingly, "Her senior brother is the champion of this Feather Immortal gathering, and they're a match made in heaven. I'm afraid you don't have a chance. How can that Yun Jichong compare to I? I already found out that Yun Jichong is just a disciple of Su Yanyan's family. His background can't be compared to I. But what if Red Dawn Fairy likes him?" Sun Shu said mercilessly. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face turned black and he wanted to leave several times. When the two finally stopped, he quickly asked, "Right, what's the surprise tomorrow? Fellow Taoists, do you have any news?" "Who knows? It has nothing to do with us." Qian Diheng quickly waved his hand. "It's already said that it's for the top 32 disciples. Who would think more?" Then, he said to Sun Shu, "Right, senior sister Sun, what do you think I should do to attract Red Dawn Fairy's attention?" Xiao Hua snorted and stood up. "Senior brothers, you can think about it slowly here. I'm going back to rest. I still have to wait for the Taiqing sect surprise tomorrow morning." "Hey! Junior brother Xiao." Sun Shu stood up and wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Qian Diheng. "Senior sister Sun, give me an idea. If I can beat that Yun Jichong, wouldn't I also win glory for my Imperial Thunder sect?" Listening to Qian Diheng's words, Xiao Hua had mixed feelings. He slowly walked out of the quiet room, and then out of the pavilion. It was already dusk, and the setting sun was like a fire that dyed half the sky red. The dark red sunlight shone on Xiao Hua's young face, revealing a hint of coldness. Xiao Hua's curved eyes were looking at a pavilion not far from here. In front of the pavilion, there were more than 10 young disciples scattered. Although they were all looking in different directions and didn't seem to have anything to do with the pavilion, their eyes were all glancing at the entrance of the pavilion from time to time. Could it be that this pavilion belongs to those two sword cultivators? These disciples are still drooling over that magic treasure? Xiao Hua was a little confused. But at this moment, a Taiqing sect disciple came out from inside and said loudly, "Fairy Hongxia replied to everyone. There is still a competition tomorrow, so she can't meet everyone. Please forgive her." After saying that, the Taiqing sect disciple went in. Xiao Hua's face became even more unsightly. He snorted from his nose, stomped his feet, and turned around to enter the pavilion. Not to mention that Xiao Hua had returned to his new quiet room to cultivate. In another pavilion, Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe were respectfully sitting across from Renju. Zhang Yutong handed over a storage pouch, only to hear Zhang Yutong say, "This is the thing I told Senior before, please check it." Ren Zhu took it, opened it, and put it away. At the same time, she handed over another storage pouch and said with a smile, "You two little friends are really good at scheming. I had no choice but to give you this profound Yin spirit grass." Zhang Yutong reached out to take it and put it away very carefully. "Zhang Yu," he said with a smile, "that is Senior's care and concern. We sisters are very clear about it. I'm sure the two of you have gained a lot over the past few days, right? It's all right. There are a lot of miscellaneous things, but they are still not as generous as your sect." Zhang Yutong said with a smile, "We have already dealt with the matter. Today, we would like to bid farewell to Senior. Tomorrow is the last day of the Feather Immortal Gathering. There is still a competition tomorrow. Don't the two of you want to participate?" Zhang Yuhi's eyes lit up. She said, "Yes, yes. It's not easy for us to come." Chapter 1637. Sister. Zhang Yutong looked at her and said, "You are already in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Why are you fighting with a disciple who is only in the Qi refining realm? Don't you feel ashamed? Also, if we don't leave now, when will we?" Then, she bowed and asked Deming, "Is the Hao territory peaceful these days?" Deming knew what Zhang Yutong was asking about and nodded. The disciples of the 3 kingdoms and 13 sects of the cultivation world are all fighting in Hao territory. The whereabouts of the two of you have not been leaked. Please don't worry. Thank you, Senior Deming. My sister and I will definitely report this to our sect leader. We will definitely repay your kindness. You are our guests. We are just doing our duty as hosts," Deming said with a smile. Then, Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha bowed and said goodbye. Under Deming's escort, they left the Hao territory quietly without attracting anyone's attention. The next morning, all the disciples gathered in the plaza. Ren Zhu followed the rules of the Feather Immortal Assembly and distributed the rewards to the disciples. Even though Xiaohua had entered the top 32, he didn't have any chance of winning. He didn't even get a single pill. After giving the last magic weapon to Yunjichong, Ren Zhu said with a smile, "When you came to the Hao territory, I told you why the Feather Immortal Assembly was held here. It is related to an item in the Hao territory. This item is also the reward for the last battle of the Feather Immortal Assembly." When the disciples heard this, they looked at the high platform behind Ren Zhu. The high platform was the same as it was a few days ago. No divine thoughts could penetrate it, so they couldn't see what it was. "Now, it is time to reveal the mystery." Ren Zhu pointed with a smile and said, "This item fell from the sky a few years ago. It is right here." As he spoke, he made a hand seal and a blue brilliance hit the high platform. The high platform melted like an iceberg and gradually revealed what was inside. A sword embryo that was 3 feet long and as thick as a fist was inserted in the middle of the high platform. Prajna. Seeing this familiar sword embryo, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the name of this sword embryo. At the same time, Xiaohua's mind exploded. This Prajna heavy sword was originally mine. This heavy sword fell from the heavens, then Didn't I also fall from the heavens? Where did I come from? And where did I go? As the Prajna heavy sword was revealed, Ren Zhu continued to introduce it. "This thing is a sword embryo. It should be a sword embryo. However, this thing was different from ordinary sword embryos. The strangest thing is that this sword embryo can't be controlled by divine thoughts. And it is shockingly heavy. Wow." Everyone in the square began to whisper to each other. "Fellow Taoist Ren Zhu, according to what you said, isn't this a demonic tool?" Xiong Fei of the Washing Flowers sect was very proud at this time and said with a smile. Renju shook her head and said, the first disciple who found this thing also had the same idea. Our humble sect leader thought that it was a demonic weapon from the war between immortals and devils that fell into our humble sect. But the weight of this sword embryo is truly shocking. It is much heavier than any demonic weapon that our humble sect has seen. Secondly, although demonic weapons can't be controlled by divine thoughts, they can be placed in storage bags. After this thing is placed in a storage bag, the storage bag's space formation will gradually be crushed by the sword embryo. Ah! All the disciples were surprised. After our humble sect's refiner's appraisal, the quality of this sword embryo is not something from the Dawn Rain continent. Moreover, this sword embryo can't be tempered by ordinary refining methods. There should be a very peculiar method to refine it into a sword. And not a flying sword. After all, this refined sword cannot be controlled by divine thoughts. Then what is its use? All the disciples were rather suspicious. As if she heard the disciples' doubts, Renju said with a smile, I don't know how to use this thing, and neither do the elders of our Tai Ching sect. However, according to our Tai Ching sect's Immortal Yuluan's guess, this thing must be an immortal item from outside the heavens. If any fated disciple obtains it, he might be able to find the true meaning of the great Tao from it. Ah, all the disciples were pleasantly surprised. Although they also felt that Renju's words were somewhat unreliable, if it was really so precious, why would it be placed here? Moreover, why would it be given to others so generously? However, when they thought about what Renju said, there was a trace of possibility. They could not help but feel a fire in their hearts. This sword embryo has been in our Tai Ching sect's bright realm for a long time. Many disciples have also come to subdue it, but in the end, no one was fated to obtain it. When our humble sect's master Ching Su saw that the Feather Immortal Assembly was being held in our Tai Ching sect, he opened up a good door and held the assembly in the bright realm. If any fellow cultivator is fated to obtain this sword embryo, it will be considered a good deed for our Tai Ching sect. What is considered fate? Shanghua sect's Li Mingqing asked. Renju pointed at the sword embryo. First of all, you must have the ability to stand out from the 32 disciples. Secondly, you must be able to take this sword embryo away. Fellow Renju, please enlighten us. What is considered to have the ability? Among the 32 disciples, apart from our Tai Ching sect's disciples, all of them have entered the illusory array and fought with each other. The time limit is the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If any disciple can remain in the illusory array until the end, that disciple has the ability. As long as he picks up this sword embryo will be fated to him. What if after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, many disciples are still in the illusory array? Naturally, there won't be any disciples fated to obtain this sword embryo. Renju smiled. This battle is similar to the second round. There is no time limit to withdraw. As long as you feel that your life is in danger, you can immediately activate your magic tablet and withdraw from the illusory array. Of course, if any disciple insists on not withdrawing, they will be responsible for their own lives. That's good. Everyone agreed. Clap. Clap. Renju clapped her hands and activated her magic power. A huge illusory array emerged from the high platform and wrapped around the sword embryo. Disciples, the time it takes for an incense stick to burn has already begun. If we don't enter the illusory array, when will we? Renju shouted. With a flick of her sleeve, a lit incense stick flew into the air. Go! Xiao Hua and the others lightly reprimanded. Their figures flew out and entered the illusory array. When they entered the illusory array, they saw that their surroundings were much more spacious. However, everyone was gathered in a nearby area. It was very obvious that the disciples of Shi, Meng, and Lian were clearly divided. Each of them surrounded each other and looked at each other covetously. Because they were restraining each other, the three groups of people didn't dare to move casually. The others weren't in a hurry, but Xiao Hua was. He knew that this sword embryo was his and he was determined to obtain it. Seeing that time was passing by in this confrontation, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he wouldn't have the opportunity to obtain the sword embryo so easily. Thus, Xiaohua whispered to Qian Mo, who was beside him, "Senior brother Qian, this kind of confrontation won't have any results. What do you think of this little brother going to sneak attack the Meng disciples?" "Great, the Meng cultivators are few. As long as you make a move, I will also release my magic weapon. Let's beat the Meng cultivators out first." Qian Mo was very strange. This junior brother, who usually didn't rush to the front, was suddenly anxious. However, he was also willing to have someone take the lead. "Okay." Hearing this, Xiaohua flew to the front of the Shi cultivators. Everyone was surprised to see Xiaohua, who had the lowest cultivation, fly out. The Meng and Lian disciples activated their magic power and were slightly on guard. Xiaohua also didn't hesitate. As soon as he flew out from the crowd, he immediately rushed towards the Meng disciples. "Humph, you're courting death." The Meng disciples, who didn't know the details, sneered. A few disciples in front of them activated their magic weapons and attacked Xiaohua. Xiaohua was afraid that others wouldn't make a move. Seeing someone use their magic weapon, he was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and took out dozens of top-grade fireball talismans. Like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, he threw them at the Meng disciples. He immediately flew to the side in the direction of the Lian kingdom, as if he was trying to avoid the Dharma artifact. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Dozens of fireball talismans sounded. The Meng disciples couldn't stand still and revealed a gap. The Shi disciples were already prepared. Seeing such a gap, how could they not add insult to injury? Everyone took advantage of the chaos and activated their magic weapons, throwing them in the direction of the fireball talismans. The Shi disciples knew how to add insult to injury. How could the Lian disciples not know? In particular, Xiaohua's fireball talisman had provoked quite a few people. Quite a few magic treasures were chasing after Xiaohua. Xiaohua was wandering around the Ripple State, and magic treasures were also flying around the Ripple State. How could the Ripple State's disciples calm down? In an instant, the whole scene went out of control. All the disciples no longer cared about anything else. On one hand, they protected themselves. On the other hand, they used all kinds of methods to mercilessly attack the unfamiliar disciples. Xiaohua, who had successfully instigated a fight, immediately brought out Jingchen. That earthy yellow brilliance firmly protected him. Then, he reached out his hand and took out the devil's spear from the space. His figure swayed repeatedly, leaving behind a string of afterimages. His figure flew back and forth among the crowd in a very natural and unrestrained manner. Xiaohua flew quickly. The space of this illusion array was not big, and it was abnormally chaotic. Xiaohua was like a fish in water. In just a moment, he had already successfully attacked 4 disciples. These disciples were forced to activate their magic tablets in a hurry and escape far away. Ah! The disciples in the square were surprised at this time. No one would have thought that the disciple with the lowest cultivation would actually have such methods. Rumble, Xiaohua took advantage of the chaos and shot out a string of fireball talismans. Similarly, the other disciples were also red-eyed. All kinds of fireball talismans, icicle talismans, confinement talismans, and so on were thrown out without any regard for their lives. Countless explosions, countless flashes of brilliance, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire illusion array was scattered in an instant. Hua, a waterfall-like fiery light fell from the sky, pouncing towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's figure twisted, and he flew forward slightly, dodging the fiery light. However, the 2 disciples of the rippling country beside him were extremely anxious. The defensive magic tools in their hands only lasted for a moment before their brilliance dimmed. Seeing that the fiery light was about to burn their bodies, the 2 of them helplessly activated their magic tablets, disappearing from their original spot. Just as the 2 people left, not far from them, a dazzling brilliance flashed. A flying sword blossomed with 10,000 rays of brilliance and pierced towards the direction of the flame. Chapter 1638. Chaos, Great Chaos, Chaos. This was the current situation inside the illusion array. In the beginning, the disciples of each country were still gathered together, united against the outside. However, countless yellow talismans and numerous magic weapons were flying around in the air, throwing the previous formation into chaos. The disciples of each country were mixed together, and the disciples of each sect were also mixed together. No one could see who was who. Seeing a disciple coming over, without hesitation, they activated their magic weapons and flew over, regardless of whether this disciple was familiar or not. Every disciple inside the illusion array had their own divine senses. Their divine senses were mixed together, and it was also very messy. Xiaohua saw a flying sword flying toward him from afar. It seemed to be aimed at him. He released his Buddhist sense and saw a disciple of the Nanming sect behind him. The disciple was holding a basin-shaped magic weapon. A light blue light was emitting from the basin-shaped magic weapon. The light blue light condensed into fist-sized balls and flew toward a disciple of the Utopia faction. Therefore, Xiaohua was not in a hurry to dodge. When the flying sword was indeed close, his 2 feet slightly staggered, dodging the flying sword in an instant. Naturally, that Nanming sect disciple also had divine senses to protect his body, and had already seen his surroundings clearly. However, when Xiaohua dodged the flying sword, he did not have time to react. That flying sword was 3 inches wide and 1 foot long. It was surrounded by flames and was aggressive. Before it could pierce him, that Nanming sect disciple felt that the magic power on the flying sword was profound. At this time, it was already too late to dodge. The Nanming sect disciple had no choice but to inject his magic power into a magic tablet that he had already prepared. A milky white brilliance descended from the sky and quickly covered him, blocking the flying sword outside. As the brilliance disappeared, the Nanming sect disciple was also out of the illusion array. Another one down. Xiaohua sneered. He activated his witchcraft dust, and a strand of yellow brilliance was instantly released, piercing towards the Xian music sect disciple who sent out the flying sword. The Xian music sect disciple was a bit far away. Seeing Xiaohua attack, he was not nervous. He clapped his hands, and a faint brilliance appeared on his body, as if he had a protective magic weapon. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua's witchcraft dust could attack, the figure of a Shanghua sect disciple who was sent flying blocked the brilliance of the witchcraft dust. Ouch! The disciple turned pale with fright. He no longer cared about anything else and similarly activated his Dharma card to escape. Wu Chen's attack was slightly blocked by this Shanghua sect's cultivator, causing his speed to decrease. Xiaohua wanted to look for the flying sword sect's disciple who attacked him just now, but he was already blocked by someone else. Xiaohua was just about to take out a fireball talisman when all of a sudden, a slender rhombus-shaped magic artifact suddenly flew out from under his feet. It actually dodged his Buddhist sense and divine sense, and obliquely stabbed towards his calf. Ah! Isn't this a black iron needle? Xiaohua was greatly shocked. Without thinking, his entire figure suddenly retreated. With a loud bang, Xiaohua's back unexpectedly bumped into another cultivator. Xiaohua's strength was great, In an instant, he knocked that disciple upside down, and Xiaohua's flying speed was only slightly affected. Immediately, he changed direction and used the hibernating thunder escape to fly away. That black iron needle-like magic artifact chased after Xiaohua, but it couldn't catch up to him. It immediately changed direction again, and stabbed towards the disciple who was knocked down by Xiaohua. That disciple was a bit dizzy. He wanted to activate his Dharma card, but he was somewhat reluctant. In this moment of hesitation, the magic artifact had already quietly dodged his divine sense, and stabbed into the disciple's back. Ah! That disciple angrily shouted, but it was already too late. This magic artifact was even more insidious than the black iron needle. The yellow talisman protecting his body only shook slightly before it was pierced, and it pierced right through his chest. When that disciple's corpse fell from midair, that needle-like magic artifact flashed again, and flew into the crowd of disciples, disappearing without a trace. Seeing that a cultivator had fallen, the crowd who still had a trace of hope in their hearts no longer dared to be negligent. They either used all their magic power to shoot out their magic artifacts, or used their Dharma cards to escape from the illusion array in a panic. In just a short moment, there were less than 10 disciples left in the illusion array. Fellow Taoists, do you not want to withdraw? A very scholarly voice rang out. Xiao Hua frowned and looked over. He saw that about 100 feet in front of him was a handsome man. There was an emerald green bamboo tube magic tool above his head. It emitted an emerald green brilliance and emitted a light barrier from top to bottom. Not only did it cover the man, but it also protected a female cultivator with skin whiter than snow and red clothes like a rainbow next to him. In the female cultivator's hand, there was a red silk ribbon that was like a flood dragon spirit snake, cruising up and down her body. Yun Gui Chong. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sour and ruthless feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. Yun Gui Chong pointed with his finger, and smiled, "This item is something that I desire. Just now, I and my junior sister have already sent away several fellow Taoists. If you are tactful, I will accept this kindness. If not, just pretend that I didn't say that." After hearing Yun Guichong's words, among the crowd, several people looked at each other, including Zhuo Qingyuan. He knew that he was not Yun Guichong's opponent, and besides, Fairy Hong Xia was beside Yun Guichong. Therefore, Zhuo Qingyuan used his Dharma card to withdraw from the illusion array. He was really not interested in this strange sword embryo. Seeing that Zhuo Qingyuan took the lead to withdraw, the remaining Xuanyan school disciple also withdrew. Then, except for Xiao Hua and 2 other cultivators, the other disciples all left the illusion array. Of the 2 cultivators, one was short with an ordinary face, and the other had a square face with rough and dark skin. Fellow Taoist Xiao. The short cultivator cupped his hands and said, "I am Zhang Xian from the Utopia faction, and this is I's junior brother, Yang Fengcheng. I have seen fellow Taoist Zhao's fights twice, and I admire you very much. If fellow Taoist Xiao joins forces with I's junior brother, you won't be afraid of these 2 fellow Taoists from the Huanhua sect." Hearing this, Xiao Hua was slightly disdainful in his heart. "You 2 against 2 is just right. Why are you pulling me? If I help you wait for those 2, they will be dealt with by those 2 next. Why should I interfere?" Seeing that Xiao Hua was silent, Zhang Xian didn't say anything more. He pointed to the half-moon-shaped magic weapon floating in mid-air and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, my Utopia faction's disciple will meet your Huanhua sect's disciple." As soon as he finished speaking, the half-moon-shaped magic weapon whistled and spun as it flew towards Yun Guichong's chest. His junior brother, Yang Fengcheng, didn't say anything. He also pointed his finger, and a golden bead spun as it flew towards Yun Guichong. "Good." Yun Guichong stood up and shouted, "Look at my magic weapon." The bamboo tube covering the 2 of them suddenly enlarged, and the splendor sprinkled down turned into a flat light curtain, blocking himself and Hong Xia Fairy. The remaining half of the bamboo tube, under Yun Guichong's control, turned into a patch of green bamboo and flew towards the 2 magic weapons. Zhang Xian's magic weapon circled and flew close to Yun Guichong. Numerous half-moon-shaped splendors were emitted from the magic weapon and hit the bamboos. As the bamboos dissipated, the half-moon-shaped splendors also disappeared. However, Yun Guichong had a large number of bamboos, and many of them were still flying towards the 2 of them. At this moment, Yang Fengcheng's bead also arrived. Under the control of his magic power, the bead expanded to a diameter of 1 foot. In an instant, it swept away the remaining bamboos, broke through a golden channel, and hit Yun Guichong's defense directly. At this moment, the disciples in the square understood the situation clearly. Yun Guichong was indeed the champion of the feather immortal meat. His magic power was more profound than either Zhang Xian or Yang Fengcheng of the Utopia faction, but it was still weaker than the 2 of them combined. However, Hong Xia Fairy of the Huanhua sect hadn't made her move yet. Sure enough, when the 1-foot bead hit the light curtain and stretched it a lot, and even the splendor of the light curtain dimmed a lot, Wuxia Fairy made her move. Wuxia Fairy's body was really graceful. When she raised her hand and waved the red silk, it was more like she was dancing than controlling her magic power. Boom! The disciples in the square also cheered, and their hearts were full of admiration. Are all the skills of the Huanhua sect so beautiful? Of course, it was beautiful. The power of the red silk was also amazing. The red silk danced in the air like a spiritual snake, flashing out dozens of red phantoms. The red splendor dyed the air within the illusory array red. In Zhang Xian's mind, the red silk also split into 3, flying towards him from different directions. Zhang Xian had never fought with Wuxia Fairy before, so he naturally hadn't encountered such a strange situation. On one hand, he was controlling his magic power to support his attack on Yunguichong. On the other hand, he clenched his teeth and threw out a large number of yellow talismans, trying to block Wuxia's red silk. With a light swish, one of the 3 red silks swept across, and all the yellow talismans were sucked into the red silk without making a sound. Zhang Xian squinted his eyes and activated his magic weapon. A few rays of light flew out from the magic weapon and attacked the red silk that had sucked in the yellow talismans. Xiao Hua, who was watching the battle from afar, saw this and sighed. There were indeed 3 red silk in his mind, and he couldn't tell which one was more important. However, he could still observe it with his Buddhist sense. Xiao Hua could clearly see that the red silk was constantly switching between the 3 phantoms. Just as it sucked in Zhang Xian's yellow talismans, the red silk had already turned to another phantasm, and was pouncing towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's magic weapon was already attacking the phantasm. Indeed, the splendor of the crescent moon easily penetrated the red silk and flew down. Seeing that his attack had missed, Zhang Xian's heart also felt empty. The 2 red silk that he hadn't prepared for previously were already flying towards him. Swish! With a soft sound, the red silk flashed. Zhang Xian suddenly raised the heaven and earth spiritual qi around him, which was about a foot away from him, was sucked away by the red silk. Seeing the red silk covering the sky and covering the earth, Zhang Xian sighed and had no choice but to activate the magic tablet. Since Zhang Xian had left, Yang Fengqing naturally couldn't stay any longer. Without waiting for Wuxia Fairy's red silk to attack him, he followed Zhang Xian's splendor out of the illusory array. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Don't tell me you still want to stay here and watch the show? Yun Guichong kept his magic weapon and stood with his hands by his side. He said to Xiao Hua with a smile. That charm was absolutely unparalleled. That tone was absolutely warm. Chapter 1639. Junior brother Xiao, you and I are old friends. Moreover, you didn't join forces with the disciples of the Utopia faction just now. You must be thinking of old times. I appreciate your kindness. When I return to the country of Shi, I will find an opportunity to repay you. Yun Guichong said to himself. Fairy Wuxia took back the red silk. The red clouds in the sky were gathered in the red silk. Together with her bright red clothes, it really looked like a mass of red clouds. Heh, Xiao Hua said with a smile, it's a pity. You and I are old friends, but this sword embryo is also something I like. If senior brother Yun is thinking of old times, please leave the illusory spell. I appreciate your kindness. When I return to the country of Shi, I will find an opportunity to visit senior brother Yun. Hearing Xiao Hua's almost identical words, Yun Guichong's face was slightly angry. He looked up at the huge candles above the illusory spell. There were still about 30% of them unburned. He activated his magic power and turned to Fairy Wuxia, saying, Junior sister, stand aside and watch how I deal with this guy. Fairy Wuxia furrowed her brows and glanced at Xiao Hua. She then extended her body and flew between the two of them. Xiao Hua also looked at the candles. He activated his magic power and the yellow light scattered down, protecting Xiao Hua's body. Then he took out the fire crow net. Looking at the fire crow net flying in the air like a mass of fire, Yun Guichong also frowned. Cultivators of the qi refining stage had limited divine thoughts. Generally, they could only activate one magic weapon. Xiao Hua took out two magic weapons at once. His divine thoughts must be extraordinary. In particular, Xiao Hua was only a cultivator in the beginning stage of the 12th level of the qi refining stage. How could Yun Guichong not be alarmed? "Senior brother Yun, be careful," Xiao Hua shouted. The fire crow net spread out. Dozens of fire crows flashing with purple flames flapped their wings and rushed toward Yun Guichong. Yun Guichong curled his lips and activated his magic weapon. Just like before, half of his magic weapon was covered in green light and the other half turned into a bamboo forest to meet the fire crows. In the previous battle, Xiao Hua had already experienced the might of the greenwood giant staff. At this time, he also knew that these were all would attribute magic tools that extracted the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to take the form. Its essence was still spiritual qi. Therefore, he calmly urged the fire crow to enter the bamboo forest. Boom! With a loud sound, many bamboos were ignited. The fire raven still had some momentum left as it broke through the bamboo forest and rushed toward Yun Guichong's protective light shield. Ouch! Everyone in the square was shocked. Was there even a need to say more? When the fire crows broke through the bamboo, it was true that fire suppressed wood, but it also showed that Xiao Hua's mana was more profound than Yun Guichong's. Fairy Hongxia's eyes lit up when she saw this. Yun Guichong did not seem to have expected the fire crow to break through the bamboo so easily. While he was in a daze, the fire crow was already in front of him. In a panic, Yun Guichong loosens his grip and shoots out a pile of water-based yellow talismans such as ice-sealing talismans. He wants to stop Xiao Hua's fire crows. Unfortunately, the purple fire crows contain a trace of Samadhi true fire, which is actually extinguished by yellow talismans. Boom! All the yellow talismans are ignited. Yun Guichong sees that the situation is not good. He flies backward and activates his ritual implement to retract all the brilliance. Then, he claps his hands and takes out a ritual implement that looks like a feather fan. Yun Guichong is chanting and his hands are also forming a ritual implement. He looks at the fire crows that are rushing over and uses the feather fan to fan them. Yun Guichong's fan is not a big deal. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth is absorbed by the feather fan. As the feather fan falls, a group of fire crows also flew out from the feather fan. The group of fire crows is different from Xiao Hua's fire crows. Not only are they much bigger than Xiao Hua's fire crows, but the fire crows are also divided into 3 colors. Oh no! Seeing Yun Guichong also take out a fire-based ritual implement, Xiao Hua has a bad feeling. His fire crow net is based on the best fire-based spiritual stones on the ritual implement. Compared to the feather fan which can absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, it is inferior. Even if his mana is stronger than Yun Guichong's, he can't beat him with ritual implements alone. Sure enough, the group of fire crows surrounded Xiao Hua's fire crows in an instant, burning and biting each other. Although the fire crows of the feather fan are not as good as the fire crows with the true Samadhi fire, they have the advantage in numbers. Moreover, with the constant supply of spiritual qi from the feather fan, Xiao Hua's fire crows have shrunk several times in just a moment. Yun Guichong's face shows a trace of a smile and said kindly, "Junior brother Xiao. Why don't you withdraw quickly? We can be considered a draw." Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua glanced at the burning incense and knew that there is not enough time, so he laughed and said, "I haven't used my means yet. Why do you want me to withdraw?" Without waiting for him to finish laughing, Xiao Hua patted the top of his head and opened his mouth. A 3-inch cloud-suppressing seal flew out from his mouth. The cloud-suppressing seal fruit is worthy of being a ritual implement. As soon as it appears, it immediately swallows the spiritual chi of heaven and earth around it and gradually expands. When it flies above Xiao Hua's head, before it is fully activated, it has already turned into a 2-foot seal. Ritual implement? Yun Guicheng is obviously knowledgeable. Seeing the movement of the cloud-suppressing seal and the fluctuation of spiritual chi on it, he knows that this thing is difficult to resist. Go, Xiaohua does not want to waste time. He activates his spiritual chi and the cloud-suppressing seal rises slightly, its size increasing gradually. When it flies to about 20 feet in the air in front of Yun Guicheng, it has already turned into the size of a seal. The cloud-suppressing seal emits a strong confinement force that firmly suppresses Yun Guicheng. No matter how Yun Guicheng struggles, he is unable to break free. Around the cloud-suppressing seal, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is disturbed and absorbed into the cloud-suppressing seal. The edge of the illusion array has already begun to shake slightly, slowly turning into bright green gas, as if it is about to be annihilated. Although the cloud-suppressing seal is not as big as when it was controlled by Fan Tong, the power of the cloud-suppressing seal is more than twice as strong. Even Yun Guicheng, a cultivator in the late stage of chi refining realm, is no match for this damaged ritual implement. Fairy Hong Xia, who has been watching from the side, is now full of astonishment and even wants to cover her mouth with her hand. Senior brother Yun, are you going to withdraw from the illusion array? Xiao Hua asked coldly. You. Yun Guicheng clenches his teeth and looks at Fairy Hong Xia. Fairy Hong Xia is shocked, but she does not seem to have the intention to fight. The red silk around her body is already flowing, looking very normal. Humph, Yun Guicheng sneered and said, you are just relying on the power of a damaged ritual implement. If you have the ability, then fight with I in a real fight. Senior brother Yun, there is not enough time. Xiao Hua points with his finger and says with a smile, if you don't withdraw now, then don't blame me for not recognizing you as my senior brother. Fine. Yun Guicheng is furious. He slaps his hand, hitting the top of his head. As he raises his palm, a shiny spiritual talisman is taken off by him. Ah. Spiritual accumulation talisman? Xiao Hua is shocked. Not only is Xiao Hua shocked, but Fairy Hong Xia, who is standing in the air, is also shocked. She unconsciously looks at Xiao Hua with a worried look. The disciples in the square are even more shocked. They came to the Feather Immortal gathering to find the opportunity to build their foundation, but they did not expect Yun Guicheng to be able to build his foundation and is now at the great circle of chi refining. What a different pursuit. For a cultivator with such a high level of cultivation who already had true essence in his true chi, his magical power was naturally not something a chi condensation disciple could compare with. If he couldn't win, then who could? Of course, the Feather Immortal gathering is only limited to chi refining cultivators. There is no rule that states that great circle of chi refining cannot participate. Yun Guicheng cannot be said to have violated the rules of the Feather Immortal gathering. As Yun Guicheng takes off the spiritual accumulation talisman, it immediately turns into a ball of light. Then, the ball of light converges and flies rapidly into Yun Guicheng's forehead. The moment the ball of light enters Yun Guicheng's forehead, an indescribable pressure comes from Yun Guicheng's body. The pressure cannot be suppressed and filled the entire illusory formation. The pressure gradually solidifies, and the confinement force of the cloud-suppressing seal can no longer completely confine Yun Guicheng. As the pressure on Yun Guicheng's body continues to increase, a strong suction force comes from Yun Guicheng's body. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the illusory formation cannot be suppressed and poured into Yun Guicheng's body. Crystal beads visible to the naked eye suddenly appear in the entire space. They are the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that has condensed into dots. However, these dots of spiritual chi of heaven and earth stopped condensing. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire illusory formation is insufficient. Moreover, as the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the illusory formation is insufficient, the entire formation starts to distort and is about to collapse. Quick, fellow Renju, quickly remove the illusory formation." Xiong Fei is overjoyed and shouted loudly. Renju did not dare to be negligent. With a wave of her sleeve, she cast a spell, and the illusory array disappeared. The bright green gas flew into the condensed spiritual chi of heaven and earth and poured into Yun Guicheng's body. "How is it? Junior brother Xiao. You, still want to fight with I?" Yun Guicheng has built his foundation. The surrounding space is temporarily sealed. The entire cloud-suppressing seal is suspended in mid-air and cannot be smashed down. Even Xiao Hua himself cannot escape. The most hateful thing is that when Yun Guicheng is talking to Xiao Hua, he is activating the Dharma power in his hands. An extremely powerful Dharma seal is forming. Looking at the situation, Yun Guicheng does not intend to let Xiao Hua out. "Senior brother Yun." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Fairy Hongxia activates the red silk and reluctantly flies in front of Xiao Hua. Shielding him behind her, she says softly, "Fellow Xiao is an old acquaintance of I, senior brother, please show mercy." "Old acquaintance? Ha, good. I hope this is the last time junior sister pays him back." Yun Guicheng is stunned at first. Then, he says with a smile, "On account of junior sister, as long as he withdraws from the battle and gives up the sword embryo, I will let him go." Hee hee. Seeing Fairy Hongxia standing in front of him, there is an indescribable feeling in his heart. Seeing Fairy Hongxia turn to look at him, he says with a cold smile, "Fairy Hongxia, you don't have to do this. The previous favor has been repaid. You and I don't owe each other anything. This sword embryo is something I must get. I will never back out. Fairy Hong, please step aside." Then, Xiao Hua's mind enters the space and awakens the sleeping Goldie and the playing little Silver. He tells them to get ready. When called, they will come out of the space and attack Yun Guicheng. Xiao Hua has not used his true Samadhi fire and demonic hammer. How can he retreat? Unexpectedly, after hearing Xiao Hua's words, Fairy Hongxia is not angry, nor does she retreat. Instead, she smiles sweetly and says in a low voice, "Since you have made up your mind, I will share it with you." Since participating in the Feather Immortal meet, Fairy Hongxia has never smiled. She has never faked her expression. Now, when she smiles, it is like a spring breeze that tickles one's heart. Xiao Hua is not the only one who is stunned. Even the disciples in the square are staring at her in shock. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fairy Hongxia turned her head and stretched out her fair, jade-like fingers. She gently brushed her cloud-like hair, and at the same time, she took off a sparkling spirit talisman. As the spirit talisman turned into a ball of light and entered the top of her head, the spirit chi of heaven and earth formed a hurricane that was sucked into her body. The surrounding spirit chi of heaven and earth began to condense again. This time, the condensed spirit pearl was 3 times larger than Yun Guicheng's. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.